of Comparative Zoology at Harvard, and I will be your moderator for this chunk of the day. Welcome. We want to thank, welcome to Spinach. Feel free to, move up if you need to. There's lots of room. Although it is nice, I will say from a speaking perspective, that we're mostly all this way. I know which way to turn. Welcome to Spinach. I hope you're having a great time so far. There should be some time around for questions, but we also encourage you to go to Oxford Abstracts to continue the conversation online if we run out of time and you want to ask a presenter a question. We want to thank our sponsors for the conference this year. They're listed up here on the slide. And then we also want to especially thank Delta Designs and Picture A, our diamond sponsors, for the conference. And from there, we're just going to get started.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here early, especially if you're not actively involved in either of these TCNs. Thank you for coming. My name is Lily Berniker. I'm with the American Museum of Natural History. Rüdiger Bieler is here in spirit, and together with Alana, we are going to talk to you about what these two TCNs are. So during the symposium today, you're going to hear detailed talks about workflows, our education and outreach components, how the grants are organized. But first, Alana and I are going to give you an overview of what the TCNs are, who we are, and what we are trying to do. So first, I'm going to talk to you about the DigIn TCN. DigIn is shorthand for documenting marine biodiversity through digitization of invertebrate collections. And in case anyone here is not familiar with TCNs, just briefly, TCN is a thematic collections network. These are grants that are funded by NSF under the Advancing Digitization of Biodiversity Collections program. They are intended to be a network of institutions with a strategy for digitizing information that addresses a particular research theme. So the data are easily accessed and available online for other people to use. DigBio serves as the coordinating institution, and these began being awarded in 2011, and there have been 33 of them to date. So both DigIn and ESB were funded in 2020, but prior to that, as you can see up here, there were no TCNs that were focused on any living marine invertebrates. So these were mostly herbaria holdings and terrestrial arthropods. That was the majority of the two groups that were funded. But in 2020, both ESB and DigIn were funded. That's us in the dark blue there in 2020. And these are all of the TCNs to date now going up to the current year. So why do we want to digitize marine invertebrates? Well, the marine biome is the largest, yet least well-known biome on Earth. Approximately 75% of described marine species are invertebrates. And when we say marine invertebrates, we're actually talking about a very large, diverse assemblage of more than 30 different animal phyla. And despite this, though, they remain poorly known and poorly represented in online databases. And as I said, no previous digitization network had focused on living marine organisms before. Another reason to digitize is that once this data is available online, it provides a basis for future research. So these can be things like global patterns of diversity and distribution, climate-driven range shifts, reconstruction of historical communities. So specifically, our DigIn objective is to improve the accessibility of marine biodiversity data by more than doubling the digitally accessible marine invertebrate records, excluding mollusks from non-federal collections. So DigIn is focused on mostly fluid-preserved marine invertebrates other than mollusks, and mollusks are covered, as you'll hear, in a portion of mollusks, at least in ESV. So specifically, how we aim to do this is by databasing and making available online 835,000 specimen lots, which equates to approximately 7.5 million specimens, georeferencing 175,000 existing or newly digitized station records, mobilizing or creating new 464,000 images of both type and non-type specimens, improving our nomenclature in our databases, synchronizing that with forms, and also we're aiming to unite the marine collections community to develop resources based on these data. And if you want more specifics, we do have a project website, so you can visit that. So who are we? We are 19 collections across 18 different institutions. We're spread across the country, including Hawaii, which didn't make it onto the map there. Altogether, we estimate we have about 1.8 million lots of non-mollusk marine invertebrates in our collections. So there's a spread there across the collections that are involved in the grant. And prior to the beginning of DigIn, only about a third of these had been databased, a little over 600,000 lots before the project began. So our targets, again, this is broken down by the collections involved in the grant, are 835,000 lots to database and 464,000 images that we want to mobilize or create new. And where are we so far? So we're about halfway through the grant. As I mentioned, we began in the fall of 2020, so it was year one of COVID. A lot of us had either no access or little access to our collections, so we actually couldn't get in there to begin the digitizing. So we started out by doing things we could do remotely, like doing transcriptions of card catalogs or scanning station logs and cleaning up our data in preparation for georeferencing. So we got off to a bit of a slow start, although we have picked up steam over the last year and a half. So as of our last quarterly report at the end of April, we have more than 368,000 lots that have been digitized. So about 44% of our goal, more than 54,000 images. They're now available online. It's about 12% of our goal. And you can see the progress here again in blue are the lots to digitize, green are the images. And I've just split it up here because we have some collections that have a much higher target goal than the others. So just so it's easier for you to read the scale. I've got these in two spots. So how we actually got to this point, you're going to be hearing about with the other talks today. So I'm just going to leave this here, say thank you, and Alana will now talk to you about what ESB is all about.
All right, so introducing myself again, in case you're late. My name is Alana Rivera. I'm at the Museum of Comparative Zoology at Harvard, and for now you can imagine me as being Rüdiger Bieler from the Field Museum. So I'm sitting in for Rüdiger, and I'm telling you about mobilizing millions of marine mollusks of the Eastern Seaboard, essentially a basic introduction to the ESB TCN. And for the rest of the day in this room, we'll probably only hear DigIn and ESB, because those are really long names, and it's not worth saying out every single time. So ESB differs from DigIn in a couple of ways. So first off, it's a geographic approach. So we're only looking at the U.S. Atlantic coast and its economic exclusive zone. So we're looking at about 6,000 kilometers of coastline covering 18 states. These are places with various human impacts and a diversity of marine species. And this project seeks to create a baseline of mollusk data for the area. And the other way that it's different is that we have a taxonomic focus. So ESB is focused on a single phylum, just mollusks, but it's a very diverse group, and this group includes a huge preservation range. And because this group is well sampled in natural history collections, there are opportunities to use the data to answer environmental and biogeographical questions through about the 3,000 living species that are covered. And like DigIn, ESB connects to other PIs and other projects. So both DigIn and ESB are using Invertebrate as the portal to put everyone's data. We're doing Geolocate and using Koji, so collaborative geolocating. Help collections get some of that work done with lifting from many people instead of just relying on a single institution. We're ensuring that member institutions are integrating their data into iDigBio, GBIF, and OBIS. And we're embracing new partners, essentially institutions that are new to TCNs, trying to bring in more people who haven't done this stuff yet, which helps us get more data available. ESB preparation started during the invertebrate TCN, essentially with a community-wide questionnaires. There was a paper from Petra Sirad, Liz Shea, Joe Rosenberg, and did I get everybody? And Rüdiger, covering mobilizing mollusks. And so sort of through that work, there's the idea of an analysis of the composition, size, condition, and relevance of regional collections. And then on the map on here, you might notice that some of the points are green. Those are really large collections, and then the other points are collections that have material from this whole Eastern Seaboard region. And so the idea is, it's well worth trying to collect all this information. And the ESB TCN has added one pen, which is a partner to an existing network already, which is the Paleontological Research Institution in Ithaca, New York. And the result of all of this is a really broad collaboration of people. So ESB includes 18 institutions. 90% of the known Eastern Seaboard mollusks are contained within these collections. And there are large institutions to small, and there's specialty collections as well as large institutions. And some of the institutions are new to digitization, and some of these institutions are new to working with NSF funding and sort of the reporting that's involved with all of that as well. So in some ways, trying to give a lot of information to some institutions that are new to all of this. All right, so ESB's main project aims include the digitization of 4.5 million specimens, collaborative georeferencing, and development of marine-specific needs, so adding that into geolocate. So we're really interested in things like bathymetric data, benthic habitats, marine conservation areas, and how we can sort of show that better and be mindful of that better in our geolocating work. And you'll hear more about that, some of that from Nelson Rios in the next talk. We're also working on improvements to worms and mollusca base using sort of the taxonomic know-how and systematic knowledge to improve those systems as well. So it's more of a collaborative back and forth rather than just accepting everything. There's partnership there. And then also we're providing training and educational opportunities. And Ms. Shea later and her collaborators will tell us later more about how ESB can be used in undergraduate research experiences later in this symposium. And this is a big challenge. This is an example of a big collaborative issue that has come up through ESB, where folks have been working together. So a big issue when we're talking about mollusk specimens is talking about life and death, which seems like a big topic. So shells hang around for a long time if you go and pick up a shell on a beach. So there are 3 images of shells here on this picture. So on the left, if you look at shell A in this one, we might find dried tissue inside of this shell, indicating that the gastropod that it came from was alive fairly recently, right? Like when we got it, there were still soft, squishy bits in it. So in a way, this was collected when it was alive. B, the middle one, a lot of the sculpture is eroded away from the shell. A lot of the detail is missing, which you might not know just by looking at that one shell, but if you were looking at a drawer of them and you saw more recently collected ones, you would notice that the form had much more nuance to it than this shell. So in a way, this specimen was not live collected. It had been sitting out for a very long time when it was collected. And then for C, the one on the right, this is a Pleistocene shell fossil. So again, very not recently living. So why does this matter? This is really important because when we're trying to look at occurrence data, if what we're providing to people is occurrence data, whether or not something was alive when it was collected says something about that place and whether or not that organism actually came from that place or it washed up from somewhere else, meaning we don't know, right? And that's important in terms of data that people are harvesting for answering other questions. And Bridget Kelly will talk about that later in this symposium, closer to noon, if you want to hang out for that excitement. And so ESB is distinguishing between live and dead collected specimens with a defined vocabulary and for traits that can be added to each record. And this isn't just within the narrow world of ESB, right? We've taken this on out to Darwin Core and to Tadwick to try and sort of create standards that can be used across collections and across not just natural history collections, but also biological collections in general. So that's a good example of some of the collaboration that's going on. So yeah, that's basically the general overview of DigIn and ESB. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. Also remember that you can follow up on the Oxford abstracts. And thank you. Next up, we have Nelson Rios, who will be talking to us about georeferencing fun stuff.
right, thank you. My name is Nelson Rios. I'll be talking a little bit about how we're handling georeferencing within the DigIn and ESB TCNs. And my co-author, Dr. Nicola Bailey, who's not here today, but he's with Aquatics, an organization that is also heavily engaged in the georeferencing aspects, and I'll talk about his work in shortly. So just to get started, as kind of previously mentioned, we're using geolocate and geolocate-related infrastructure for a lot of the core of the georeferencing. So for a little background, geolocate is an application that was released probably about 2003 was the initial release. It came out as a desktop application. And then over the years, there have been a number of key developments, some of which are very important to enabling the kinds of georeferencing that we're doing now with ESB and TCN. One of the biggest was, expanding from, it was originally developed as something that was focused in just North America. And in 2006, we expanded to global scope for georeferencing capabilities. In 2008, we built the COGI platform, which is this thing called collaborative georeferencing that is heavily used by the TCNs that are doing large-scale georeferencing. Another major development that was important for this kind of work is that in 2009 and 2010, we made this big transition from a desktop application to the web and pretty much deprecated all the desktop stuff and moved to a web-first environment. And then between 2012 and 2015, one of the biggest developments was that the COGI, the collaborative georeferencing platform, was actually used for an aquatic digitization project for FishNet, where all the records within the FishNet network were georeferenced by a small number of institutions. So I think in total, we did about 70 institutions worth of data with only about 13 technicians involved in georeferencing. And that data helps actually improve the georeferencing process for future aquatic organisms. And there was some marine georeferencing involved in that project. In 2016, there were some communication protocols between the COGI platform and Symbiota that was developed, and that will allow us to communicate with invertebrates back and forth. And so we're leveraging those advancements as well. And then the biggest is now in 2021 are the developments that we've added that are very specific to ESB and DigIn and accomplishing the goals of those projects. And so just to give you a typical process of what is involved in georeferencing, we take locality descriptions, which are, human readable text descriptions of where something was collected. And then we run it through some kind of georeferencing algorithm. And so what that outputs is some coordinates. Sometimes it'll also output some uncertainty depending on which algorithms we're using. But then that's just giving you a best guess of a number of candidate locations that you might be interested in evaluating. And that's the easy part of georeferencing, is that, you're just feeding data into something and getting some data out. All the work comes in that final step, the manual verification. And that's where humans actually look at the results of the automated process and then make decisions as to whether the uncertainty is appropriate or the points are in the right areas. Do they need to adjust to create polygons to better describe locations and stuff like that? So that's the core of how georeferencing works. And then around that, we've wrapped something that we call COGI for collaborative georeferencing. And so this is a platform that's built for managing the data, the infrastructure, the people involved in large-scale georeferencing projects so that you can upload large data sets, hundreds of thousands of records, and we can handle all the complexities of taking 100,000 specimen records and just isolating the unique locality information amongst all of those records so that you're not georeferencing, the same location over and over and over again. As we see that a lot with institutions that aren't using the collaborative systems. We'll see, species A collected, 5 miles off of some place, and then you'll see the exact same record georeferenced over and over again with different species names. And that's a big waste of effort there. And so we try to reduce those redundancies through this platform here. And then we also try to identify not just records that are the same, but also similarities. So if two records are kind of syntactically similar, they georeference to the same location, for the most part, we try to identify them as saying, hey, these two are similar. Let's see if you can evaluate them and georeference them together in one big bulk set of data. And then there's also tools for doing bulk review at the very end of the process. So we could say, hey, let me look at all the records for species A and see, are there any outliers? Or let me look at all the work that this technician did. And I can, if I only wanted her to work in, Rhode Island or something, are those records all within Rhode Island? And so along those kinds of lines, we can identify outliers. So the main enhancements that were done as part of these TCNs involved the support for complex geospatial annotations, adding a number of marine-specific layers to the applications, support for integration of data from custom marine gazetteers that were built, and then something that is still in development is being able to utilize data from cruise and station data and build gazetteers around that. And then this isn't directly related to this project, but also being able to link out to supplemental georeferencing services. And so you may have heard Julie Allen's talk in the plenary where she mentioned bells, and that would be that kind of thing where we can, rather than using a geolocate-based georeferencing engine, we could use bells, or we can combine them both. Oops, sorry. So I'll talk just briefly about each one of these items. And so the geospatial annotations, normally when we think of georeferencing, we think of a point, and we put a point down and we create an uncertainty around it. And that's kind of the minimum that you want to represent a location. But marine locations tend to be a little more complex than that. We have islands, we have small little reefs, and things that you want to describe. You have transects, you run a start and stop coordinate for a trawl. So we want to be able to describe all these kinds of complexities. So we added another option in there where, even though you're still trying to come up with a consensus point and an uncertainty radius, which makes your data compatible with with most of the data that is published out there, you're also able to tag and annotate a record however you need. If you need to add lines, multiple points, if you need to create donuts, and it's mainly this donut feature around islands or being able to select multiple little donuts around islands. So those are the key features that were added. And then being able to tag any of those annotations, you might be able to say this represents a trawl, or this represents an uncertainty that you're trying to create of a polygon or something like that. So you can tag these various features however you want. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of standards as to how this will get pushed into aggregators like GBIF and things like that. So that's still work that needs to be done, but at least we're capturing the data that makes this available now. So a number of marine-centric layers. We added layers. So these are overlays that can be added inside the geolocate application. So currently we support all the major layers: Google, Microsoft, number of layers from Esri. But we've also there's also open layers is also, not open layers, OpenStreetMaps is also supported. And then we have these layers as overlays that can be added, which include the exclusive economic zones. We've got NOAA navigation layers, and then we've got the 2019 and 2022 JEDCO bathymetry layers, so that you can see depth lines. And we'll probably start seeing how we can actually use that data in the georeferencing process as well. Right now, it's just a visual overlay that the technicians can see when they're georeferencing. We also built some specific marine-focused gazetteers so that when the georeferencing happens, the automated process, rather than leveraging, terrestrial gazetteers, which is what the bulk of georeferencing utilizes, we wanted to have as much marine-focused data in there as possible. And so the image on, I guess that would be your left, is showing data from FishNet and MCZ base that we took, and both of these are relatively vetted georeference data sets. The MCZ base was proofed by people at Harvard, and the FishNet data set came from that large georeferencing project. So these were the results of that georeferencing that we had a lot of confidence in, and we used those to build gazetteers that were involved in the georeferencing process. So when you submit a record to the Koji system or to Geolocate, it leverages these gazetteers and says, hey, does this record exist, or does it match something in one of these gazetteers? And if so, let me assign coordinates to that. And then we also built a number of other gazetteers based off of some publicly available data sets using the GNS undersea features and another data set on world seas. And then as I was mentioned earlier, or hinted at, this idea of being able to build cruise ship and expedition data. And this is probably the more complicated aspect, and this is something we haven't fully integrated yet. But it involved going through and producing a list of all the research vessels that we could get our hands on. And that was just doing a search on Wikipedia. We got a big list of names. And then using that list of names to start querying these various different data sets. So we queried everything in FishNet and tried to do some natural language processing to say, hey, which one of these records have references to these cruise ships or these expeditions or station numbers. We grabbed data from the Biological and Chemical Oceanography Data Management Office. Hexacarillions of the world, they had a data set on expeditions that were available online for some time. We grabbed that data set as well. And then finally from the USC libraries, they have a number of station records available. And so we combined all that together, and we're in the process of trying to build a expedition data set that we can leverage in the georeferencing process. So as I mentioned, there's the ability to select the georeferencing engine here. You can see where you can select either geolocate or bells. There could be in the future for development of adding other georeferencing engines, you know, potentially just saying, hey, I want to run this all through, let's say, Google Google geolocating service, if you will, and things like that. So I'm running out of time here, so I'll try to quickly hurry up here. There are two, you know, the two projects are very similar in that they're using the same infrastructure, but the mode of georeferencing is actually quite different. DigIn is focused on, you know, they're doing the collaborative georeferencing. It's global in scope, but the key difference is that it's an outsourced georeferencing process. And what I mean by that is all the georeferencing is going off to one group or one institution, and that would be QQuatics, which is run by Nicholas Bailey, who's the co-author on this. And their group is involved in doing all the georeferencing for the entire TCN. And we can contrast that with the ESB, where all the georeferencing is happening in-house, if you will, where all the institutions or all the partners, all the collaborators are each responsible for some portion of georeferencing. And so there we usually divide up the data geographically and say, oh, we're going to assign Rhode Island or this particular area to, you know, institution X, and this particular area to another institution. Where, you know, the DigIn model, we just send all the data to this group at QQuatics, and they do all the georeferencing for us. So the original workflow was kind of designed like this, you know, where there would be at the bottom, there's some you can see the original source data sets. They can push their data into Invertebrate or Symbiota, or they can just take a CSV spreadsheet, and all of that communicates into the collaborative georeferencing data portal. And then from there, you know, the data can go out to geolocate for georeferencing, visualization, and correction by the various technicians at each institution. And then within the Koji system, there's various elements so that we can get reporting and we can see where things are in the process. Now, that all looks great, and this slide makes it look like there's a lot of transfer back and forth, and it's a very straightforward process. But actually, the hardest part, one of the hardest parts, it's still a challenge for georeferencing and all forms of digitization, are the diversity of systems that are out there and being able to repatriate data back into source institutions. So it's pretty easy for us to say, hey, we're going to push things back into Symbiota because we have pipelines already built to do that. But we don't have ways of getting data back in from the Koji system to all the various institutions, for, you know, going into EMU, going into Arctos, going into MCZ base. There is a small connection between Symbiota and Specify that's currently being developed that would make it a lot easier for stuff to go from Koji to Symbiota and then from Symbiota back into Specify. But there are still some repatriation hurdles that we need to resolve. Here you can just see a quick review of the status. I don't know how well these slides show up, but you can see the ESB results right now still focused on the northern East Coast. And then DigIn, you can see the georeferencing that has been going on. ESB has been a little slower to get started. We've had a lot of test data sets that have been run, but now we're really getting to the point where we're starting to move a lot quicker and produce a lot more data. And with that, I'll take any questions that anyone may have. Thank you. Yes?
When you were showing the different shapefile configurations, how are a lot of databases handling that shapefile? How's that getting?
So unfortunately, most natural history collection data, in fact, all of them that I know of, are non-spatial databases. So there's no real way to import a shapefile or to represent your data as spatially. the databases themselves are not spatially aware. So normally there is just a field for latitude and longitude. Some of them will store history of latitude and longitude, so there can be change over time as the georeferencing changes and we become more knowledgeable about where something was collected. But the ability to integrate polygons and complex shapes and those kinds of things is still a challenge for a lot of these databases. And they're usually stored as just a big blob of text or a big blob of binary data, which becomes very difficult to mine and perform queries against it. And so hopefully, you know, as we produce more complex geospatial data, the natural history databases will hopefully increase their complexity and add spatial engines behind their data models. Any other questions? I think we're out of time.
Thank you so much. So for our next presenters, we have Vanessa Delnavaz and Alexandria Gour from Santa Barbara. Awesome.
Hi, everyone. We're here today from the Invertebrate Zoology Collections at the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History. My name is Vanessa Delnavaz. I'm the Invertebrate Zoology Collections Manager.
And I'm Alexandria Gour, and I'm a curatorial assistant. And today we're going to tell you a little bit about our progress under the DigIn grant. So the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History currently houses approximately 2.5 million invertebrate specimens. 230,000 have currently been cataloged under the grant of non-entomological invertebrate specimens. And although the focus of the grant is not dry mollusk, I would like to point out that our collection is a specialized mollusk collection with worldwide localities.
And so even though we are a specialized mollusk collection, we do have a fair amount of other material. So before starting on this grant, we needed to go through and make an estimate of what it is that we can catalog under this grant. And we came up with a number of about 100,000 lots to be cataloged. You can see the spread here of different taxonomic groups, and bryozoans kind of clearly blow everything else out of the water. Prior to the start of this grant, we only had about 15,000 that fell into this category of DigIn applicable lots that were cataloged in our database.
So now I'd like to tell you a little bit about some of the highlights from our collection, beginning with Valero cruise material from the Allan Hancock expedition. So this material is from a wide range of taxonomic groups, including bryozoans, cnidarians, cephalopods, and other mollusks. And it was mainly collected in the 1930s and the 1940s in the Valero 3, which is the research vessel pictured. So most of our cephalopods or many of our cephalopods from the collection are from Valero material. It also includes the complete Osborne collection, which is described and noted in bryozoans of the Pacific coast of America. And this material also includes a large number of type specimens, all collected during the Allan Hancock Pacific expeditions. Another highlight from our collection is material from Oregon State University. So this material was collected from off of Oregon up through the Pacific and includes a wide range of phyla like the Valero material. The OSU material is now currently completely cataloged with over 10,000 lots in various taxonomic groups. Finally, we have collection material from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. The majority of this is deep water populations of invertebrates, which were collected from worldwide localities, primarily by researcher Robert Bierenhoek. Some of the highlights from within this collection itself are Chrysomelum squamiferum, which is a deep sea gastropod which lives on hydrothermal vents and has iron sulfide scales, and Osedax, or bone worms, which are found on whale falls and break down whale bones for energy.
If you don't know much about bone worms, I highly suggest looking them up because they're really fascinating creatures. So we have a pretty diverse team working on this grant, even though we really only have our curatorial assistants who are directly funded through DigIn. So we have two curators, one of which is the PI on this grant, Dr. Daniel Geiger, and they both spend time identifying specimens and also spend a fair amount of time cataloging as well, which I know isn't always the case in other institutions. We also have a collection manager, i.e. me, who also spends a little bit of time on identifying and cataloging specimens. And then it's really our 2 full-time curatorial assistants who put in the large majority of the work to catalog as well as rehouse and recurate our collections. We're really lucky to have a diverse group of volunteers as well. We have some general volunteers who can be retirees or local community college students who have learned to either catalog and database or are familiar with certain taxonomic groups and are able to identify those. We also have a very bright group of high school students that work in our work study program at the museum, some of which have been learning to identify certain groups. And then we also have UC Santa Barbara graduate students who luckily come in and help us sometimes with cataloging and identifying certain specimens within their study groups. We use Specify 6 as our database. We were actually one of the initial adopters of Specify, so we've been working within them for the past couple decades. Our localities and taxonomies have been really built up over that time and made it easy for us to really hit the ground running when we started this grant. Any new localities that we come across that are not already entered, we enter them on a case-by-case basis as we're cataloging that record. We use, if that specimen doesn't come with specific coordinates, we'll use Google Earth to approximate. And then an exception to kind of a case-by-case basis of entering localities would be for larger station-driven data sets. For those, we hope that they're in some spreadsheet form. If not, we'll get them into a spreadsheet and then do a large upload into Specify that way. As I mentioned, our taxonomic tree has also been built up over many years. It is continually added to and revised as we go through each record in the database, comparing it to worms of the World Register of Marine Species.
So what is our process for cataloging specimens? For jars such as this one, which have a clearly visible label, it's a pretty straightforward process. First, uncatalogued specimens are assessed for identification, and if they are identified, then the ID on the original label is searched on worms, or the World Register of Marine Species, and the current up-to-date identification is then logged into Specify along with all of the other data on the original label. Then labels for each specimen are printed. Usually batches of several specimens are cataloged at the same time, arranged in order of database entry, and labels for the entire batch are then printed. After that, the specimen is rehoused into glass vials with 70% ethanol and then put away again into the collection. If a specimen is unidentified, then it's passed off to a curator or a collection manager, and they identify it and then repeat the process again. So what do we do in jars such as this, which have many small vials with labels that cannot be easily read unless they are taken out and individually unfolded? So I find that the best process for managing these jars is to initially rehouse them before entering them into the database. And I find that this is also beneficial because it ensures that the specimens won't dry out while we're working. Often these large jars can be consolidated into just a few lots. Most of them are from environmental surveys, so they share station data. And if they share station data, are the same species and were collected on the same date, then they can be consolidated together.
So with our catalog material, the next step is to upload into iDigBio. We do this every month, and we use the built-in iDigBio IPT to get our data into iDigBio. As of just earlier this month, we are also now hosting our data on GBIF as well. And a really big thank you to Kat Chapman of iDigBio for making that process really smooth and easy for us. In addition to iDigBio and GBIF, we also have our own Specify web portal where we host our data as well.
So our progress 2.5 years into the grant, as of May 15th, we have cataloged nearly 45,000 lots. On the slide here, the green represents the material that has been cataloged under the grant. And as you can see, we're primarily left working with the annelids and by far the bryozoans.
That slide unfortunately didn't translate, but basically, yeah, the green should be overlapping with each of the white, and we pretty much only have the annelids and the bryozoans left. So I wanted to discuss a few challenges that we've been met with throughout this process so far, the first and foremost being the pandemic. So during this time, we attempted a couple at-home projects, as we're all familiar with. The first being when we were only allowed like one person on site, we were taking quick images of specimens and their labels to be cataloged at home by curatorial assistants. And then we were also doing some work cataloging from scanned ledgers. However, when we came back on site, there was just so much cleanup and reassociation that needed to be done on both of these projects. That we aren't quite sure how efficient that process was, but it did keep us all busy and employed throughout that. Next, we also struggle to get enough IT support, especially for our specify database. An example of this is we didn't commit to a large imaging portion within this grant. However, we did commit to mobilizing the images we already had available for some of our specimens and making those available on iDigBio. So we have about 8,000 plus images that are now in Specify and associated with records. However, we're not at the point where those are visible on iDigBio or our internal web portal or our external web portal. And so what we really need at this point is for Specify to do some work in the back end to make that happen. And so we're hoping that happens relatively soon. And then there's also the inherent struggle for projects such as these that have such a diverse zoological group and spread as marine invertebrates. So we do the best that we can. We do leave some records at higher taxonomic levels with the hope that we'll have a specialist to come in and identify certain groups. We have had visiting researchers who are able to help with this, as well as some graduate students and postdocs at UCSB. For example, we do have someone who studies chitons, and so we give her free scanning electron microscope time in return for some IDs of chitons.
So that we've had some challenges working under the DigIn grant has led to some really interesting finds within our collection. So here on the slide, we have a specimen that was collected in 1932, but only recently correctly identified and cataloged as Astropectus regalis, which is a rare species of sea star. There's only about 30 records that exist, and this represents the first record of the species in Jalisco, Mexico. So if you'd like more information, please scan the QR code and check out a poster with some SEM images. We also have Bathysiatum pacificum. So this was previously known only through type material, and like Astropectus regalis was only recently correctly identified and cataloged. And this was previously known only through type material, and this represents only the second record of the species to exist. And this specimen actually extends the range of Bathysiatum pacificum from Peru to the northeastern Pacific. So a huge range extension for that. And again, please check out the QR code for more information.
Another fun find is these onychophorans. So we had a curatorial assistant who was working within our annelid collection who came across a lot that was very simply identified just as worms. And it turned out that they were not annelid worms, but they were actually velvet worms or onychophorans, which are terrestrial and therefore don't really fall under this grant, but were discovered in our collection thanks to it. And so it's always fun when we get to add a new phylum in our taxonomic tree, since we didn't have any onychophorans in our collection prior to this. This slide was supposed to be omitted, and I thought I had done that, but I guess not, so I'm going to just carry on. So we've also seen a really big uptick in our collection's inquiries and use. A really interesting example of this is from an inquiry we've received from a functional morphology researcher at the University of Antwerp, who also works in association with the European Space Agency. They had found our material on iDigBio, and were interested in looking at some of our sea urchin specimens, which had actually just been cataloged and uploaded within our database. So they were interested in mapping morphological variations of the internal structure of urchin spines. They are incredibly lightweight and have really unique mechanical properties that can be used in technical designs for mesh and other radial elements to then perhaps be used in space applications, which is just incredibly cool, I think. And so what we have on the screen here are some of the specimens that we selected spines from to send to this researcher. The one on the right-hand side is not the best looking specimen. Some of these are quite old and fragile, and many of the spines have fallen off. However, it was still very much applicable and able to be used within this research, which I thought was really great. So that one was especially easy to collect some spines from. But yeah, just a really interesting use of collections and proof that our online availability is really getting our material out there. Thank you so much for coming to our talk. If you have any questions, please come and find us. We also have our emails on the screen if you have any other questions. And then we also have a QR code to our data set on iDigBio. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then in keeping with that, we're going to keep thinking about digitization workflows, except we're going to change institutions over to the MCZ with Melissa Merkel.
Thank you, Alana. So yes, I'm Melissa Merkel. I'm a curatorial assistant. Can you hear me a little better? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so I'm a curatorial assistant at the MCZ. I work in both the invertebrate zoology and mollusk departments. So I've had the opportunity to work on both the DigIn and ESB grants. And today I'm going to be talking about some of the digitization strategies and protocols that we've been using on these grants. So before delving into specifics, I want to look at some of our overall goals. So of course, we're always looking for ways to maximize both efficiency and accuracy. So of course, we want to digitize quickly since we have a specific time frame in which to catalog a huge number of records. But at the same time, we want to make those records as clean as possible so that they can be useful and helpful to researchers. Additionally, we want to have ways to clean and track our existing records and find ways to keep track of those as well as records that are being created. And then our end goal is to make our data publicly accessible, again, so that it can be useful to researchers. So here's a general overview of our process. So the first step is to find our uncatalogued material within the collection, decide what we want to catalog. Next, we're going to be extracting data from those labels. Then that data is uploaded to our database. And then we have the step of tracking our progress, keeping track of the numbers of specimens that we've been able to catalog. All right. So at each step in this process, there are certain challenges that we come upon. Additionally, the MCZ is a fairly large and historic collection, which means that there's a lot of variety in the material that we have in terms of its age, who it was collected by, the quality and the type of data that we have available for it. So as a result, we have a number of strategies in our digitization toolbox. And so at each step, I'll be talking about some of the challenges that we come across and which different strategies we use and how we're able to use different strategies in different cases to maximize our efficiency and accuracy. All right, so looking at our first step, finding the uncatalogued material, I'll start by talking about ESB. One of the greatest challenges was finding specimens that were collected along the Eastern Seaboard. So the mollusk department at the MCZ is organized taxonomically, not geographically. And there are many molluscan families that are cosmopolitan, which means that they can be found in multiple places around the world. So for example, the map that I've got here, these are specimens of the genus Laternella. So these are your common periwinkle seashells. So, and these are the ones that we have in our database so far. But as you can see from this distribution, while they are well represented along the Eastern Seaboard, they're also found in Europe as well. So we're trying to find ways to be more efficient in finding specimens that are distributed throughout our collection. In terms of both ESB and DigIn, also deciding, are we going to catalog wet specimens or dry specimens? They're housed in different parts of the collection, so actually in totally different buildings. So we're trying to minimize the time that we're spending going back and forth between collection spaces. Also thinking that often our workspaces are in a different area too than our collection. So here are some of the strategies that we have. So starting with ESB, we began by focusing on families that we knew for sure were marine. So maybe we were cosmopolitan, but all of them were going to be marine specimens. So I started by going through our collection of Smellidae and Pectinidae and finding all of the specimens that were found along the Eastern Seaboard, cataloging those first. We've also been looking for specimens and grouping them together by collector and expedition, specifically for collectors that we know only or mostly collected along the Eastern Seaboard. So my colleague, Michelle Tang, will be talking about cataloging bury specimens. I've been working on specimens collected by Walter P. Baranowski, who collected along the northeast coast of the US. And this has been helpful because it means that we're able to focus on a specific collector, get used to the types of localities that they have, their handwriting, and their station numbers. And then our next step is going to be looking for those stragglers, and we are going to have to go drawer by drawer, but hopefully we'll be able to use the help and have already started using the help of museum workers who may not have expertise specifically in malacology, but are able to extract a lot of the data from the labels for us and also help us find these specimens in our collection. All right, in terms of DigIn, we've decided to catalog class by class. So right now I'm working on Echinoidea specimens. And we've also decided, again, to catalog our wet specimens and dry specimens separately in order to minimize the time that it takes to move between those two collections. But by sticking with a certain class first, we're able to still focus on that taxonomy. All right, so our next step is capturing the data from the labels. So some of these challenges, I'm sure you all are very familiar with. Maybe you have labels that are old and hard to decipher. Maybe they're missing some data, or maybe some of the data is incomplete and or messy. Additionally, I'll keep talking about finding efficient ways to move between like your workspace and your collection. So some of the strategies that we have for this are finding ways sometimes to catalog in the collection. So I've got a picture here of me on top of one of the compactors. I have a spreadsheet, so I'm able to just directly extract that data from the labels right there, so I don't have to go back and forth. Additionally, we have cabinets and carts that we're able to use as extended workspaces. So I've got a picture here of my cart with my sea urchins on it. And by having this, I'm able to catalog a bunch at a time, maybe only have to go into the collection maybe once a week. So in terms of dealing with those messy labels, we have a couple resources that we're able to use. One is by utilizing the records that we already have in MCZ base. So for example, here I've got this jar of sea urchins on the bottom right. So there's not a lot of data here, but what I was able to do is search MCZ base for other records that were collected by North 35 at that specific station number. I was fortunately able to find other specimens collected at that point, was able to fill in gaps in when the specimen was collected, also find more specific information about that station number in terms of coordinates. So that cuts down on time and helps me fill in those gaps. Additionally, in terms of messy data, so for this example, I'm looking at the sea urchins on the bottom left. You'll see the species or the genus name was listed as Stylophur. I found as I was working with a specimen that Stylophur is actually not a genus for sea urchins. It's actually a molluscan genus. But by using MCZ base and looking up the information they had about Stylophur, I was able to find that this is a type of mollusks that is known to parasitize pretty specific genus of sea urchins and is commonly found with them. And then I was able to make a pretty confident taxonomic identification. That's been a very helpful resource. All right, and our next step, uploading data into the database. So this is just a preview of our end goal. Once we have a record on our database, this is what researchers are going to be seeing in terms of like collector information, taxonomic information, geographic information. So this is kind of our end goal. And so we have a couple different ways that we're able to upload information into our database. So the first is by cloning records. So this is really helpful whenever we're dealing with split lots or specimens with very similar data. So maybe specimens that are collected at the exact same station number on the exact same day, because it minimizes the number of keystrokes, because all you might have to change is catalog number, maybe specimen count. So that allows that process to happen very quickly. And then also records that you've cloned are immediately ready for bulk load. So it's a pretty quick process. Additionally, we have the option of a single data entry screen. So this allows you to either copy the previously entered record, or you can create an entirely blank record as well. So one of the nice things about this is it helps you check collector name for any misspellings, scientific names, etc., as you're entering in that information. So for example, here I've started typing in the scientific name Anandara transversa. As you can see, it started filling in the information for me. So this allows it to be fairly user-friendly and can go into the database fairly quickly. So it can, I find that this works well when you have like a handful of specimens or specimens, again, that are fairly similar. So the downsides of both of these is that they do require you to have internet connections. It's not something that you can do while you're in the collection. It does also require the people who are able to do this do have to have some level of expertise with either invertebrate zoology or malacology. So that brings us to our bulk load spreadsheet. So this is something that we use when we're working in the collection, because it's a spreadsheet, so it doesn't need any kind of internet connection. And it can be filled out by students and collections ops as well, because we can go through later and fix anything that we need to do in terms of like researching collector names, taxonomic names. It also allows us to clone without user error. So I can, instead of cloning everything, I can pick and choose fields that I want to copy and paste. But because you do have to research for yourself, spellings for taxonomic names, collector names, accession numbers, it is best when you're cataloging many specimens at once. All right, and our last step is tracking progress. Some of our challenges are finding and grouping together records that are already in the database and those that are being created often by multiple people. And we also want to find ways that we can track which records have been cleaned. So our first way of doing this is by using name groups. So these are like digital collections of specimens relating to the grant. This allows us to group together any existing record that we feel falls within that grant. So here's what this looks like on our database. We've got a description of the grant, as well as a searchable list of all the records that we flagged as being part of this grant. So we have one for ESB as well. Next, we have grant attributes. So as we're cataloging records, we add this field, and this allows us to verify which records have been cleaned. So as they're being cataloged, the employee puts in a timestamp with it and their name so that we know who looked at the record and when. And then we can also add remarks to show how the record was vetted. So with this example, I said that it was cataloged, so they know that I was looking at the specimen in my hand as I was adding it, and that I paid attention to clean the locality. And this is searchable in our database and helpful, therefore, for researchers to make sure that they're working with clean data. All right, thank you. Okay, any questions? Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I missed it. What software did you say you were utilizing for your collection management?
So we have, we're really fortunate, we have MCZ base. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have MCZ base, and it's fairly similar to Arctos, but we're very fortunate that we have like a team of programmers that were able to kind of make it more like specific to us. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Oh, okay, go ahead, Alana.
So what do you think is the, and folks can use the mic in for questions. What do you think is the best way to go about figuring out where in a drawer you know, when you're tracking through a drawer for uncatalogued material from the Eastern Seaboard, right? That's a very specific thing to be going through a drawer, being like, is it Massachusetts? Is it Rhode Island? Is it Florida? Is it whatever? Have you found tricks to make that better in looking through a drawer, going through drawer by drawer?
Yeah. So I try to first kind of scan, you know, look to see if some of them obviously have labels, you know, that are recent. Our labels are pretty standardized, so that makes it easy to see. Additionally, I try to kind of keep track of maybe a certain type of species or a genus that is pretty common along the Eastern Seaboard as well. And then also sometimes, I mean, not always, Florida, for example, has very different types of shells than what you might find in Massachusetts in some ways, but even sometimes like something that is brightly colored may be unlikely to be found along the Eastern Seaboard. But a lot of what we did going in was doing some research to see, based on records that we already have, what genuses are most likely within a certain family to show up on the Eastern Seaboard. And that kind of gives me a good place to know where I need to spend the bulk of my time. Yeah. Thank you.
So now you get to see me again, but I'll be here for a while this time. So again, my name is Alana Rivera. I'm at the MCZ at Harvard University, and I'm going to be talking about imaging historic collections. So essentially, I would say that TCNs in general often have imaging as a deliverable. And so thinking about how we're going to take pictures of all these things, since it's a time taker, is something that we really need to think about. In terms of working on DigIn, we have a huge variety, right? We heard earlier, there's 30 phyla, so there's just a lot of different kinds of things that all have different kinds of needs. So there's no one single solution for creating the best images in the allotted time. And then on top of that, you know, marine invertebrates, they're wet and some of them are squiggly and squishy, and they have a lot of, there are a lot of concerns in terms of how do I best treat this specimen to not do something terrible to it and still be able to take a picture of it. So first of all, I'd suggest to think about something like, what is the purpose of imaging, right? One of the main things I think about is like, we can't sit here and ask a brittle star, what's the most important thing about its whole life cycle and how this works out, and what is it like to be a brittle star? So one of the ways that we do this through research is, we use imaging to help out with this. We may be looking at morphology. We may be interested in specific orientations of the organism. So that's something I have to keep in mind when I'm taking images. There may be specific organs of interest to define that specific species. You need biological familiarity with what it is. And when you're working with 30 phyla, how do you have familiarity with all of them? And on top of that, you have things like you can go back to literature. Literature can really help you do some of those determinations to know what is important to take a picture of. Or, in the case of dealing with an image request, asking people, what are the things that you want to see? Can you show me an example? Can save me a ton of time as the person doing imaging. But then also, that's not all that there is, right? We really should think of keeping track of images for collections care. So you're able to show your curation choices. If there are jars, if you've changed the types of jars that you used, if there was a jar that might tell you a specific time that was the last time that someone touched this in the collection, that's like a really helpful base of information to provide not only, to yourself, but to your staff. You could also help in terms of taking the condition shot of a label as they slowly deteriorate away from you. Early in my time at the MCZ, I actually had to write a label because I didn't have phone with a camera at the time as it disintegrated, and how much easier is it to deal with that sort of panic if I have my phone with me and I can be like, there we go. At least I have all of the information that's on that label before it's small pieces. And then also you're able to document what things look like in storage, which can help for someone trying to look for the thing later. And also you can take images before and after subsampling. So if you've made any change to the specimen, taking a picture of it beforehand means that you know what it did look like at X date in time. And then bonus uses. You can also use this stuff for social media. You can also use this stuff for publicity, right? If your institution has annual reports, we got pictures. There's all sorts of other ways that you can use this material. So I think of it as when we're doing imaging, we might be reactive or we could be proactive. If we're being reactive, generally speaking, this can feel really stressful for the person taking the pictures because you've got deadlines. It generally feels a little bit like a burden, right? It becomes part of your work requirement of things you got to do. So for me, right, I'm trying to fulfill our promise for the DigIn grant. I also handle a lot of our imaging requests from researchers who are like, I don't want to get this on loan, but if you could send me a research-ready image, that would be really great. So that's another way in which, right, that comes with a sense of a deadline, a sense of like needing to get a thing done on time. And then it's also, you know, we use images to ascertain that something is really what's wanted before it's sent out on loan. Sometimes that's a really great way to just be like, are you sure this is what you want? Because this is the condition it's in right now. But I think that we should be thinking a little bit more proactively about imaging, thinking about that general workflow. And it's really hard when something isn't under a deadline to set the time to do it. And so that's what's hard. But really, imaging takes skills, and you really need to keep those skills in practice. So spending some time on imaging means that the next time you have to take an image, it's not that much of a mind burden. It allows us to extend our specimens. And like, that's always what I have to keep in mind. It's an opportunity to answer research questions or opportunity to answer research questions that haven't been asked yet. And it's a way to ensure, and then on top of that, again, thinking proactively, if you have visitors who are taking pictures of things, get those pictures. Or also, you know, if you have a donation that's coming in, take quick snapshots of what's been donated to the museum so that you have that as a reference point. And so, you know, for example, here in the images, under reactive, we have some of my research images of ophiuroids because I'm documenting all our types. And on the other side, on the right side, we have, in terms of proactive, these are images that a visitor took of some ophiuroids when they were visiting. And making sure that we get those images up in our database and linked to the specimens, right? Now, when I'm imaging types, I don't have to do this one that a researcher did when they were visiting. Saves me time. And then the other idea is just to add imaging steps where possible. So we have a CSBR grant, which is a genetic subsampling grant. And as part of that process, you know, having the curatorial assistant who is doing that work, Nina Black, who's here, having her take snapshots of the specimens as, right, she's taking everything out of its where it lives and cutting off a piece of it. And then, so taking those snapshots at a time is a win because, right, we've at least taken an image of that type at a period in time. And the thing I always just remind people is just make sure you have scale of some sort, so you know how big whatever it is. And, you know, even if you have to write it on a little piece of paper, just write the catalog number so it's in the shot, so that just in case the file doesn't get named in a logical way, you're able to get that information later and connect it to the specimen. And then the other thing I always say is like, just we have all this awesome data and we have all this awesome media and stuff, but right, people make all these things. And so we have to think about what are the ways that we help people to do all this work. So you've got equipment that you've got to choose. So for example, you know, we have a copy stand with a digital SLR. We also have on the lower right is we have a Keyence microscope at Harvard, but it's a shared resource, right? So I have to consider, is there time open in the calendar for me to go use it? We have like a sign up system, an online sign up system. So, you know, like around May, around April, graduation time might be a little bit harder to get in there and book some time. Those are things I have to keep in mind in my workflow. But then also, you know, for those resources, for our camera stand set up in the department, it's really helpful to have some sort of resource for anyone that's going to use it, where things are and what they do. So where the camera's mounted, how the lights are mounted, what are the things that you can move around, all that sort of stuff. So you want to give people as much familiarity of the layout area and how it's used. And then the other thing is to go back when other people use a station that I use, I try to ask them afterwards, how was it? Would it be better to have clear space? Because someone else may say, if you clear off this space on the left, you can put the specimens there and you have a nice little place to like just literally make your own little assembly line. And I wouldn't have thought of that because I will just make things hard for myself. The other thing is just making sure that you have enough documentation, what goes where, what cables are needed, where are backups, who has batteries, where are the batteries, are they charged? Do you have a way of designating what's been charged and what's not been charged? Like these are simple, like some of the photography stuff is like simple tasks, but they're really helpful to have done in a better way. And then you need to consider what software you're going to use. So, right, I like to use Lightroom and Photoshop, and then we have stacking software for doing stacked images. You have to know things about specimen handling and posing. You need to know what materials you can use to help you organize and orient your specimen in space. And then on top of that, just thinking of that, you just need to encourage flexibility. So can the person creating images easily determine which technique is the best one to use? Can they determine what sort of props they might need to help them get the task done? And then the other one is you got to train people to back stuff up, your archival processes. I think of using a 3-2-1 plan as much as possible. So you keep 3 copies of any file. You put them in at least 2 different kinds of places, so on a hard drive and in a cloud at least. And then one has to be stored offsite, which the cloud helps you with that. So right, we have servers that we use that are internal to Harvard. I use the cloud, and then I also have, a backup hard drive aside from the hard drive that my computer is. But on top of that, like if that's going to be your process, you have to think about your staff time, having time to do those backups, which, if you're like, oh, I took like 300 pictures this week, when are you going to sit and back those up? That takes time. As someone who has like moved gigs and gigs of data, being like, why did I wait till the end of the month? So in general, speaking about marine invertebrates, you have to consider whether or not you're working with wet specimens or dry specimens. I would say that wet specimens come with a little bit more heavy lifting. You have to choose. Some people like to drain them. Some types of specimens that are fairly hard, like an echinoderm, right? It's pretty fine to pull it out of alcohol and take pictures of it dry. But there are others where you may want to actually take a picture of them wet, in which case, make sure that whatever your scale is can be in ethanol, and it's safe to be in ethanol and won't cause a problem to anybody. Then if you are shooting in liquid, you have to make sure that everything's completely submerged. Do you have containers for that? I always think of, in terms of containers, I have different surfaces that I like to use for wet and dry specimens. And in terms of wet specimens, think of having containers that suit at least, like 70 to 80% of your things that you could be taking a picture of. Not everything, because some things are like really edge cases. For me, if I want to take a picture of something really big, if I need to take a picture of a giant isopod, I'm going to go to the fish department with that, because they have big tanks for that. I don't need to have a big tank in my setup. Because for the most part, our other departments are friendly, and it's okay. We can go talk to them. Let me see. And the other thing is also, in terms of asking other departments for help, there are other folks like in our institution that have been taking really good pictures of specimens at all different size scales for a very long time. And so there's a lot of expertise in-house that's not necessarily in my own department. So again, I can become good friends with the folks in entomology, the folks working on Big B, right? I can walk over to the fish department, and anything I want to know about taking a picture of something in a tank, they've been doing for decades. And so that sort of support becomes really important. You also want to think of options for troubleshooting. This is just a really quick example of a specimen on a stand, on the copy stand, as I would take a picture of it. It's real small. Those are little millimeter hashes. But in terms of labels, learning different tips and tricks, those labels I can't read. Those are the same labels in the top and bottom image. But if I use a black light, all of a sudden that ink that just seems too old and faded and gone suddenly pops up. And so at least, for the moment, I can like capture that locality data that was totally unreadable before. So I already talked about thinking about other collections in your institution, talking to people for advice, but also consider your colleagues at other institutions. One of the best parts about being in a TCN is that I have friends in many places that all have also tried to do all of these things, and we all have ideas, and it's great. And I mean, that's also what I think about this conference as being for. And then on top of that, I would say always remember that NH Call exists. You can always send out an email. It's pretty great to hear people's different feedback. And then I've listed out a number of talks and resources here that I really like. Paul Kalaman has both a long form talk that's like an hour and a paper that's it's both on ResearchGate and it's on iDigBio about imaging. Mostly it deals with mollusks, but invertebrates in general. Austin Mass talk at BioDigicon is really, really good. It's just hard to track down. So I have a link in here. In the next slide, I have my digital card. If you send me a note, I will send you all of these links if you would like. But the other thing is to consider other people who take good pictures of things. So artifact photography, people work really hard to have very neutral, beautiful photos of artifacts. So there's a really good walkthrough that is where I learned all of my lighting tricks for a specimen through this basic taking a picture of a cuneiform example, little piece of tablet. Also, the cultural sector also has lots of advice at lots of different price points for taking pictures of objects in a collection. So that's that bottom right example, is looking at image-based and 3D-based approaches for photographing specimens. But they're looking at things like dresses and handbags and, you know, like different things that you would find in any other kind of museum collection. But they're the same things, right? It doesn't matter that what we have is, you know, shells and starfish and isopods. Like it's very, photography is photography. And then the other one is the AIC Guide to Digital Photography, which is a very well worth the $24 PDF that I picked up. And I will leave my information on up there for you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for hanging out at this symposium. Where are we time-wise? I think, yeah, we're good. Great. So last up before our break in this chunk of the symposium, we have Muriel coming up from AMNH. And so we heard a little bit about bryozoans earlier, but now you get to see a lot more about bryozoans.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Muriel Lopez Guzman, and I'm from the American Museum of Natural History. Today I'll be talking about the digitization workflow for wet bryozoan marine invertebrate collections. So here's an outline of what I will be talking about today. First, I'll talk a little bit about the marine invertebrate collections at AMNH. Then I'll go into an overview of the bryozoans, and then a digitization workflow for wet specimens, which has three main steps: cataloging, imaging, and databasing in EMU, our collections management software. And then I'll talk about our current digitized bryozoa collection and the progress that we have made since being a part of the NSF DigIn grant. And then lastly, the benefits of digitizing this collection. Okay, so the marine invertebrate collections at AMNH are extensive. We have 29 marine invertebrate phyla represented. They have been largely undigitized until now, so they haven't been easily accessible to other researchers and the public. But with the NSF DigIn grant, it has allowed us to digitize the non-mollusk marine invertebrate collections, such as the ones pictured on this slide. So I'll talk about the bryozoans next. So what are bryozoans? They are generally sessile, filter-feeding, colonial aquatic invertebrates. There are marine species and freshwater species, but they're mostly marine. It is a species-rich phylum with around 6,000 species distributed worldwide. Colonies are made up of zooids, which are individual microscopic members of the colony. They have feeding structures called lophophores, which is the crown of tentacles that the bryozoans use for feeding. So bryozoans have been an often overlooked phylum, perhaps because of the zooid's small size, and perhaps because the colonies can take many shapes and forms, so they can be hard to identify. They're a complex group to digitize as well. In our collection, we have dry, SEM, and wet bryozoan collections. They each require different workflows, so we have decided to focus on digitizing the wet collections first. So far from the specimens that we have cataloged and digitized, we have 469 species identified so far, but we do have around 1,700 specimens that have just been identified to the phylum Bryozoa level, and others that have just been identified to the order or family level. So within those specimens, we may have new species that would be new for our collection, or perhaps to science. Okay, so I will talk a little bit about the bryozoan specimens that we have in our collection. So here are some specimens. You can see the different forms that bryozoans can take. So on the left is an encrusting bryozoan on a rock. And the middle is a Salmonella species that has a branching structure. And then we have a bryozoa that has a fan-like sheet form structure. And here are two other examples of what bryozoans can look like. Okay, so how do we get these specimens and their data into our database? First, we need to catalog them. So we use a QR barcode to do so. We have a sticky barcode on the lid, as well as a non-sticky barcode inside the jar. The non-sticky barcode is made up of polytag, which is a white polyethylene tag stock, and we use a thermal transfer printer to print out the barcode. Okay, the next step is imaging. So I used a Canon EOS R5 camera to remotely shoot the specimen, so I could see on my computer monitor that everything was positioned correctly and in focus before I took the image. So I imaged the barcode, the color checker, the ruler, the AMNH logo, collection label, and specimen. So retrieving collection labels from jars and returning them to a jar can be time consuming. It can also take time to flatten the collection labels if they've been rolled up inside the jar or if they've been stuck under a specimen. Also retrieving specimens from jars and returning them to the jar can take time. For the bryozoans, we decided, since bryozoan colonies can be hard to identify without a microscope, that we would just shoot them inside the jar. So after we take the image, we use BART decode filer, which is a computer program, to rename the images to the barcode number. And BART decode filer uses the barcode in the image to do so. So it's a fast and efficient way to rename these images. Okay, so next is databasing in our collections management system, EMU. So it has 5 main steps: creating multimedia records, creating catalog records, attaching the multimedia record to the catalog record, transcribing the verbatim collecting text, and then filling out the other fields, such as locality, collector, states, habitat, etc. So I'll talk about each of those steps individually. So it's mentioned before, we use EMU at AMNH. So far, I have liked using it. It has different modules, such as locality, taxonomy, multimedia, catalog, etc. But once you get used to the different modules, it's a good system for handling complex information about specimens. And we use Excel to batch upload images and catalog records and to attach those images to the catalog records. So the first step in databasing would be to upload the images to make multimedia records in EMU. So shown on the left is the Excel screenshot of the file that we would use. It contains information such as a brief description of the image, the creator of the image, and we also title the multimedia record. And we use the taxonomy of the specimen to do so. So for this specimen, it would be photo bryozoa, since it's one of those specimens that has just been identified to the bryozoa level. Okay, next step is creating the catalog record. So shown here again is the Excel screenshot of the file, and we upload the barcode number and some general information about the specimen, such as the storage medium and storage container. At this point, we also attach the taxonomy record to the catalog record. If the taxonomy record does not yet exist in EMU, we would need to create it before creating the catalog record. So in column C, you can see the taxonomy record IRN, and IRN stands for internal record number. Each record in EMU has its own unique IRN number. So that's how EMU knows which taxonomy record to attach the catalog record to. All right. Okay, so the third step is to attach the multimedia record to the catalog record. So here in column A is the catalog IRN, and in column B is the multimedia record IRN. And now we can see that the multimedia record has been successfully attached to the catalog record because it's now visible in the multimedia tab in the catalog record. Okay, so after we have everything uploaded, we need to enter the verbatim collecting text that's in the label. Volunteers help in transcribing this information. They use the image to do so, which is great since they don't need to have the specimen right in front of them to transcribe it. So they could do this work remotely. Okay, so after the digitizers such as myself, would look at the verbatim collecting text and interpret that information and fill out all the other collection information in their respective fields, such as locality, collectors, collection method, original numbers, etc. And all these fields are standardized. So far, I have seen that locality is the most time-consuming to fill out. So here's the locality. Here's an example of the locality record in EMU. So we would search the database to see if a locality record exists. If it does, then great. If it doesn't, we would need to create one. And so depending on the type of information in the collection label, some localities are easier to create a record for than others. Okay, so the last step would be georeferencing, but we're using quantitative aquatics to do so, as previously mentioned in Nelson Rios' talk. All right, so after we create the EMU record and update it, it's immediately available online, accessible to everyone. So we have links to it in our AMNH Invertebrate Zoology Collections website and the AMNH DigIn website. Oh, this graph looks different now. But okay, so this graph shows the digitized bryozoa records before and after the DigIn. So these records represent at least one bryozoan colony in the specimen jar. Some jars can have multiple colonies. So we had 1,197 bryozoa records before DigIn, so that's the blue. And then due to DigIn, we created 2,404 records. So that's in the green. So in total, we have 3,601 bryozoa records. And so we made a lot of progress, and we have actually completed digitizing the wet bryozoa collection. And this graph just shows my personal contribution to the digitization of these bryozoa records. I created about 50% of them. Okay. So this map shows the localities of our digitized bryozoa collection. So we found out that we had specimens from all over the world in every continent, showing that bryozoans are indeed found worldwide. A lot of our specimens come from the US, but we had a good amount of specimens, about 225 from Antarctica. And those species were endemic to Antarctica, and they were collected from the 1960s to 1990s. So speaking about collection years, this is the graph showing the collection years of our digitized bryozoan collection. So we have a wide range of years. Our oldest specimens come from the 1899 to 1900 expedition to Patagonia by Barnum Brown. We also have a large percentage of specimens from the 1990s, and a large proportion of those came from AMNH's Center for Biodiversity and Conservation. Okay, so in conclusion, digitizing this collection will help to generate a more complete understanding of the world's oceans in the past. It'll help us to understand current distributions, and now this information will be accessible to researchers and the public. And in particular, digitizing this collection is important because these specimens haven't been typically highlighted, so this will give a spotlight to these beautiful and fascinating little creatures. All right, so with that, I would like to acknowledge the NSF DigIn grant for funding this work, the DigIn team, both at AMNH and at the other participating institutions, and the Invertebrate Zoology Department at AMNH for funding my trip here. Thank you. 2 minutes? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So for existing
So I believe what would happen would be we would make those changes in the database. So they would tell us, and then we would update that in our database. I'm not actually sure because I wasn't a part of any loans, but I could ask my collections manager for more information on that. I'm not exactly sure of the process for that. Yeah. Hi.
So I'm sure it differs between specimens, but do you have an idea of how long it takes to capture an image for each one?
Yeah, so it took me about 1 to 3 minutes, depending on the specimen. So as you image more and more, you get faster. But once you kind of get the hang of how to work with the tweezers to get the label, it would be around like 2 minutes. Yeah. Hi. Oh.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your early morning, bright and bushy-tailed attendance. I'm just going to thank again our diamond sponsors, Pitre and Delta Cabinets. We're at the 10 o'clock mark, so we get a half-hour break. We will be back here for more DigIn and ESB awesomeness at 10:30, so feel free to come back and feel free to ask any questions. We're around.
Vanessa.
Welcome back from break. I'm sorry that I am a little late. This is part 2 of our DigIn ESB Symposium. Thank you to SPNHC. Thank you to the sponsors of SPNHC. Thank you to our diamond sponsors, Picture and Delta Designs. Our first talk is actually going to be 3 short talks, which will be really fun for y'all. So we'll have up Jennifer Trimble, Michelle Tang, Chrissy. I don't know you. I can't say your last name.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for coming, despite the alarms that have been going on. You've persevered. And just as our title suggests, this is a collaborative talk from 3 of us. We are all approaching our digitization projects in different ways. Our first talk is going to be by Jennifer Trimble from the Museum of Comparative Zoology at Harvard, followed by Michelle Tang, also from MCZ. Both of them are working on ESB, and second one is a bit more specific, and the first one is describing the collaborative nature of their work. My talk is the third talk, and I'll be talking about some of the workflows going on here at the California Academy of Sciences for DigIn. And with that, we'll pass it over to Jennifer.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much. I've got like 3 minutes to run through a lot for you. So my name is Jennifer Trimble, and I'm going to be talking to you today about the people involved in ESB at the MCZ. As I always think to myself, people. So a little bit about how we got here today. So at the MCZ, in the malacology department, we have approximately 400,000 lots currently cataloged, and we use a database called MCZ Base. So approximately 78% of those lots are georeferenced. However, 30% of our holdings in the department are not databased, and those are identified lots. And so through ESB, we're working to meet some grant targets to help through that. So we have 4 main metrics to meet through the ESB grant. The first is to locate our specimens within the collection. And this is arguably kind of the hardest target to meet because our collection is organized taxonomically. It's not organized geographically. And so as you heard in some previous talks, we are going drawer by drawer, family by family to find these lots within the collection. The second is to database about 8,000 new records into MCZ Base and mobilize another 60,000 with georeference data, as well as kind of cleaning up these older historic records in MCZ Base. Our fourth target here is to photograph our primary types across the collection. So this is about 1,500 lots, and we use the 2 setups that you can see here on the right, a Keyence digital microscope, which Alana talked a little bit about, as well as a Canon Helicon focus stacking software. And so across the department, there are a variety of people and processes and protocols that we all use. So the malacology department has a backbone of staff, which includes Gonzalo Girabet, our curator, myself, the collection manager, Murat Resovic, a curatorial assistant with decades of experience in the collection, as well as Melissa Merkel, who you heard speaking earlier, who has moved from the ESB grant into a full-time position, half-time position in the department. We are also currently hiring for another half-time malacology assistant for the ESB grant. However, we are lucky enough to have an additional group of people helping us at the museum. You can see them all here, and I'll talk about each of them a little bit. So post-pandemic is really when we started ramping up our efforts for ESB. Instead of cleaning up localities at home, we focused more on digitization in the department. And the Harvard Extension School offers courses online and both in person, and re-offered a course in museum protocols and learning for these 2 students on the right, Jason Rico and Savannah Rivers, who both worked across the month of January to make some spreadsheets for us, digitizing some deep sea protobranch bivalves, as well as rehousing some specimens in the collection. And I'll talk a little bit about Jason's spreadsheet and what happened to that towards the end of my little talk here. So in the middle, you'll see Hashi. Here at the MCZ, we have a variety of people from different departments working together, and Hashi works for collections operations, but is helping us with the most time-consuming part of this grant, which is going drawer by drawer, trying to find these undatabased identified lots across the collection and capture their data. In the last two sections here, we have Juliana Fillion and Michelle Tang. I won't talk too much about Michelle because she'll be up here in about a minute and a half to tell you more about her work. But Juliana Fillion is a half-time staff member in the department who's currently aboard a vessel in Hawaii right now. But she really came in and inherited this spreadsheet, which happens a lot at museums. You come in and have students who come for several months or years, and she just was able to come in and take the spreadsheet that Jason Rico created and make it her own. And within a couple of weeks, because we were using Google Sheets, she was able to see his previously tracked changes and get upwards of 1,000, 1,200 records into MCZ base within just a couple weeks' time. And lastly, I want to highlight Nina Black, who's also here, I believe, as well, maybe not. She's working on a CSBR grant, so this is an NSF-funded grant to subsample the types across the collection, which overlaps greatly with ESB because she's photographing, as well as pulling out specimens in the collection. So we're kind of able to double dip there a little bit. But the most important thing I want to highlight here is our workflow and how we kind of all operate either in the entire scope of this workflow that you see on the right, but also there's some people, whether they're in the department for a couple weeks or a couple years, who just kind of spend time in one little section. And it's really important that we have this web of continuity across the department's workflows so that when Jason creates a spreadsheet in January, another staff member can really pick up where we left off. And so some of the important tools that we've utilized across the pandemic are some of these asynchronous and synchronous learning tools, and we're using things like SharePoint and Slack. I'm a huge fan of Slack, such that we can track changes along the way for things that people work on together and pick up where projects were left off in the past. So I think it's really important to highlight some of these and some of the staff across the department. So I'll hand it off to Michelle, who's going to talk a little bit more about some in-depth workflow in malacology.
Hello, my name is Michelle Tang, and today I cover how I use my workflow to minimize digitization errors, specifically for mollusk collection from LA Bury for the ESB grant at MCZ. This collection was obtained from the Bury Foster Expedition, led by Leo A. Bury, who ran a shell museum and shop in Florida with his wife, Dortha. The expedition took place over summer of 1944, with 40 station numbers across the Florida Keys. When I started this project last September, of the 2,730 lots in this collection, only 28% were databased, leaving 2,000 lots scattered throughout the general collection. We went drawer by drawer and looked for the expedition's distinctive pink and tan labels, ending up with dozens of trays of vials grouped by taxa. As of mid-May, they have now all been databased. I began my workflow for each new tray of taxa by first seeing if any taxa-specific actions are required, such as sorting by station number for greater efficiency. Then, when doing vial preparation and rehousing, I make sure that both the catalog and station number are easily visible. I also note if there are any potentially misidentified lots, as anomalies tend to stand out among the many specimens. Then, when adding catalog numbers, I order the lots in increasing numerical order, which I double check. I also write down this range of catalog numbers for each taxa on paper to serve as a physical reference for any Excel spreadsheets. Now the vials are ready to be databased, which I've done in two different ways for this collection. The first is record cloning. For a new lot, I find an existing record in the database with the same station number, duplicate it, and update it with information of the new lot. For the fields that require changes, I always go through them in the same order to make sure I didn't accidentally skip any fields. Given the database's design and the data available for this collection, I work in a counterclockwise direction. I also double check the catalog and station number with the vial before saving the record. Additionally, because record cloning involves seeing only one record on screen at a time, to make sure I didn't miss any fields, I give the bulk loader a quick once over once I've entered multiple records. Now the second method is using the bulk loader spreadsheet, which uploads multiple records at once. To simplify and customize the spreadsheet for this specific collection, I hide any columns that I know will remain empty and order the rest based on edit frequency. On the far left, shown in red, I group together the columns I need to update lot by lot. In the middle, shown in orange, are the data fields specific to a given taxa, which remain the same across a group of lots. Next, in green, are the lot-specific data fields that I really need to update for this collection. And finally, on the right, are all the columns that I grouped together that remain the same across the entire collection. Once a spreadsheet is set up, databasing just becomes copy and pasting station-specific information, or lot-specific information, which is primarily station information and specimen count. Once the specimens are data, my organization of the spreadsheet is unique to this bury collection and its data in terms of what columns are displayed and where. This organization, for example, is very different from the spreadsheet that I use to database brachiopods for DigIn. Now, once the specimens are databased, I use the MCZ's labels to triple check my data entry accuracy and the ordering of lots. Since it's easy to run on autopilot while going through the physically repetitive process of putting labels inside boxes, I use the positioning of the label to indicate which step I'm at in the process. I also assign the labels in a non-contiguous numerical order to add an extra layer of intention engagement. Finally, given the importance of location codes, I triple check this step alone using my prior notes and spreadsheets. And that ends my workflow. One benefit of working with a single collection is that it's easy to address individual anomalies, such as poor handwriting, or in this case, a poorly cut label with an unfortunate and mysterious station number. Furthermore, the simulators across all the lots, both in physical contents and in data fields, allow for the creation of a streamlined workflow. This also allows me to identify early on any error-prone steps for me to adapt my workflow accordingly. Additionally, it was very helpful to have a finite set of collecting events. Now, with this workflow, my resulting work rate averaged 100 files prepared per hour and 190 lots database per hour. To end with some fun statistics, here's how this bury collection looks across station numbers and across taxonomic class. For a closer look, additional workflow details, and more fun facts, please check out my poster numbered 69. Finally, I took a brief look at how the existence of bury collected specimens outside of MCZ malacology, though not necessarily from this expedition, which really illustrates the potential of data sharing across institutions. And among these, there's also 3 paratypes involved. Thank you for listening, and now I'll pass it off to Christina.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chrissy Piotrowski, and I'm Senior Collections Manager here at the Cal Academy, where we're working on DigIn. The IZ collection here at the Academy is very large, very historically rich, and has been assembled from diverse sources over the last couple of centuries. As mentioned in, I think it was Melissa's talk earlier, we do have the labels with cryptic numbers that could mean anything, but actually have a lot of rich data tied to them in external resources. We targeted 60,000 lots for DigIn. We also hoped to image all of our primary types. However, we recognize that we do not have sufficient staffing to do all of this work, especially with a little pandemic thrown in the mix. So we decided to mobilize our existing images rather than image all of our primary types. And we have kind of honed 3 workflows that really are able to target these deliverables, but in a variety of ways. The first is through crowdsourcing. During lockdown, one of our staff members, Johanna, actually took home 32,000 catalog card labels and scanned them using a card labeler. And meanwhile, we were building a Notes from Nature project called Invertebrate Time Machine with the help of Michael Denslow from Notes from Nature. I'd like to thank him for his help. And we were able to, with the help of volunteers, we were able to transcribe within a year and a little bit more all of these records. We took the JSON files that resulted and transferred them into CSV files, and now they are sitting in Open Refine, ready to be cleaned. We have way more cleaning than had been anticipated before we can upload into Specify. Second workflow is volunteers who are scanning our labels for us and making transcriptions of these scans. They're applying QR codes, which we use to relabel images, rename images using a Lightroom plugin. They're also putting context labels in so that information not captured on labels, but on the lids or elsewhere, like where the jars are shelved, will be captured as well. Without cleaning and without upload considered, we're doing about 17 minutes per lot on average with this workflow. Our third and final workflow is direct transcription with our fabulous grant technician, Hannah, and she is transcribing directly from labels into Google Sheets, and this has has been a very successful workflow. To try to streamline our workflows, we are capturing what we view as only critical field data. We are, however, capturing those really important cryptic numbers and any other information that we think is really relevant for later. We're not doing any heavy-duty research right now. No heavy lifting. That's going to be done later. Labeling will be done later. A programmer at the Academy, John Fong, who is here, thank you, John, wrote us a fantastic Python script which works with our specify taxon tree and populates higher taxonomy into the record before we upload to specify. So we don't need to actually type in this information. And we found that our grant technicians transcription, the third workflow, has produced incredibly high quality, rapid throughput label transcription at about 6 minutes per lot and very high quality data. So last slide, despite the research shortage that we have had, we've used creative workflows that rely critically on volunteers. We've used about 6,000 volunteer hours so far. We think these scans of labels are going to be very useful later on as we do quality assurance. We found that dedicated staff are very fast, very efficient, best quality data with much less department staff impact due to lessened need for cleaning. Anyone doing crowdsourcing, I highly recommend that you plan for data cleaning well in advance and the staff to do it. And we found, though, that despite the need for shift in priorities due to the pandemic, we're looking pretty good. We've got about 46% of our records in the database, 26% in open refine ready to roll, and then 28% left to do. So we're looking pretty good so far. Lastly, these are our email addresses because I know we have zero time for questions, but please find us if you have any questions about anything that we spoke about today. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have VJ telling us about the data end.
Okay, she doesn't even want to talk about it, so I will talk. So basically, I'm trying to put forth some challenges that we have been facing in combining. You have been watching since the morning the variety of collections that we have, the variety of teams that are working, the way people are working, and some of them really systematic, some of them still trying to figure out how to do things. And so we have a very broad spectrum of targets in some sense, how much every group wants to achieve by end of the project. Some people have like hundreds of thousands of records. Some people just have like few thousand records, which probably can be done in a short time. So that's the variety. We have a very wide range of skill sets. Some people have already been publishing on GBIF and IDIC-Bio, and they know the whole workflow really well. It's just a matter of adding numbers for them. Some people had no clue before they started what IDIC-Bio is and what GBIF is. So how do we really get all the data digitized and put together so that it can be published? So that's a kind of very wide range, and this range comes with a lot of challenges. How do we, at the end of it, combine and present the whole data as a kind of some coherent unit, which will make sense that all the marine invertebrate data is available in some form. So just to give some idea, these are the kind of targets, and you see like some people really have very few records to digitize. Some collection has really huge holdings, and they really need to put everything up. So, and then we are also looking at another challenge of different collection management systems. So like, okay, I cannot just like create one for workflow and saying, okay, this is how people are going to do it, and okay, start following it. That's not the case, because every collection management system comes with its own kind of strengths and power, but also in some sense weaknesses. Some things cannot be done that easily in some of the things. Still trying to kind of figure out how do we do these, and what happens? I mean, if we are not able to do it, what will happen? Basically, incomplete targets. When we have committed, we have received money from NSF, we need to deliver. So that's one thing. And another thing is unavailability. Like in some sense, we will leave a lot of skeletons in our cupboards or in our basements. I mean, definitely pun intended. Like we literally have all these specimen, and if people don't know about them, there is no use further down the line. So these are kind of the consequences. So we started looking at, okay, we really need to follow some standardization. So at the end of it, it will be available as a coherent unit. So we have a lot of things to take care, basically. So we are looking at some kind of common framework or structure to organize everything. We should enable this integration of data, so that even though it is coming from 19 different institutions, it still should look like something that someone can use, because there are groups of specimen which are sometimes coming from the same lot of the same taxonomic grouping, but are from really different places. So it all should make sense, basically, and then that only will improve the accessibility, and then we will be able to publish it on IDIC-Bio and GBIF, so that more and more people can use it, and then that will ultimately kind of enable more collaboration, more informed decision making, more use in conservation related projects. So that's the kind of thing we are striving to do. Okay, so the workflows are like the whole workflow is some sense generic workflow. We have some really important components in most of the collections that we need to achieve. We need to obviously start with digitizing the metadata. We need to then geolocate all that so that it makes sense where on earth it is. A big challenge is always scientific name harmonization, because people do have on their labels some old names which are now changed over time. Sometimes you're using synonym and things like that. So we need to harmonize that, so that at the end of it, IDIC-Bio and GBIF understand what entity we are talking about. So that's ultimately the goal, so that people can access our data whenever they need to. And then when we have these steps done, we need to curate the data, make sure everything is right. Simple thing is date is in the right format, not American versus British and things like that, and certain quality control. And once it is own data is ready, make sure it is standard compliant, convert into Darwin Core, and then actually publish using integrated publication toolkit. So this is the generic workflow. As I was saying, some of them have already done all the steps. They don't really need help. Some of them are in different places, and we are kind of trying to get everyone on board and together. So what we have been doing is we have been following a pretty consultative process in some sense. So what we did was we developed a couple of formats. We developed a format for geolocation data sheet, so that can be all the data that needs geolocation can be sent to the Q-Quadratics team who are going to geolocate them. And we also created a Darwin Core sheet. I'll show the examples very soon. So basically, so that everyone understands and everyone kind of tries to follow the similar. Again, there is flexibility. Some people have certain kinds of data, some people don't, but that doesn't kind of prevent them from starting to use these standards. And then what we did was we created these formats, we shared it with the whole team. We gave them like a couple of weeks to kind of go through, read, play around, and we got together. We had like almost a 2-hour meeting discussing everything. Okay, what are your concerns? Have you understood it? Do you know how to do everything? Do you need something changed? If someone, and then that was very important, because there were people who have been doing it for years. There were people who are trying it for the first time. So everyone in the same meeting discussing about, okay, why this should be done, why this should not be done, things like that. It really helped us to kind of develop a common understanding of how things need to be done. And then one more thing we are still working on is the is some kind of workflow for nomenclature harmonization. We are trying to push in some new names that we have into worms. That's the standard database that we have been using for most of our name harmonization. And then these are some of the steps we still need to work on. So this is an example of our geolocation sheet sample. So anything that is in the darker green color is like required fields. You have to have it in your table. The lighter green fields, they are strongly recommended. If you have them, please share. And then once these sheets they are ready, so what we did was we requested every team to just supply us with a small data set, maybe 50, 100 records to start with. Send it us. We will the Q-quadratics team will geolocate it, send you back, so that it's kind of transparent from both ends. It should be the same, that the Q-quadratics people also should be expecting the same. They are able to process. And once you get that sample data back, you also try to kind of repatriate that geolocation data into your collection management system. So you kind of, in some sense, establish the whole pipeline that you, from extracting your points for geolocation to getting them back within your collection management system. So similarly, we have created a detailed Darwin Core data sheet, and again we have a couple of sessions to discuss about it, explain each and every point, and we also have a regular monthly office hour where people, if they have questions, how do I populate this field, we are always there to kind of discuss and help them out if anyone is not familiar with that. I'm just showing a quick example, like how we're trying to explain. So this is a typical record, and then we are trying to show them in Darwin Core where are each of these components are going to go and sit, so that this kind of visual thing it makes it very clear, saying, okay, oh, this is the place, and then this is how I need to be breaking it down into small chunks and kind of put it together so that everyone can make the tabulation ready. And then whenever we are ready, we will be kind of push it for publication. And then, yeah, I think the last point is continuous training. We have been working with all our groups to train them in different ways, that sharing skill sets. So things like simple data wrangling things. How do I use Excel to break down or put together my date field? Or how do I, if I have the latitude and longitude in the same field, how do I break them into two different fields, or calculate things using either Excel or Google Sheets or OpenRefine? Basically, we organize a training program. We also taught regular expressions, so that if someone wants to kind of find and replace certain things quickly, we have done that. And we are now planning few more sessions, definitely one on nomenclature harmonization, how we should put these together, and more to come about Darwin Core compliance of data, and then later on publishing on IDIC-Bio and GBIF. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to share. And I think I have a lot of time for questions. Either I was talking too fast, so no one understood anything, so no questions, or everything was very clear. I would go with the latter. Okay. Oh, there's a question. Yeah, so the training we did was pretty generalized. So we said, okay, these are some of the things that you can do using OpenRefine. And one good thing is we have like a monthly office hour where we are there. And if people can tell us some questions in advance, or sometimes people just show up there and say, okay, I've been trying to do this, but I'm not able to do it. So sometimes we are able to provide a solution then and there. Sometimes we said, okay, hold on, we need some time. let me figure out and come back to you. So either way, it has been working, but it was not like, not canned procedure saying, okay, this is your field and this is not, because everyone has their own kind of data set and own kind of task to do. So it has been pretty open. Okay, thank you.
All right. I think next up we have Liz Shea telling us about measuring marine mollusks.
Millions of mollusks. Hello, everybody. I'm Liz Shea. I'm the curator of mollusks at the newly named Delaware Museum of Nature and Science. And I'm speaking today on behalf of my two colleagues, Larry Van Stone, who's the computer scientist who is doing a lot of the work that you will see me talking about, and Alex Kittle, who's our senior collections manager at the museum. And so Rüdiger in the intro text or Alana on behalf of Rüdiger mentioned this survey that was done in 2018 that pulled out information from across all sorts of collections around the US and a little bit beyond, that we have about 100 million mollusk shells sitting in collections. Now, that's an enormous number of mollusk shells. It's really second only to the estimated number of insects in collections. And it averages out to about 1,100 specimens per species. And some species, there's considerably more than that. And that means that we're really well situated, we're well positioned to do ecological studies based on these specimens. And so as part of ESB, you've heard, and as part of DigIn, there's a photography component to it. People who take a lot of pictures of shells, I am not yet one of them, spend a lot of time emphasizing kind of just exactly the right position, making sure they're up, facing up, aperture up. They are using a lot of stacking of images, getting really high quality, excellent clarity, a lot of detail, and with a sense that a lot of this is meant for identification or it's meant for systematic work. But as you'll notice on the image on my left, yep, your right, that this is really just one specimen out of a lot full of 9 specimens. And there's a lot of post-processing that goes on in all of this. And because we're a collection that is not really begun doing any photography, we're a relatively young museum. We've got an extensive collection, but we haven't got 100 years of photographs to kind of sort back through. We really haven't started taking any photographs. So we're trying to start from a position of thinking about everything that we hear in these conversations today, plus a little bit about how students in particular are using specimens or need to use specimens. So the first characteristic that we're thinking through, this first problem, is how do we maximize the usage of these specimens? And a lot of this inspiration came from my work with a group called BCNet, the Biological Collections in Ecology and Evolution Network. And this is an RCN UBE, I think is technically what we are, run through the National Science Foundation. And the idea is to get students to use the collections digitally during COVID or in person in other times. This image is the start point for us, where we had Widener students working in our collection. And when you're working in a physical collection, you are using every specimen that exists in that box. You're not picking and choosing an exemplar from a lot. And that really has stuck with me in terms of what we want to do in terms of our photography experience. We also need to minimize the handling time, because even though only 3,000 species of mollusks are being treated in the Eastern Seaboard TCN, there's at least 51,000 different species of marine mollusks. And if we're, taking multiple specimens, multiple views of one specimen, is that really giving us what we need? Or do we need to be looking and documenting variations in size, color, distribution, location? So my conveyor belt technology picture is something that I'm really jealous of. Because the thought of being able to just slide things through and take a bazillion pictures of them and not have everything roll off onto the floor is really something to aspire to. The other thing that's animating what we're trying to work through is preparing for the future, because we're starting basically at square zero. Is, you know, it seems to me, and I think you would probably all agree, that the future is going to be a lot more automated, and it's going to be computers drawing bounding boxes around things and extracting information. So this is just one of many different examples of the way in which machines are going to start to use our collections activities. And so we've kind of come to the conclusion that we really want to photograph all of the shells, and we want those shells to be ready to measure. And we're trying to figure out what the concerns are about making those shells ready to measure, and not only minimizing the handling time, but making sure we're not introducing error into research publications anywhere. And so we've got basically 4 sources of measurement error that we have to kind of find our way through. And let me see if I can get this thing to work here. Nope, that's not going to do it. Okay, well, I'm just going to tell you that when we're taking our measurements of these shells, we're going to take 4 measurements when we're doing them in a photograph: the very top of the shell, the very widest part on the right, the bottom of the shell, and then the very widest part on the left. And then we have to account for these different sources of error. So the first source of error that we're going to deal with is the fact that shells tilt. Right? And that seems very silly, of course. But when you're taking a picture, and the picture on my right, your left, is a plan view, and you might think that those shells are beautifully positioned and that they're all lying in exactly the right spot for you to take a great measurement. But if you look at them on the side view, you can see that there's a huge impact of the tilt of the shell. Now, the specimen on the bottom that's marked small tilt and small impact is what we've been doing most of our testing on. But the larger the tilt, the larger the impact, the larger the measurement error that you end up with. So the second problem that we have to deal with is the fact that we're working with cameras that are actually relatively close to the specimens. No matter how far away they are closer than they would be if you were working in a perfect world at an infinite distance. And Larry Van Stone, who has done a lot of the development of this, was really trying to convince me to have mirrors put up all around the collection, and to be taking pictures as things ricocheted off of mirrors around the floor to get to this infinite distance. But the idea is that at an infinite distance, the light rays are all parallel. And so the picture that you're taking of the shell and the shell that you might then be measuring is exactly right. There's no kind of shadow. When you have a camera set at a known finite distance, though, because of the way the rays of light are shining not from an infinite distance, there's a little bit of a difference, not a huge difference, but a little difference between what is now on your picture and what the actual distance is. And so we've been calling the measurement that you might take on a picture the naive measurement, and the other measurements, that's the one that has to be kind of corrected for this shadow. So the third problem that we had to deal with is that when you're taking a measurement in real life, you're using maybe calipers, and you're taking a very distinct, pretty easy measurement. Everything lines up kind of nicely. But when you're doing this in a photograph, and you're doing it by taking the very tippy top and the farthest out to the right, and the bottom and the farthest out to the left, there's actually an offset that you end up with. And this offset is changed depending on which specimen you're using and what species you're using. And so we've been calling this the yaw angle. So we have to kind of correct to get all the geometry to work. We have to get the measurements to line up so that you're not overestimating the width of anything. So in real life, when you're taking these measurements, you're automatically kind of correcting for this tilt and the yaw, and there's no distance involved because there's no camera involved. But when you're doing it based off of these 4 measurements, you have to think about how to do these mathematical corrections. And this is where I start to wander way off into territory that I'm unfamiliar with, and that is computer programming and a lot of high math. Geometry and trigonometry. But the idea is that because of the way that we can use a program, in this case, Larry's written it in Excel, and it's relatively straightforward and easy to use. In order to solve problem 1, we have to figure out what the tilt of this shell is, and we can do that using geometry. The red dots are the dots that are used for the tilt calculation. We're doing this all based on the fact that the snail is being modeled as if it's a perfect cone. And we know that that's not the case, right? But we have to make some simplifying assumptions. If you look on the my left, your right, the plan view and the side view, it is really that alpha angle that we're trying to estimate. Because if we know that alpha angle, then we should know in a perfect world what the actual length of this shell is, even if it's leaning into the screen. And here's where the math gets. This is the side note for the math majors. This was important that Larry tell to Larry that I articulate this, that if we know the 3 dots, there's a no closed form way to calculate what the alpha is. I don't actually know what that means, but that means that we have to have a computer program to help us with this approximation. And this approximation is what this part of what this computer software does. Oh gosh, the time is ticking by. So the second problem we have to check is to correct for this shadowing event. So we've got 2 different situations that we kind of played with. A perfect world, the camera at a far distance, and the real world, the camera at the known distance. And we were basically asking ourselves, how much worse is it to have the camera at the known distance? Is it really beyond what we can correct for? Because correcting for problem 2 requires this projective geometry to be used. And that's like loads and loads and loads of programming. But this is also what your augmented reality headsets are doing, apparently. And so let's see if I can get you. So the naive measurement here is following the end of these green arrows, because that's where these rays of lights are kind of faking or making your camera think that the end of the shell is at a different place than it actually is. And so what we're really trying to do with all these corrections is find what that little spot is there and adjust the naive measurement and turn it into really what the known actual length of this specimen is. So how important are these corrections? We went through and did a little bit of testing from the known distance, from the far distance. And what you'll see here is in two sets of measurements, the length and the width. And in all cases, the width measurement is pretty robust. It doesn't need a whole lot of correction. And the correction, when it is applied, brings us into about plus or minus 1/4 of a millimeter in our length, in our width dimension. But the length requires a little bit more massaging because, and you can imagine that that's primarily because of the tilt. So each of these 3 lines is a number of corrections that are applied. The first one is yaw, the blue is yaw, the orange is yaw and tilt, and the black is yaw, tilt, and perspective. And what you will see and what we've got here is that the impact on length is greatest, width is fairly robust. And even if you take it from far away distance, which is not really super useful for other activities that you might use the pictures for, you're still within about 1/2 millimeter. So the next step for this is to move beyond Larry and Alex and Liz and say, can other researchers get accurate measurements from these kind of spilled shells photos? And so we're trying to do a test with some volunteers, with ourselves. We're looking at 12 lots of Neoterebra shells and doing the measurements, and we're only partially through all of this. So I don't really have a lot to say about it, except that it's ongoing and it's looking relatively robust at the moment. In terms of outcomes and recommendations from this activity, what we have learned is instead of spending a lot of time handling shells and putting them all in that nice up and down formation, we can spill things out and we can turn them all aperture up. And that's the best way for us to get a consistent with previous work and to get a nice, strong, robust result. The software that we're developing is right now, it's like an Excel software. It's still in development, but it's promising. We're really pleased with how the corrections seem to be able to bring us to within 1/2 millimeter of real life. The one thing that was interesting is that it was because of what we're using for this software, we do need to know the height away from of the camera. We need to know what that is, and we're thinking about ourselves putting that number into the image, or at least adding it to the metadata someplace. A weird little quirk is that the measurements need to be taken in clockwise order, but it doesn't matter if the shells are all lined up or if they're just all spilled out. Errors are minimized when everything's close to the center, and the last bit is use the best and longest focal length lens that you can afford. What we did also learn is that this is not necessarily universally applicable across taxa. So this is step one for us. We started with the low-hanging fruit, gastropods with rather straight sides. But there are definitely ways where we're going to have to modify and improve moving forward. Right now, we're also looking at flat bivalves and flat gastropods, things that lie down nice and neat. But we're going to have to deal with like the worm snails and things that have giant spines and other additions. In the future, and I see I'm out of time, we've got other things that we're going to do in the future, including trying to do, we've got a little shortcut in mind where we can just measure all of the shell apexes for different taxa and see if we can do a little less, a little trigonometry, but a little less elaborate activities to do this. And we're hopeful that all of this is going to make everything machine actionable. So I just want to finish up by saying thank you to the organizers, to iDigBio, to SPNHC for having us here. These digitization efforts, I mean, the community that's developed around these has been really useful for us as a institution. And that I wanted to point out that BCNet and its progenitor, or its origin really, Blue, have really got us thinking about all the ways in which people are using our data, and that's really exceptional for us. So I'm at the plus 3 minute mark, I think, I'm sorry. And I'd be happy to answer questions, or we can move on to next.
Yep. Thank you. All right. So next up, we have Ricky Marzin talking to us about classroom engagement, which will be really great. Also, just a quick reminder that you can interact with people via Oxford Abstracts. So if you want to follow up with folks and ask questions, burning questions, please welcome.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ricky. I am actually a high school teacher, so a little out of the museum here, but I do work with the Natural History Museum. I am from Los Angeles and I teach in LA Unified. So I'm going to talk a little bit about taking your work and bringing it into my classroom and other classrooms. So one of the big things we have a problem with is with museums, a lot of people will look at them as something for the culturally elite. It's something that is not always attainable for all of our students to go to, whether it's access just getting to the museums or once they're there, the materials. How does it apply to them? So we want to dismantle those barriers in science. We want students to go to the museum and see themselves there, see themselves working not only as a docent, but maybe even behind the scenes as a scientist too. We want to expand their perspectives in the classroom. When we teach science, we have our textbooks, which are finally updated because that even took 15 years for us as well. But we want them to be able to see not themselves in the books, but also see how they can apply that science in their world. They're stuck on their video games. They're stuck on their phones all the time. They don't get out of their houses, especially in this post-Zoom world. And we're trying to reconnect them with the material itself and show them that science is more than just a person in a lab coat staring at a specimen. So we want to increase their learning opportunities. How can we get them to learn outside the room, go beyond the TV, go beyond their Zoom life, and also access and equity? For LA Unified students, we are a huge range of students who, we have homeless students in my school to students who have a lot of money and have access to materials. So how can we get that access for all the students so they can all be successful? And we also want to build partnerships with our museums, with our staff, and bring them into our classrooms, and of course, enhance our STEM careers. I teach at a medicine high school for science. So we actually have a lot of students who are interested in science, but they think of science as, I'm going to be a doctor. So what are the other access that they can have? So how do we build that bridge between collections and our K through 12 educators? So we took 15 elementary teachers, grades K through 1, and 5 high school teachers were a mix of STEM education. So chemistry and math were actually the focus. And they had a mix of background in marine science. Some of them had little to no expertise in it. Some of them just had some interest in it. But for our K through 6 teachers, they actually don't even have much science background to begin with. But all of our teachers were veteran teachers. So they all had at least 7 years of experience in the classroom, with many having over 30 years of experience. So as with all different types of teachers, we hate PD. We hate professional development with a passion, because normally we're just told, go to this professional development, and it doesn't apply to us. I have been to ones on how to access your email in this day and age. So we're like, what do teachers really want? What do they want to see in their classrooms? Because if we're going to do a professional development, we want to make it meaningful for everybody. So we ask them some things. What works in your classroom? So they want connections to grade level standards. We all have our new standards for K through 12th grade. How does this apply to us in the classroom? Hands-on experiences, get them out of the textbook, get them off of their Chromebooks and their computers, put something in their hands, and also get them to make some observations. And of course, there is no easy way to do this because there's a ton of challenges in the classroom. You see it on the news all the time, access to materials. Some schools have money that they can throw at their students and give them everything they want, while other schools are struggling just to get textbooks to their kids. We have schools that can fund 100 different field trips where other schools can only have 3 field trips for the entire school, which means you have to pick and choose which students are going to get to go to the museum that year. We want to align with standards. The standards came out a few years ago, but taking the time to actually align our curriculum, every time we go in for a lesson plan, they're like, how does this align with your curriculum? Well, I wanted to have some fun with the kids. They want to learn something. Well, how does it align? So we want to make sure it aligns to everything, grade-specific content. Museums have great access for K through 8th graders. It's when we get to high school sometimes, the kids have been to the museum so many times. How does it apply to our high school biology class or our chemistry classes? We want to get those kids involved as well. Development of interdisciplinary. How do we connect math and science? I can't tell you how many times I'm doing a graphing class and the kids go, why is this not math class? Because we have to do graphs in science. But can't we do that in math? No, you have to do it in science too. But also keeping our local resources. We have a ton of different materials available to us in our local communities. How do we get our communities involved in it as well? But the number one thing is time. Once the school day is done, we're tired, but we still have to make our lesson plans. We still have to grade. We have to find new lesson plans. We have to vet those lesson plans. We have to see how it's going to fit into our curriculum. See if our students are even going to like it. And then, of course, what somebody tells us to teach doesn't work in the classroom. We have to modify it and make it our own. So how can the museum support our teachers? Making those connections, especially for our inner city schools. A lot of these schools, our students have never been to a museum. I've worked 4 miles from the beach. I have students who've never been to the beach before because they didn't even know what direction it was, and they're in high school. So we take them to the beach and they're like, oh, it's water. Yes, we've got stuff here. Making those connections to the standards, hands-on activities for students and resources for all levels, not just our K through 8, but also our high school kids, chemistry. Our math classes, not just algebra, but how do we use statistics? I've listened this morning to a lot of the data that you guys are giving. How do we bring that into the classroom for our students? And of course, making it multi-subject. So some of the resources our teachers really wanted when we asked them were things like looking at acid-base equilibrium, transfer of energy, conservation, marine protected areas, evolutionary history for marine life, food webs, grade level lessons specifically, and of course, climate change was a big topic. So taking all the things that teachers wanted in a professional development, we sat down with California State University of Dominguez Hills, DigIn researchers, affiliates from Natural History Museum, and our lead teachers like myself. And we designed a 4-day workshop to really focus on what teachers needed and so that they would actually walk away with something they could do. So the task to our participants, our teachers, was to create a lesson or a unit based on content from the workshop and also to provide feedback to the researchers on what we need for our classrooms. So this 4-day workshop based around the feedback was going to use all these resources, and each day was going to have a different focus. Whether we were going out to the community to look at community resources, whether we were in the classroom looking at classroom resources, or whether we could even do Zoom as well. So one day we spent at the Natural History Museum, where they got to go back behind the scenes, learning from scientists, researchers, community experts, because who doesn't love going behind the scenes? Because even for students, it makes them feel special. It gives them that perspective, like I got to do something that somebody else didn't get to do. So they get really involved. Teachers are the same way. We want to go back behind the scenes and do things that the rest of the public doesn't get to do. So by seeing what was actually happening behind the scenes and not just looking at a bunch of dead animals and exhibits, no offense, but they actually got to see what was going on and see that the museum is actually alive. It is not just a bunch of specimens, but there's real work happening in the labs. We went out into the community so that students and teachers would find resources for field trips, create partnerships with our local resources, how the museum itself uses them for their own research as well, and how we can use them in our classrooms. And then we also had our veteran teachers talk about how we use resources from the museum already in our classrooms. So they can see that it is doable, and it just takes, of course, that one word, time, in order to do it. So one of the things we asked the teachers to do was to create lessons, units, or curriculum maps. Another thing that teachers don't like to do is be told what to do. We like to teach. We went to school to teach. We didn't go to school to create lesson plans and paperwork. That is for somebody else's job. So we asked the teachers to create something that you would actually use. Don't give us a template. What are you going to do in the class? And for that time, we gave them time every single day. So each day it was time to take in what they had learned from our researchers, from the museum staff, and actually have the time to process it, talk to each other and talk to our researchers to get more information. If they wanted to know about lobsters and how they could use it in a math class, they use that data and they would talk to our researchers, and they could bring in those extra resources the next day. So some of the things we got from our teachers, this is from a middle school science teacher. It is a bilingual school, and so they take their students to the museum every year. So their problem is if you keep taking your kids every year, they see the same thing year after year and they have the same lesson. How are we going to differentiate it? Make it different so they're actually getting something else out of it. So they did a 3-year lesson where each time they went to the museum, they'd be building on what they had learned in previous years. Or our secondary science for chemistry, they decided to make a curriculum map, actually taking information and how they would take it into their classroom throughout the entire year. Or our math teachers wanted to integrate more science into it to show students that science and math do actually go together. Now we have to work on English so students know how to write as well. But they looked at the Common Core standards, the science standards, as well as how to apply it in the real world. And it applies that transfer of knowledge so that students can start to see in both their math and science classes how we connect and increase their scores, because of course, everything comes down to state testing. And so how do we increase our scores across the board? But for our researchers, there were benefits for both researchers and teachers. There was the lesson plan designs, of course, answering questions. How do we bring those resources into the classroom? Also, what are those resources? We don't have the time always to look and find them. The benefits to our researchers was they could actually understand what our standards were, what we teach in the classroom, and also the needs of the teachers. What do we need from them? And of course, this leads to actually bringing it into the classroom. So these are my kids this year. And so they got to have our researchers in the classroom and our collections managers. They spent the year with them, and now our students are very invested in it, and they spend time in my classroom at lunch and nutrition, or even on their own time going to the museum to visit their favorite staff at the museum on their weekends and their free time. And now those students are actually thinking about going on to school for college in science careers that they weren't necessarily thinking about beforehand, because they're building ROVs, or they're doing technology, or they can even take pictures of science stuff. And that is all stuff that they didn't think of beforehand. So with that, thank you. And here's just a little extra from my teacher friends who were like, what do you want to teach? And of course, they like dolphins. Everyone likes dolphins. Thank you. I'm here for questions, or I'm going to run away.
This is really awesome. Do you think that there are ways, do you have ideas of ways to take this a little bit broader? Because, right, this is very regionally focused, the year that you were at this run of the workshop. But ideas for how you go about, right, teachers from multiple counties, multiple states, like they all have different breaks, different vacations, different time. Professional development does sound like a nightmare. Like, so how do we think about making opportunities for teachers more broadly?
Yeah, so making it more broad, I know that this summer we're bringing in, we have other researchers coming in from different museums and teachers coming in from around the United States that will be spending a week with us to do a similar workshop. But also having them have time with their researchers, think about what kind of resources do you have in your neighborhoods as well. So hoping to expand that to other museums in their neighborhoods. And of course, talking with even smaller organizations and community organizations and making that time and connections, because that is a big one, that time aspect of things. So it is a slow spread, but hoping that this summer with the other institutes coming in, and we'll do the same workshop, and then we have one more year and see how it spreads from there. And my classroom is always open if all of you want to visit or guest speak.
Thank you for the great talk, Ricky. I'm curious because something that I'm interested in, and I don't work directly with educators, just indirectly through collection tours and such, but the data that we're producing, it occurs to me and several others that that data could really be useful for lessons, and that there could be some fascinating project for K through 12 kids that they could derive from mining the data, kind of maybe teachers with the help of scientists mining data, trying to figure out what would be really cool and interesting for students to be able to download a data set, ask a question, answer the question, and really be doing science. Do you have any ideas for that, or did you guys cover that in any of the workshop materials that you have done so far?
We had briefly talked about how to think about data sets specifically that are coming from museums. So we can take those data sets, and if they are available online, that is part of that, especially that high school level math that we would use, that we could even take data sets and figure out how to do things like our warm-ups right now, we're focusing on a lot of graphing. So how do we take certain data sets, and even if you guys are separating it into like, this stuff can be graphed or this stuff is measured, and having students create their own graphs and measurements, it's something that both math and science teachers can actually use in classes, just basic warm-ups to get them interested in the material before we even set it up. I actually am collaborating with one of my math teachers on a 9th grade project. So we have a cohort of students that they do the lab with me, and they collect the data and they go to her class afterwards, and they have to do all the data analysis. And so they're able to start to see those connections between the classes. And sometimes they'll start it in her class and they finish analysis with me because I'll do the writing portion of it. And so even taking, and we're doing our warm-ups the same way. So they'll start with data sets we've been downloading from different institutes or graph of the week kind of ideas, so that students are starting to see it at least once a week from us, those different types, and actually using real data would be something we could use in class too, even for our stats classes.
All right, up next we have Adam Wall. So we're going to dig more into how we go about making all of this data. Good luck.
Really, we're digging into? Really? All morning. Okay. Hi, I'm Adam Wall. I am the collections manager for Crustacea at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles. I'm heavily involved in the digitization project in general for DigIn at the museum across most of the marine taxa. I have a slide up here, which is probably useless in a space like this. I was going to use this to convince you that digitization was important. I have my favorite reasons why it's important. So I'm going to talk a lot from my perspective, which is very LA museum centric. So the Biology department has done a really amazing job. They have digitized essentially everything that they have in their collection, 98,000 specimens. You can see these amazing transects where they have marine mammals sampled from the middle of oceans, really cool stuff. I like the idea of collections as time machines to go back in time to ecosystems that don't exist anymore. I think that's a great reason to digitize them. I like the fact that I can go from one continent to another continent by moving one shelf over in my collection. Makes it very efficient to do research that has a big spatial component to it. I love the fact that collections answer questions. We can use our collections to answer questions that we don't need to answer yet. So those are kind of my big things. And it's really cool that mammalogy had kind of figured that out. For some reason, marine invertebrates has not gotten there yet. And we don't really have much of a plan except for right now, this is our plan. This is Lindsay Groves. He's the collections manager of malacology. He is a machine. He has perfectly digitized 118,000 lots in the last 30 years of his career. He was an early adopter of databasing back when databases were spreadsheets for all intents and purposes. And he's been doing amazing work. He's already digitized by himself more than the entire mammalogy collection. Unfortunately, we have a problem at our institution, and this is our problem. There's 500,000 lots of mollusks, and there's one Lindsay. And he's already been doing this for 38 years, about. And if you start to do the back of the envelope math, he's 1/4 of the way done, and he's pretty close to retirement. And it's one of these scale problems. We have approaches, and we've been trying to use them, and they solved problems for collections of the scale of like mammalogy. But for the larger collections, it's just not going to quite work. Earlier, I said he perfectly digitized 118,000 lots. I'm not joking. Like, he has gone through and corrected the commas. He's done these amazing interpretations of for georeferencing 5 miles off of this lighthouse, this degree off of that, and interpreted that. Unfortunately, it's also a very subjective way these things have been done, and we haven't done it in a very systematic way. But we were obsessed with it being perfectly correct, and he did that, which is cool, but not super sustainable. When I came to this project, I decided that we probably needed to ask ourselves the question of, is it better to have a few number of specimens perfectly digitized, or do we want to have more digitized well enough to answer the questions that I want answered? Spoiler alert, we went with the second one. What do I mean by perfectly? Just like really simple decisions. Like I'm looking at this label and I'm telling the digitizer to parse every single piece of information into it from this label into a Darwin Core compliant field in my database. Turns out that's really hard to teach 30 new people to do, which is what we ended up having to do for the scale of our commitment for DigIn. Makes for very messy data. Also results in some arguments with curators about the semantics of where this data should go anyways. An alternative way that we've decided for our core collection, which we are very lucky to have a lot of expeditionary data, we have decided that the core things that we would capture from this whole array of labels. This is from one of my favorite cancer crabs. It's a local species up and down here. They're delicious if you ever want to get them there. I think it's the red rock crab is a common name for it. This thing is really great because all we're capturing is that taxonomy, so genus and species, and the authority, so Randall there. And then for this, all the metadata for the collecting event is available based off of this one station number down there in the bottom. We have intentionally decided to throw away all the other data that's on these labels. I also will say we're not throwing away. We're punting on it. We're going to come back one day and interact with those data once a researcher has decided that they're really interested about this Cancer productus that's from 1942. But we're deferring actually capturing those extra bits. We're doing everything as quickly and as poorly as we possibly can. So if you look in the bottom left, you'll see this whole big photo of the whole room. And there's a person standing there wearing black, and she's standing in front of a giant box. That is the setup that we built to take photos of labels. And that generates the photos of the labels that you see with the black background. It's huge, has a DSLR. There's a big stage with glass sheets that those things are sandwiched between. There's a big distance between the background and the actual plane where the labels are. So that background is like perfect. It fades to infinity. You'll see on the right, there's a photo of labels that's just in a tray. It's inside of the little Amazon shipping box that the $100 document scanner camera came on, and it fits into the space that we actually have. So as possible. So we made tables that fit exactly the size of the aisles of our collection. And so that people didn't have to stand on the top of the ladder and put their laptop on top of the carriage and digitize in place. We made it into a standing desk that goes up to different heights. And we got the highest one we could possibly get. So you could actually have it be at the same level as most of the shelves in that room. But decisions like that, it objectively takes a crappy photo of labels. But can you read the information on the label and take those data and put them onto GBIF? Yes, you can. So we've decided to do less. Sometimes doing more gets you more data too. So we never used barcodes in our collection. We decided we're going to start using barcodes. So it took us a couple weeks worth of time to implement these two-dimensional data matrix barcodes into our data management system. Now we can do that. So now you don't have to type these numbers. We use this to trigger digitization events. We also decided at the same time if we're going to be putting barcodes into our specimens as a collections manager that deals with fluid preserved specimens, you spend a lot of your life shaking jars trying to get the label to flip to the other side. You've been doing it for decades and you know that you'll never be able to shake it to be on the right side, and you should just open it and use your forceps to like flip the label over, but you still desperately shake the jar. We decided to get them printed double-sided, and that took a fair bit of time, and it actually took me a couple of days to find a print house in Los Angeles that would do this job for us, because they all said it was impractical / impossible with the equipment they had to generate what we needed. Finally found one place that would do it. And it took 2 days of my time in the front end. But the way we usually make these labels is we have people cut them out. The back of the envelope math is it was going to take someone 12 to 16 weeks of full-time work to cut out all 500,000 labels. So you save a little bit of time by doing it that way. And then let's just talk about time. So I'd like you guys to ask questions about this and suggest what you would do differently to save a little bit of time. So on the scale of my commitment for digitizing DigIn specimens at the Natural History Museum Los Angeles, if you ask me to do you a little favor, if it takes 15 seconds, I would do that anytime you ask me to do that. But on the scale of DigIn, you can kind of do this math. We're talking about 15 seconds per lot, 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. Let's pretend that you're an hourly employee and you only work 8 hours a day. There's 20 work days in a month. I drink a lot of coffee and that kind of hurts my efficiency. So like I'm not 100% efficient at my job. I have to do HR training to make me a little bit more politically correct. All these different things. So let's just say an average employee is maybe 80% efficient with their time. That means that if you ask someone to do something that took 15 seconds on each of these lots, you're talking about 10.4 months of a full-time employee's time. That's crazy. And you might say you're kind of making decisions to save a few seconds and you're throwing those data away. We're not. You can always go back and edit these records on GBIF. We should all be cleaning our data constantly. We're always updating our data. This is deferring work, getting a draft record out there that's useful for so many situations, I think is more important. What is 15 seconds value in the scope of the situation? We track, oh good, it is small enough that you can't see. This is everyone's name, and I can tell you how many seconds it takes them to click between different fields in the database. I can tell you who's the slowest and fastest person. I can tell you if you could make an average person as a digitizer that does 1.26 records per minute, that would get you 80,000 extra records done in the project. If you were the fastest person, who will remain nameless, but maybe her name's Lily, that would be 3.4 records per minute on average. And she's done like tens of thousands of them at that pace. And that would be 224,000 records more that you could get done by making a decision to save yourself 15 seconds. So that's kind of where we're at. My collection is different from yours. Do what's best for you. You have a small collection, do whatever it takes to do exactly what you want. If you have a huge collection, I would invite you to think about Oprah's advice. The most powerful thing that you can do is say no to something, because if you say no, you don't have to do it and you save time. Questions. These are the people doing the actual work, all 30 something of them. This is real time, actually.
What's your turnover rate for your digitizers?
Desperately low. We fire more than we lose any other way. There's a tremendous amount of overhead. So part of that overhead is there's about 60 hours worth of training to take a incredibly accomplished undergraduate or master's student in every other aspect of their life and make them capable of doing this digitization. So a fair bit of that. And it's, if you don't get to a certain level of proficiency and accuracy, then we let them go. But there's a very high retention rate, actually. People love this work. I don't quite understand, but they really love this work. Yes. I gamify my entire life. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Chrissy asked if I had thought about gamifying this to make it more entertaining and to just make it more effective. I have thought about it a lot. We had talked about making prizes for the person who did the most, the fastest, just like putting Easter eggs into the collection. Every so often you find this one and then you get $100. I'm a strange person. I would actually like to pay these digitizers by the lot done so that they are incentivized to get it done faster type of thing. So I've definitely thought about that. We thought about it. For the people doing like the scanning with the herbarium sheets, you might have noticed that they have like a counter for your efficiency, your rate over the whole hour that's being displayed. And if you're slowing down, it goes down a little bit, but it's buffered. We're trying to do things like that, but we're kind of sensitive about it. We don't want to make people feel like they're slow, because I'm a person who personally believes that slow is fast, or smooth is slow. No, what is it? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. If you make a mistake, it takes so much time to undo that mistake. So I want you to move as fast as you can go without making mistakes. So, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Behind that, how many people are QAing your sort of transcription work? 30 people front end doing it, then is there a follow-up?
So we invest heavily in making sure that people shouldn't be making mistakes, and they're 100% quality controlled during that training process. Then they are randomly quality controlled after that. And then there's constant retraining, because every time we go through this collection, every day we find new things and our things are adopted. And then we have a full-time person that basically does QC. Yeah. And I think that's me. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. And so for our last block for this session, we have a pre-recording, which should work really easy for everybody. But essentially, this gives you sort of 3 different lenses into both DigIn and ESB.
Welcome to Making TCN Magic Happen. This is a 15-minute talk served in 3 vignettes. I'm followed by my colleagues Bridget Kelly from the Paleontological Research Institution, Ithaca, New York, and Victoria Westover, who's here with me at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. I will give you an overview of the DigIn TCN. Bridget will share an example of how institutional teams problem solve and make magic, and Victoria will take you on a journey of how we take our message public. DigIn launched November 1, 2020, with 19 marine invertebrate collections from across the United States and out to Hawaii. We are large, we are small. Some of us are freestanding museums, others are university affiliated. We are as diverse as our collections. What we have in common are that these vast marine invertebrate holdings are not yet available for research beyond our basements. The goal of DigIn is to improve accessibility of marine biodiversity data by more than doubling digitally accessible marine invertebrate records, and we are excluding the mollusks, which are being done by our Eastern Seaboard colleagues. This is a list including our 19 collections and our support partners. In the next 3.5 minutes, I will take you on a journey of solutions for organizing communications, developing working groups and workflows, reporting, outreach, and having fun. With a list as long and as ambitious as this, there are so many aspects to be considered. So many new faces. Many of us didn't know one another. We're all differently organized. Right from the start, we also agreed that we'd all be using our home institution's collections database management systems. Some of our teams are in Specify, others in KEMU, or others are using Arctos and FileMaker, and a few are in Symbiota. But figuring out what it is needed and when it's needed is not only important for each of us at our own institutions and collections, but it is also critically important to get right for empowering participation by everyone across all institutions. Inclusion of senior and junior staff, the experienced and the novice, cross-dissemination of skills and technical tools are all needed to begin community building. And in order to accomplish this, there have to be multiple entry points and multiple ways to participate. But how do you organize yourselves? In hindsight, maybe COVID shutdown was not completely awful. We were locked out of our collections and couldn't hire staff. We couldn't travel to each other's institutions to visit and support one another. First, we needed to inhale, rethink, reimagine new solutions to get this project done. And that is what we did. By November 2020, we were all getting much better at using Zoom. DigIn too embraced Zoom. We have monthly all-hands meetings, which are recorded. We have twice monthly steering committee meetings. We have regular working group meetings. We adopted Slack. Slack is a cross between online chat and email. It lets us organize and file messages into coherent searchable strings, suggestions, announcements, and deadlines. Best of all, DigIn Business is not intermingled with our other email. Missed something? Search is easy. We have periodic training periods for skill building in Excel, R, OpenRefine, and regular expression. Even though we're all working in institutionally specific databases, our outputs all need to go to iDigBio and GBIF. Facilitating each institution's ability to export their data to these repositories is non-negotiable. We develop, refine, and implement templates for Darwin Core compliant outputs, as well as for georeferencing. We use Google Forms to gather data to coherently report quarterly to iDigBio and to prepare our annual NSF reports. All DigIn Business is organized in the Google Drive, clearly labeled and maintained. Everything is accessible to everyone, 24/7. Missed something? It's easy to find. Lost something? Get the most recent version of the template or spreadsheet from the drive. I have come to appreciate this project. DigIn's size and complexity needs not only technical savvy, just as important are the social aspects in meeting folks where they are and can be. Making enough doorways and welcoming entry points facilitates participation by a beautifully diverse DigIn team who not only work incredibly hard, but also know how to have fun. So here is to having fun. You all know what lots of work looks like. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bridget Kelly, and for the second portion of this talk, I'll be discussing the cataloging of live dead specimens at the Paleontological Research Institution in Ithaca, New York, otherwise known as PRI. One of the goals of the Eastern Seaboard, or ESB's, Thematic Collections Network is to link reliable live dead data to molluscan specimen records. At PRI, we are well suited to accomplish this task. One of our research strengths is the rapidly developing field of conservation paleobiology. The PRI collection houses already processed bulk samples of mollusks with reliable live dead trait data from the Atlantic to the Gulf Coast of the United States. These bulk samples, collected from the Historical Oyster Body Size Program in collaboration with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the NSF-funded Research Experiences for Undergraduates program, and various graduate student research programs. What do I mean when I say live dead? We simply want to know if the specimens were collected while live or were they already dead upon collection. At PRI, we catalog specimens as either being live, dead, or unknown. We've obtained the live dead trait data on many of our bulk samples directly from the collectors. However, if your samples do not already have live dead trait information from the original collectors, you still may be able to infer this information. For example, are your specimens preserved in fluids? Do your specimens have dried tissue present or glossy interiors? Are they worn or faded? Are there drill holes or other borings? Other designations you may consider might be live and dead, where both live and dead specimens are in one lot, or possibly live, where perhaps a specimen is in pristine condition and may have been collected live, or fresh dead, for example, a bivalve still attached by its ligament. So why does live dead data matter? The digitization of the live dead trait data can be used to define baselines to compare conditions before and after disturbance, detect recent natural and anthropogenic environmental changes, develop a narrative of the historical range of variability, set realistic targets for restoration, or recognize ecological legacies that can be explained only by events or conditions that are not present in the ecosystem today. As of May of this year, PRI has cataloged over 2,900 molluscan specimen lots, comprising over 96,000 total specimens. PRI's goal for the ESB grant is to catalog 6,500 molluscan specimen lots and catalog 158,500 total specimens. So we are getting close to completing our goal, and we aim to meet this goal by the end of the summer. In addition to the live dead trait data, we are also making sure to catalog enhanced data such as georeferences and updated taxonomy. Providing critical baseline data on biodiversity and species distribution for environments that are often overlooked and under increasing stress from climate change, invasive species, pollution, overfishing, and habitat destruction is an important goal of the ESB TCN. These baseline data are useful for guiding the management, planning, and restoration efforts of vulnerable habitats. It is not enough to merely collect and catalog this live dead trait data. We must ensure this information is readily available to the research community. We have already begun and will continue to mobilize our data online via the Invertebrate Symbiota portal and the data aggregator iDigBio.
Hello, I am Victoria Westover, and I am the Digitization Specialist at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. I help with our institution's digitization effort by managing a team of undergraduate digitizers. And I'm also the social media coordinator for DigIn. So today I'm going to put on my social media hat to give this discussion. Now, we all might have mixed views when it comes to social media, but in regard to science communication, social media has become an essential tool to disseminate information within and beyond scientific communities. Social media sites like Instagram and Twitter attract millions of users and have become mainstream information sharing platforms among the general public and scientists because they are accessible and easy to use. TCNs should use these free and user-friendly tools to capitalize on publications made with their digitized data and to discuss important topics like nomenclature and data standards. If a TCN's goal is to improve data accessibility, scientists need to be utilizing social media as it's one of the most ubiquitous tools of our time. Another benefit of a TCN using social media is that it can help create a sustainable online community among institutional partners. DigIn partners are spread out across geographic locations and time zones, which creates a challenge that I'm sure many of us have faced in bringing people together as a team when you're only seeing one another on Zoom. Whereas Zoom meetings and project websites can help make those surface-level introductions, the casual format and creative design of Instagram fosters personal connections by allowing institutions to share unique stories, from the expeditions where their specimens were collected, to their curation and digitization practices, to their published data, and all of the people along the way that make each step possible. Knowing the people behind the data is critical for paving the way for long-term collaboration. DigIn has a recurring segment called Scientist Spotlight, where we visually introduce DigIn project members to the outside world and to each other. We also require that everyone submits a fun fact about themselves to help make those Zoom breakout room discussions a little less awkward. A method we have developed in our social media strategy is that we try to center most of our posts around a story to engage a wide audience. For example, we have a post about horseshoe crabs from the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. The post focuses on why horseshoe crab blood is so fascinating, while also throws in some other random tidbits about this family. Centering content around an interesting story like horseshoe crab blood helps to connect people outside the niche of those interested in the Lemuridae family. The question DigIn faced in the early stages of the grant is how can we get really attractive postings like the horseshoe crab content consistently from busy staff who are juggling the many responsibilities that come with the TCN and all the other things on their professional plates. we needed to create an efficient workflow that produced a lot of engaging and informative content. The solution? Assignments. We needed an enforceable way of compelling people to submit content, so we created a shared calendar on Google Sheets that tells each institution what type of content they need to submit about every month and a half. Institutions submit content by filling out one of 4 forms: Invertebrate of the Week, Scientist Spotlight, Friday Fun Fact, or General, our catch-all category for anything else an institution wants to share. While these categories are not novel, the content they produce is palatable and sustainable. The 4 Google Forms allow for uniform content submissions by limiting what file types can be submitted and asking respondents to answer specific questions, which all goes back to efficiency. Uniform submissions helps me on the back end quickly collate the information and send it in a digestible package to our DigIn Slack channel for peer approval before it is published. With our social media strategy, DigIn has published 172 Instagram posts and 49 Twitter posts in the last 2.5 years. This goes to show that with simple free tools and an enforceable schedule, a TCN can create a viable social media campaign that connects to a wider audience than a project website alone, and helps each institution to feel represented throughout the lifespan of the project. And of course, I have to end with our handles. Follow at DigInverts on Instagram and Twitter to hear our stories. Thank you for listening.
Our DigIn ESP Symposium. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for hanging out. I want to thank one more time our diamond sponsors, both Delta Designs and Picture A. Also just throwing a little bit of a shout out there for folks both who presented and anyone who's like interested in hanging out with us. Some of us might get together for food, refreshments after all the talks today over in Yerba Buena Park. So you're welcome to come hang out, nerd out about invertebrates. They're real fun, I swear. Oh yeah, bring takeout, bring a beverage. Yeah.
to our session on collections and conservation work within professional societies and organizations. We are your moderators. This is Libby Elwood from IDIC Bio, and I'm Jutta Buschbohm from Statistical Genetics and NHM in London. So we're going to start, and we will ask the presenters to introduce themselves. Please turn off your cell phones. I think you have heard that before. And before we jump into the topic, we would like to recognize the diamond sponsors of the conference, which are Delta Designs Limited and Pictureware. Yeah, and I give it to Libby.
Just a quick note to say that this symposium was put together by the Biodiversity Crisis Response Committee. And if you're interested in learning more and contributing to these conversations and being a part of the committee, one way to do that would be to follow up with Jutta or myself and provide your email address or a way to contact you, and we can give you some more details. Thanks, enjoy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Zhang Junxiang. I'm from Taiwan. This talk is prepared by my colleague, Dr. Guo Yangyi in Taiwan, and Ms. Zhang Chenmei in another section. The topic I'm going to talk is the collection as a foundation of conservation. Yeah, and I would like to share you some of the cases, what we have done in my museum. So for me, part of my talk, the first I would like to talk to you where I'm from and where I work, second part. And the third part is what we have done based on my museum's collection. We work for the conservation work by way of education and the exhibit, and the final have a conclusion. Yeah, and you know Taiwan, yeah, actually we flew a long way from Taiwan Strait to, yeah, quite a long way. And the CNC, Taiwan Strait is now one of the most dangerous area in the world, but we are safe and happy come to here. Yeah, Taiwan is formed by way of a collection of Asian plate and the Philippine sea plate, and Taiwan appeared around a million years ago. And at that moment, during the glaciarization, so at that moment, the dangerous Taiwan Strait totally disappeared. Yeah, and by way of disappear of Taiwan Strait, so in Taiwan, we receive a lot of the animal extend their habitat, also migrate from mainland China to Taiwan. And because of the collection, so Taiwan's quite small, but we have a very high mountain, the altitude from 0 meter and can reach the 4,000 meters. So by that, in Taiwan, we have the several different kind of zone, vegetation zone from tropical and subtropical. Taiwan crossed by the tropical cancer. So from lowland to highland, from tropical, subtropical, and even temperate zone and the high mountain, so 4,000 high with a lowland grass. So the variety of the habitat, the vegetation, have Taiwan so many biodiversity. So my museum, so my is the basic information. We have the 23 million people, yeah, and live quite a crowd in the small island, yeah. And so my museum actually is the biggest natural history museum in Taiwan, and built in central Taiwan, Taichung metropolitan, where is the second big city in Taiwan. Yeah, and this museum built inside a downtown of Taichung. Yeah, we have actually nearly 40 years already from my for my museum. The most important part is that we have a 1.64 million collection. Among the collection, yeah, the zoological collection and the botanical collection is the most dominant, and somehow is reflected to the biodiversity of Taiwan. So my museum, the job and the function is to keep the specimen from the Taiwan and can show the biodiversity in Taiwan. So based on the collection, so we have some education and the activity events. Yeah, and I would like to show you some of my museum work. For education, based on the collection, we will have the hand-on science, and we will have some touchable collection. We bring collection from the collection storage space, yeah, and to share, to have the student, they can closely watch the collection. And also we have some activity of the role playing, and our scientists can teach kids face by face. Even they are very famous and even they are very high-ranked people, they are very happy to come to the public relationship to talk to the kids. I think it's very important for the education. Yeah, and we will have some summer activity around the museum and inside the museum or outside the museum, the park area. And also we will have some outreach work. Yeah, my colleague, my museum staff will go to the more countryside area where maybe not so many educational resources. So we come to there. And also we have some coach bus to bring those students come to my museum to have maybe 1 day or several days educational work. And also we will have some outdoor activity, yeah, to show them how biodiversity in Taiwan, around the Taiwan, and also our scientists can have some scientific adventure work, yeah, to share and to teach students how the scientists do some work. And also we have some different topic classroom inside my museum. Yeah, this is those are the educational part. For the exhibition, almost for the past 5 years, we will have maybe once a year, where we will have some special exhibition related to the conservation, related to show the biodiversity in Taiwan. At this moment, we will have an exhibition. The topic is the teeth and the claws of Formosa mammals. We show the most collection from my museum to show to the public that we will have many mammalian animals live together with us. For example, like the deer and the mulejack, and also some small carnivore like the yellow mountain and the civet and some mongoose. Yeah, it's not easy. It actually is not easy to see, but when you go out of the city, go the somehow a little far from the mountain area, yeah, it's all the wildlife live actually quite near the human. So we needed to make the harmony with those wildlife to provide them a good habitat to stay. Yeah, so we would like to take this exhibition to show, yes, we are family, we live together. Probably 2 or 3 years ago, there is a quite touched exhibition. We say the Bon Voyage, Bunny. Bunny is named after by an Aboriginal language. It means a little lovely girl. And Bon Voyage, you know, bye-bye, good luck, sayonara. Because we released to the wild, because, yeah, it is one day, several years ago, a little baby cub have been found by around the mountain area and watched, viewed by a mountain climber, and he took a photo, released to the social media, Facebook, and caused 1,000 people press like. And then 1,000 people come to the mountain, wanted to see this lovely little cub. So we guess that by luck, the mother go away, escape from the crowd of people, go to the national park. So the little cub is hungry and dying. So research team cannot but to caught them, to catch them to the research station. So then try to keep aware of her, yeah, and have the training. Because the most of the training topic is have those crab know how terrible of human being. It should be keep not social distance, but as far as possible from human. Even they brought a delicious food, you should know the human is not a good thing for them. Yeah, okay. And one thing happened, we cannot believe during the training, the research team used a hen, a chicken, to be a tool to have them learn how to kill, how to hunt him. But unbelievable, they make a good friend. Yeah, and even those hens watch the cab to see how the cab, actually it's not cab, it grew up after several months. It became an adult already, and catch another hens, catch another pig, but his friend, her friend, stand with her. Yeah, so this is a story, and this is a bunny, and this is the hen. Yeah. So the touch, the story, a lot of Taiwanese people know. So the business purpose, they are very nowhere, and as I know, it's a very good setting in Taiwan. Yeah, I can show you less. So it's a bon voyage bunny, yeah. And now released already, and we know he get, maybe I hope they get away around the forest, so we say bon voyage. And finally, the hens was adopted by an elementary school. Yeah, so that school, local school, very happy because they know their hen has a good friend. Taiwan bear, Taiwan black bear is quite unusual. And after that, people know it's very terrible for the illegal hunting. So a lot of mountain climbers help the government to clean the illegal hunting tour. Yeah. So I think it's a good function of the museum to have this kind of the exhibition and to teach and to share. We will know we have to preserve and protect the animal very much. Yeah, and after that we will have the biodiversity is good. Yeah, it's for the 50th anniversary of the Earth Day. Yeah, we show all about my museum collection to the public. And 5 years ago, we have a special exhibition at the rim of the leopard cat. Leopard cat is very famous in Taiwan. When I was a young boy, I can see easily in the countryside. But this cat, because it lives in the lowland, because of the habitat lost, so very close with the human being. And then sometimes they will attack some farmer to have some poultry or some domestic animal. So this caused a very big conflict between the wildlife conservation group and the government and the farmer. So by this exhibition, my museum play a neutral platform for the communication. So government officer will come, farmer will come, and the people who care the communication, who take care about the wildlife conservation will come together. They face-to-face communication. After that communication, government help the farmer to build a fence to prevent the leopard cat to attack their poultry and the domestic animal. And some farmers change their idea. They think someone thinks that the leopard cat is his friend, and also sometimes they say, "Welcome to have a dinner. I treat you hens or poultry, but not come so often." Yeah, as I know, still many farmers still hate leopard very much. But by that, we want to try to have some good balance between farmer, government, and I think the museum play a very good role. Yeah, for the keep the biodiversity and the keep the conservation consideration in Taiwan. So finally, I think it's based on the collection. Yeah, we have so many wildlife collection. By that, we just can have those kind of the exhibition and education. Yeah, I think this is the main topic and main task of my museum. Okay, finally, I welcome you to National Museum of Natural Science. Yeah, in Taiwan, we say it's a living museum. We have a very highly biodiversity. We are we say Taiwan is a treasure island. Yeah, not only semiconductor, but also we have a very high biodiversity and very good wild landscape. So welcome you to Taiwan. This is my email and my address. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, actually, first to the organizers for inviting me to my first spinach. And also, this is the first time I've been in a symposium with another Taiwanese speaker, so it's personally very thrilling for me. My name is Sinlan Poo, or Sinlan, and I am the curator of research at the Memphis Zoo. And this is what people usually think of when they think of a zoo, is exhibits, animals, and interactions. And that is a lot of what the zoo does, but we do more. So the zoos can actually contribute to biodiversity conservation in a number of different ways. This includes, collections research on the living collections, the animals that we have. We have information on their behavior, on their life history, demography, their pedigree, their reproduction, physiology, health. Because these are animals that are under our care, we keep extensive records on them throughout their lifespan. Zoos actually work to establish assurance colonies. This is a way to preserve species, preserve a living species through assisted reproductive technology. It also gives us a chance to really build up our capacity for captive releases so that we can contribute not only to ex situ populations, but to in situ conservation. So that's the last part, is building up our capacity for reintroductions. And this can be supporting an existing population or building a new population in an area where this animal is no longer found. So this has come up a couple times in different talks. Zoos actually hold a wealth of information on the living species. The majority of these records are digitized because they are of current animals that we are taking care of. However, this is largely untapped in terms of resources to researchers or to people in other professions, although we do see signs of this changing in recent years, so I'll go into that a little bit. Well, this is a paper that was published looking at the demographics of animals. And what they found is that if you just wanted basic demographic information, such as lifespan or clutch size, of the 32,000 species they surveyed, only less than 1% had even basic data like that. And it's very worrying because there's no demographic information for 65% of the threatened species that they were looking at. And what they found was that if they digged into the zoo database, what's currently already digitized, you can actually use zoo data to fill in this gap and increase this knowledge by about 8-fold. And then so we do see this trend of increasing scientific publications at least in US and European zoos. So you see the total increases in the last 2 decades or so. If you break them down by subject, you'll see that papers on biodiversity conservation is still lagging behind things like veterinary sciences or animal welfare in recent years. Nonetheless, it is kind of encouraging to see this overall steady increase over the years. Some of the examples from my own zoo of projects that we are currently working on or have worked on in the past include cryopreservation of amphibians, of mammals, of reptiles. I work with the dusty gopher frogs, which I'll talk about a little bit later. We have projects looking at disease, and this is disease prevention both within the zoo and detection in wild populations. Well, there's a lot of study on different types of behavior at the zoo, so they have a long history of that. We have studies from graduate students looking at life history and demography of our animals. We have studies on a researcher using a captive population to develop techniques to detect reproduction. So these methods can then be used in wild populations to monitor the population growth. We have studies looking at developmental biology, studies looking at environment and how they impact the health of the animal, and even studies that look at evolution between host-parasite interactions. These are studies that are not necessarily something that you can do easily in the field, but the zoo is kind of a readily available resource for it. So captive colonies, especially in recent years, have been a big focus in zoos. And through the establishment of captive colonies, zoos are able to provide refugia for threatened or endangered species, species that face ongoing risks in the wild, and include them in the living collections of the zoo. This also gives us a chance to build up our capacity for captive breeding before the release. What is not, maybe not as commonly known, is that species are actually managed across AZA institutions. So within North America or within the United States, a single species is seen as one population, almost like a meta population between all the different captive organizations. So a bunch of zoos actually manage one species collectively. And this is under AZA, they're called species survival plans. Currently, there's about 300 species that are managed this way. In terms of captive breeding, this can be done naturally or through assisted reproductive technologies, including hormone induction, artificial insemination, in vitro fertilization, and so on. I won't go into this too much, but here are some notable examples that you might have heard of from the San Diego Zoo, from the National Zoo in DC, and a couple examples from my own zoo. Through this, we're actually also able to develop techniques and build our capacity for biobanking. So you might have heard of the frozen zoo or genome resource banks. These are found at a number of different zoos in the United States. And by doing so, we're able to preserve the genetic material and increase the genetic lifespan of either a population or a valuable individual or a species at large. These are used actively, actually, in captive populations. So it's not only storing it, it's part of our collection. And it has the potential to be used in situ as well, to be used for a collection that is non-invasive or less invasive, where you're only collecting genetic material from the wild individual instead of bringing the entire individual into captivity. Almost press the wrong button. And then finally, a lot of this is geared towards reintroduction. So connecting the work that we're doing ex situ to in situ conservation. So building up our capacity for captive breeding, so that eventually we can release and build the populations in the wild. And I'll give you a couple examples. The first one is the dusty gopher frog. So this is a species that the Memphis Zoo has been working on for the last 20 plus years. It is critically endangered. It's found in southeastern North America. The last census that they've done, there's less than 200 adult individuals in the wild coming from one source pond. A captive colony and reintroduction plan was established and led by the Memphis Zoo back in 2003. This at one point spanned 17 different institutions, and we currently have more than 600 adults in captivity, so more than what you actually find in the wild. And through working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Nature Conservancy, Army Corps, and a number of organizations, we're able to have our first release in 2017. So for the last 6 years, we have released 4,000 tadpoles and about 4,000 juvenile frogs into 2 ponds that are within the historical range of this animal, but that they're no longer found. And what is exciting is that after 6 years, we are seeing first signs of a population, right? We've documented reproduction over the last 3 years. We've seen juveniles using the appropriate habitat in the wild. These are all captive bred and released individuals. And then we see adults. So you do see these early signs of a new population that's potentially taking hold. Another example I'll give is with the Louisiana pine snakes. So similarly, this is an endangered species found in pine forests in southeastern United States. In 2003, a recovery plan or captive colony was established by the Memphis Zoo with a number of partnering zoos. And similar to the dusty gopher frogs, we've worked with a number of federal and state agencies for releases. Releases have been going on since 2010. We've released 400 plus individuals. In the wild, we've had our first confirmed birth from a released snake in 2019. What is particularly exciting or unique about the Louisiana pine snake project is this potential for in situ and ex situ exchange. So we have researchers at the zoo that have developed artificial insemination techniques using our captive pairs that are aimed at wild collections. We've actually done a few wild collections where we can, trap wild males, collect their sperms, release them, and use those the sperm that's collected to artificially inseminate our captive females, so that the individuals that we keep in the captive colony and the ones that we release are more genetically diverse. And so what I hope I gave was a brief overview of some of the potential for zoos to contribute to applied conservation. And here I'll put a little bit of a plug. Some of you might have been in presentations earlier today. A project that I'm working on with a number of collaborators is the ZooMoo. So it's a Zoo Museum initiative. It's a way for zoos and aquariums to have a stronger bond with natural history museums. That is our QR code if you want to join our Google group. And this is the idea of creating this link between living collections in zoos that have all the data associated with the living collections with preserved collections at natural history museums and all the data that's associated with that, so that we can have exchange in terms of the physical specimen, in terms of the data, and form a stronger link in terms of all the researchers and staff that work in these institutions. And with that, I would like to thank the Memphis Zoo Conservation Research Department, all of our volunteers, students. I won't list all of our partnering institutions, but also in particular, I would like to thank all our funding agencies that have made this work possible. A lot of them are long-term projects for 20 some years. So we're very, very thankful of them. And if I have time for questions. Bottom right. Yeah. So that is IVF, so in vitro fertilization. That is one of the largest species of toads in South America. We were there building up the capacity of a captive organization for breeding them. Pull out a string of eggs and then you can fertilize them.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the organizers for this, for the invitation. I am Alina Freire-Fierro, a botanist from Ecuador. I work at the Herbarium on Applied Research at Universidad Técnica de Cotopaxi. Today, I will discuss a little about my perspective as a member from the Global South, after having worked here in the United States for several years and now being back in Ecuador. This is, first I'd like to introduce you a little about Ecuador. We are on the equatorial lane, we have less than about 250,000 square meters, 1,000 meters, and we are, as I mentioned, in the equatorial lane. In terms of botanical diversity, we have a very high proportion of vascular plant species comparing with other countries like Brazil, China, even including the USA and Canada. We have 73 species per 1,000 square kilometers. Comparing with other areas, it's very high. Unfortunately, this rich biodiversity and life itself in the planet, as we know, it's in dire danger because of the increase in the temperature in the planet. It's going to be catastrophic for life. And examples we see already now with droughts, floods, and not only on developing countries, but also, as you know, in Canada and here in California, etc. These effects of climate warming, it's affecting also other organisms besides us, humans. It's between 4 and 18% of the geographic range is going to be disappearing with the increase on the temperature. And it's unfortunate because the highest extinction percentage of extinction rate it's in South America and then also in other regions of the world. Regarding South America, we also have several hotspots. Ecuador per se, even though it's a small country, we have 2 of the hotspots. So I've been very concerned, and even though I might be dead before the situation it's becoming worse, still it's going to affect the younger generation. It's affecting. So what I did was to look in journals produced by botanical societies, journals that are from the north and from the south in the planet. They were like of free access, and the societies who published them were it's what I was I know more familiarized with these societies. So from the global north, I checked for these societies who have published those journals, and from the global south also. And then the IAPT, which is a global organization. From that, 243 articles have been published in 2022 or 2023, and about 13% of those mention about the effects of global warming in the planet. So botanical publications are not focusing into that. So I wanted to see also how about botanical collections, and checking on families like Asteraceae or Solanaceae that have more or less global distribution. I checked in GBIF, and it's evident that it's decreasing the number of collections that are being made in these families. The same happens to families that have global distribution, like Poaceae, Cyperaceae, in which, as you see, between the 1960s and 80s is the highest number of collections that have been digitized. And I understand, we know many institutions have digitized the whole collection. So it's just, from my point of view, it's a reflection that there is no new collections being made. It's again in families, in tropical families, Rubiaceae, Orchidaceae, or in families that are mostly in the New World, like the palms or Melastomataceae. So I wanted to see what happened like in iDigBio, which is a database that has mostly information from North American herbaria. And the situation is similar to what you see in databases from GBIF, that, as you know, it has information from many institutions, not only from the global north. And a similar situation happens to the genus that I've been working with, the genus Monina in the Polygalaceae. So one of these reasons, from my point of view, of this decrease in the collections is because in the global north, basic research, it's not being done much. So field trips to the collecting field trips are not being much done. And on the other hand, at least in Ecuador, we don't have graduate programs in botany. So you don't have people doing collecting and doing basic or botanical research. So most of the work that has to be done in countries where you don't have graduate programs or you don't have much collaboration with countries from the global north, it has to be done, or it is done, by undergraduate students. And this situation, it's also a little problematic because even though the Kunming-Montreal agreement was to decrease the loss of diversity by 2030 by 30%, in this recent study, it was mentioned that this, in order to reach that goal, has to be a concerted effort from as a planet, as a global concerted effort, because countries that, especially in developing countries, would not have the resources to attain the goal as a planet. So it would need to be done in a collaborative effort between the global north and the global south. So the problems that I think I've seen, or my perspective, is that temperature is increasing. We are doing science, and the world is doing as if nothing is happening. Business as usual. Diversity is decreasing. The documentation on diversity is decreasing too. And I feel like there is not much involvement from the botanical societies. Maybe from the zoological societies is similar. And at least in the South, there is a big focus onto the impact of publications. It's important to have a high factor, but what it's more important, I think, it's to conserve what we have. Otherwise, I don't know how we are going to continue getting this high impact publications if there's not going to be any diversity to study. So my suggestion is like encouraging members to volunteer in climate activism and in conservation. And we don't have money as societies, but we could lobby to have these funding organizations, the administrations, to, from my perspective, to put priority in collecting what is there now, before it's too late. And there should be, it would be good to have a scientific support for documenting this diversity, as I mentioned. Much of this diversity which is present in these developed, in the least developed countries. And as I mentioned, again, these studies will depend on the younger generations. And as was mentioned in Taiwan, it's very nice. You start with children, and then, of course, it goes from children to college and beyond. Some things we have been doing at the UTC Herbarium, which is on applied research. It's working with the undergraduates to document the knowledge and also document the diversity. So we've gotten several books and guides that would help educating the rest of the public about the diversity. So it's my final thoughts is that I will just read this, that the practical results will require shifting the emphasis that we've been placing in academic and other research institutions away from publications and rankings and more towards basic getting basic data and specimen collection. In the short term, that might not be possible. If we lose that, it's gone forever. So as we all know, each organism represents lengthy evolutionary solutions to problems that might be very useful for us in the future. As an example, the antibiotics. So that's all. And as a final note, I think more collaborative work and more engagement from all members of society, we might have the chance of not destroying our only home, our planet. Thank you. And if you have questions.
Very thought-provoking talk. Sort of an observation and then a question for you. Even within my own herbarium, with that GBIF information, we get that spike and that drop. And my analysis of my herbarium indicates that that is the lag in digitizing the most recent collections that we have. So we have consistently received, 10,000 collections a year, but it takes us a couple of years maybe to process some of the ones from, first received. We don't immediately process all of the incoming specimens. So I'm just wondering if that could be a similar indication for some of those other, the graphs that you showed, that perhaps there's a lag period, and how can we accelerate processing and release of data which can foster and advance science and research for conservation. There is also the other little caveat that, COVID happened for a couple of years, and permitting and collecting and getting specimens moved is also becoming more and more problematic. So, but do you think that could be something we need to work on, is getting collections out there faster?
Yeah, that's a good observation. That's true. Now, from my understanding, it's many institutions have like up to date the data. I don't have knowledge of which ones have, which ones have uploaded up to certain year, etc. But I know of some institutions, they do have their collections like they were collected yesterday. And now with all these database programs, you could already, while you have collected material, you would write down on the database the information from your specimens. That would increase. And regarding permits, that's a good and important issue. I'm talking about myself. It took me about 6 months to get one permit for doing DNA work, and plus 2 months to getting the export permit. So it would be about a year before you can send the material abroad. And people at the Ministry of Environment are my friends. So it could take a long time. And I think that could be a situation that the governments should take should take into consideration, like to help our scientific community of getting the permits to do the research. Yeah.
You mentioned that there aren't graduate options in Ecuador for your promising students, do they go elsewhere? Do they go to another country? Or for many of them, are they just discouraged from advanced studies?
Some of the students do go to do graduate work in other countries. My perspective is that there is so much that needs to be done. Like even if some students go get their graduate studies, sometimes they would do the research in the country they are studying instead of working with plants from Ecuador. So that could be one thing. And other things, like in my own case, I stayed after I did my graduate work in the United States. I stayed here for almost 20 years, and only then I returned. And that's many graduates, they would stay in the other countries. So yeah. It's I think it's a combination. There is not much encouragement for you to do to work with biodiversity, because as we know it, that's the jobs are not, there are not too many jobs to work on basic research. Yeah, it's a catch-22, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and I'm from China. Okay, that's okay now? Oh, yeah, sorry. That's fine, yeah. And my name is Keping Ma from Chinese Academy of Sciences, University of Boston. And I would like to thank the organizer, in particular, IDBio, through LIPI, to invite me and financially support the travel. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to share the progress of biodiversity informatics in China. I think that's very important for the whole society to know the progress in the corner of China. And I appreciate the opportunity. One of the reasons is that China, we really do a lot in this regard, but because of the barrier of language, and maybe you have very little knowledge about the progress of what we are doing. And so I really appreciate the opportunity. Oh, sorry. And I think the biodiversity informatics or biodiversity data is really very important for biodiversity conservation. And in recent years, we really have that kind of experience because we publish a number of papers in high-profile journals on the biodiversity conservation planning or related topics, such as a paper published the year before last year in Science Advances about the priority areas for achieving 30% of protected area action targets of Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in 2030. And we really need that kind of data for species occurrence. And then we can identify the hotspots, and then we can identify the conservation gaps, and then to propose strategies how to allocate resources and manpower to the to meet the gaps of conservation in Asia. We we have published that kind of paper. And also, we just published a paper in the journal One Earth to show the results of global 30% priority areas for achieving the 30% protected area action targets of global biodiversity framework. In this kind of practice, we really realize that biodiversity occurrence data are very important, not only for research, but also for strategic studies or decision-making process. So I just like to share some progress in digitization of specimens and associated collection of data of biodiversity. And we have a number of projects related to biodiversity big data. And first is the digitization of specimens, including plant specimens, zoological collections, and also for minerals and something like that. We call it specimens or samples. And since 2003, we have digitized 16 million specimens. Among them, for plant specimens, the number is over 11 million. So we really have a good accumulation of digitized specimens. And we also try to digitize and share some digitized literatures. And China is one of the node of BHL. So we digitize literatures in Chinese and then to share some digitized literatures from other nodes, in particular the nodes of United States. And we also set up a kind of citizen science platform for the color photos, and some of them with geographical coordinates. So that's also a very good data for plant occurrence. And this project started in 2006. And now we have accumulated 19 million photos, mainly for plants, but we also have some animal photos. And the idea is try to turn the whole Earth into a living herbarium. And because the photos, most of them with geographical coordinates. And we also released the Catalog of Life China, that is the checklist of species in China since 2008. And every year we release a new version on the International Day of Biological Diversity. And this year on May 22nd, we also released the new version. And we also node of GBIF since 2013. And in 2015, we started another project, namely mapping Asia plants. As you know, Asia is a gap area for occurrence data of biodiversity. So we try to promote the digitization of plant data in Asia. And as you know, for the global perspective, animal occurrence data, in particular for vertebrates, we really have some data sets, in particular those developed by the IUCN, but for plant data, we do not have that kind of data sets. So we try to start this project. And also we try to organize the data sets associated with biodiversity together and try to provide, say, synthesized portal for users to share data. So we started another platform, namely BioOne, and so far we have collected 2.6 billion records for biodiversity data, including omics data. And I just take flora of China as an example. We have completed the first version of Flora of China in 2004. That is in Chinese, 80 volumes, 126 books. So that's a huge series of books. And the second version is in English. We call it Flora China, and consists of 49 volumes. So we have two versions of Flora of China. I also mentioned this project, Catalog of Life. And since 2008, every year we update the checklist. And for the version of this year, the number is 140,000 species. For plants, we have 39,000 species for higher plants. And from the websites, you can have the information for accepted names, synonyms, and associated literatures. So that's very convenient. And this is the website, and we call it a National Specimen Information Infrastructure. And this is the analysis of the, this is the Nature Museum, we call it living herbarium. And really a lot of very good contributors to this platform. And we have search engines for a group of photos. And just take this as the example. If you have interest in this group of photo taken in the botanic garden, and then you have such kind of photos. And also we have a window to search the photos and with associated information on species names. And also for some, a lot of species with thousands of color photos. And this is a species card and more photos and beautiful flowers. And for the system, they can have the contributors to manage their photos by using the checklisting service in different ways. And also this kind of systematic tree approach. You can click on a photo you have interest, and also if you have, say, such kind of equipment, and then we have the trace records. You can see a lot of sites already have that kind of data photo. This is the increase by year of the species numbers associated with the photos, that the concept turned the whole Earth into a living herbarium. And we also have another database for plant photos in China. Based on this, we developed a number of mobile apps for identification of plants, for identification of birds, and also for the vegetation collection, vegetation information collection app. It's very powerful, and so far we have collected more than 300,000 points data for the vegetation in different areas of China, which is very helpful for the developing vegetation maps. That's very important. That's okay. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry, I've forgotten your name again and I couldn't open my laptop again. So you were talking about language barrier, and this is one very important factor in my field of study as well. So I'm from reptiles and amphibians background, and the Chinese, they've made extremely great contribution to science, but a lot of the literature are in Chinese. And of course now with Google Translate, we can do a lot of stuff, but I don't know if there is any app or anything in place now, but I thought it would be really great if you would be able, because China is very powerful and you're doing great science, and I was wondering if there would be any initiative to do some, like, a lot of translation from Chinese language to English language, because with biodiversity disappearing and it's all about collaboration now, it would be really helpful, really helpful if you can have a lot of the, say, for example, reptiles and amphibians, Chinese literature, historical to modern ones, translated to English, like, or maybe other languages also, but primarily English.
Thank you very much for your comments and suggestions. I think that that's very important for China to know the world, and then world to know China through the useful language as a tool. And there are a number of different kinds of tools for the translation, such as Google Translation and something like that. But such kind of tools can only help you to catch the general idea. You cannot understand the meaning exactly, in particular for academic languages, literatures. So this is one side as a barrier. Another side is that, say, for Chinese projects, the contributors and the users both are Chinese. So they might first to choose Chinese as a language, as a tool being used for the development of a project. So I think both are reasons, considerations. And anyway, I fully agree with you. We should try to improve the tools for the, say, bilingual translation. That's very important.
Get this up to my level. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shelley James. I'm from the Western Australian Herbarium, which is part of the Department of Biodiversity Conservation and Attractions. So I'm here to speak about natural science collections for biodiversity conservation from an Australian perspective, and what we're sort of doing from the collections community, how we're all working together to try and advance conservation. So disasters. I had a colleague who said this is a great starting slide. You know, so biologically, Australasia is one of the richest and most diverse regions on Earth, and in the past decade, Australasia has experienced a significant increase in the number and the severity of disasters impacting our native species and ecosystems, as demonstrated by this Australian Disaster Resilience Knowledge Hub. And it's amazing when you click on those little buttons and see how much damage has been done. Many of you would have heard about the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfires, which in Australia caused substantial damage along the east coast, south coast and Kangaroo Island there. And it led to substantial funding for wildlife, for recovery and for conservation. And you probably would have seen all the red skies, black smoke and disaster that happened with that on the media. Bushfire recovery funding has helped local communities, wildlife carers, natural resource managers, universities and government agencies to undertake conservation activities. And underpinning all of this are the biological collections and the data that they house, such as providing baseline data to assess the impacts on wildlife and ecosystems. As shown here, down the bottom here, there was 810 priority species and communities that were assessed with, you know, more than $200 million worth of funding just for that one disaster. For my state, which also has lots and lots of fires, I work for a government department and it has strategic goals and actions that ensure conservation is supported and driven by biological collections, providing reliable, verifiable data to enable evidence-based conservation and decision-making. But there's a huge community behind a lot of these projects and activities, and we're all working together to ensure the continued delivery of high-quality data for conservation needs across Australasia. So as I started putting together this talk, I decided my title should really be this, an explosion of acronyms. So you'll see why in a minute. So the natural history collections in Australasia, there are 193 natural science collections that deliver data to the Atlas of Living Australia, which then delivers data to GBIF and various other portals as well, enabling the use of that data for conservation projects. So this encompasses more than 13,000 data sets of more than 11.5 million preserved specimens. Most of these collections are university collections, federal or state-funded collections. So within the herbarium community, we're very well organised. We have sort of a mini spinach. We have the Council of Heads of Australasian Herbaria, or CHAR, and that group promotes matters of interest to Australasian Herbaria, so Australia and New Zealand, enabling cooperation and communication between institutions. There are two subcommittees. There's the Managers of Australasian Herbaria, or MARC. So you often hear me talk about CHAR and MARC, comprising collection managers, and that was established in 2009. But prior to that, the Herbarium Information Systems Committee, or HISCOM, which comprises of data managers, was formed. And these groups develop and implement collections management policy, recommendations, guidelines, and best practice for Australasian herbarium physical collections and the data, and the high-quality data shared with data aggregators. So this enables the ability of herbaria to rapidly respond to incidents and work collaboratively across Australasia to answer all sorts of best practice questions. And just interestingly, HISPID is the Herbarium Information Standards and Protocols for Interchange of Data. It was developed in 1989 and predates Darwin Core. So the herbarium community in Australasia was sharing data well before the global community. So we're right up there. In terms of the faunal community, there is the equivalent of CHAR and MARC. There's CHAR and HISCOM, sorry. CHAFC is the Council of Heads of Australian faunal collections. So this is only Australian heads of institutions. New Zealand has their own equivalent. And then there's the Faunal Collections Information Group, FSIG. So there's no managers equivalent, and they're sort of trying to get themselves organised to have something equivalent. And all these groups meet annually, quarterly, to discuss all sorts of issues and successes, and work together collaboratively to deliver collections data. So where does that data go to? It goes to the Atlas of Living Australia. And as part of ALA, we have AVH, which is the Australasian Virtual Herbarium, which is only herbarium collections, no observational data, and AusCam, which is the online zoological collections of Australian museums. And these act as portals for collection management as well. So they provide online and dynamic access to the wealth of specimen-only data held by Australian and New Zealand collections. So ALA also delivers observational data for Australia. Projects are working to link genomic data such as ARGA, the Australian Reference Genome Atlas. ALA is working to deliver Indigenous knowledge and other extended specimen data. And then there's another component, the Australian Research Data Commons, which is aggregating and delivering research data assets, including biodiversity data, but not the collections data. So all these research data sets, and they can be all used for conservation. In terms of data standards, we have TADWIG, Biodiversity Information Standards, which has an Oceania representative. You're looking at her. And Ellie Wallace is currently the chair of TADWIG. So there's a very, very strong Oceania presence in TADWIG. So in Australasia, we follow best practice guidelines as shared by SPNHC as well. There are actually 2 members at large currently that are from the Great Southern Lands. And so we hope to continue that representation moving forward. And we also have a Mark Char liaison, which is me again. I don't say no to anything. That also reports to SPNHC, and so you might have seen some of those reports in the newsletter. And then TADWIG this year is going to be held in Tasmania. Come along, the conference, and next year the 2024 joint meeting of TADWIG and SPNHC is hoped to be in Okinawa. So we're really strong in the standards world down south. In Australia, the Australian government, through the Australian Biological Resources Study, provides national leadership and support for the discovery, naming and classification of Australian living organisms. And they help support the Australian National Species List, which the 2 major components of that are the Australian Plant Census, which provides currently accepted taxon names for Australian species, so really valuable if you're trying to do Australian curation, but also the Australian Plant Names Index, so which is documents taxonomic name usage, so it has all sorts of publications on where that name has been used in publications. There are also now coming online fungi, lichens, the bryophytes are up there. And it's the taxonomic and the collections community. It's the collections people that are actually helping to contribute to these major databases. In New Zealand, we have the Flora of New Zealand online, which is supported by Landcare, and they have similar programs as well. And then, of course, there's all sorts of state floras and checklists, which provide authoritative and unified data for names and published concepts. In terms of leadership, in 2018, Taxonomy Australia was developed and established, and it has a mission to discover and document all Australian species and to support, enhance and expand taxonomy and systematics for the understanding and conservation, there's that word again, conservation of biodiversity in the region. So it has a steering committee, which is represented by taxonomic societies, researchers and the collections community. So it's an all-encompassing body. Taxonomy Australia developed a decadal plan, thank you, to outline several needs and goals, which include accelerating species discovery and documentation, integrating and enhancing taxonomic infrastructure, such as improving and enhancing NSL and ALA and everything else like that. supporting the strategic growth of taxonomic capacity and capabilities in Australia, enhancing services for end users like conservation researchers, and engaging the community, including Indigenous Australians, to help document the biota and recognising its uniqueness and value. So as part of this work, taxonomy worked with Deloitte Access to determine the value of taxonomy in Australia. And according to the cost-benefit analysis that they did, the Australian economy benefits by $4 to $35 Australian dollars. Yeah, not worth as much as the US dollar, for every dollar spent on taxonomy and naming a species, all of which is underpinned by the biological collections that we all help to care for and maintain. And as you can see there, there's a huge amount of money that is spent on biodiscovery and particularly biodiversity conservation at $74 to $372 million per year. So we're really valuable. So recently published in 2021, the Australian government produced the National Research Infrastructure Roadmap. And it was it's to specifically highlight it specifically highlighted the need for a national collections roadmap and developing a national approach to collections and how they can best serve users and stakeholders. And it's estimated that natural science collections in Australia comprise $7 billion worth of infrastructure. That's pretty substantial. So taxonomy, Australia in its decadal plan estimated that about 31 million is needed for taxonomic research infrastructure for, about 10 years, and another 73 million to double the taxonomic and collections workforce. So not big bickies by comparison with that big telescope I was hearing about in one talk this morning. Representatives from across the collections and research communities met just in this past April 2023 for a workshop on how to progress this national approach to collections. And of course, the US models were highly studied, and as well as the European versions of similar projects. And a report will come out soon. Thank you. So finally, how do all these components interact to enable conservation? Well, natural science collections, of course, are in the centre there as the keystone, the gold standard, the verifiable resource for the extended specimen, allowing for fair and care science. So extended specimen, we've got, AGA, ALA, ARDC, and Biodiversity Heritage Library Australia, which is producing masses of really valuable protolog information for us. We have the data standards, I can use this. We have data standards being worked on by all of the people, the collections professionals, all the societies that are all interacting. We've got really great leadership and advocacy. We just have to poke them a little more to push them to provide us with a bit more cash. We have best practices in play. We're all helping with the taxonomy and nomenclature. If you don't know what you've got, you can't conserve it. So there's that, and that's all leading into both Western and traditional conservation practices. So working together, these people, organisations, institutions, all enable effective evidence-based conservation. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Barbara Kears. I'm the Director Emeritus of the Herbarium at the New York Botanical Garden and a research adjunct at the Denver Botanic Gardens currently. Let's see. So thanks to the earlier presenters in this session for your stimulating talks The purpose of my talk is to make some suggestions about how we in the United States might better align our thinking with the kind of collaborative spirit that some of your previous presentations have demonstrated. I think we could all agree that preserving ecosystems like this Costa Rican montane rainforest is one of the main reasons we put so much effort into documenting life through carefully preserved and documented specimens. However, given that prognostications agree that the next 25 years or so is a critical period for preserving ecosystems that are key to healthy life on Earth, we must ask ourselves whether we are doing all we can with our collections to contribute to solutions to the crisis. This table summarizes some of the ways that we've traditionally contributed to conservation of biological diversity. These are very important ways, but they're largely passive. We often put information out there to make it available. We put a lot of effort into that, but we don't usually lead or sometimes even participate in the research or consequent conservation action. That's not to say we're doing nothing. I think it's worth pointing out several things that have been talked about a lot here. There's this very committee that is addressing, SPNHC's addressing of the biodiversity crisis. The Extended Specimen Network, which you've heard about in a number of presentations, is also a way to reunite specimens with derivative data in order to give a better picture of the biology of the organisms. And of course, ZooMoo is bringing in, and not just zoos, but botanical gardens, microbe collections is another way to increase the scope and information that we can derive from collections. But I think there's more that we can do. I think we need to become more active partners in the research projects that use our data. Team science is something of a buzzword right now. It's floating around everywhere. And whether or not you think it'll last or not, I think we could all agree that environmental problems we face today are so great that no one group of experts is going to be able to solve them. And although I personally am at a very early stage of understanding what team science is, it does provide some guidance for how teams of people with disparate backgrounds might come to a working relationship that is both productive and equitable. For example, last week, I attended the Innovation Summit of the Environmental Data Science Innovation and Inclusion Lab, which is a newly funded National Science Foundation center that is based at the University of Colorado in Boulder, but has participating members all over the country and, in fact, all over the world. This summit brought together 250 people in person from a variety of communities to talk about how they might work together in a team science environment and what the outcomes could be. And although the ultimate goal of this community, this ESOL community, is the same as ours, that is the protection of healthy ecosystems on Earth, I was one of only 2 people representing biological collections there. I mean, really only one was invited, Joe Miller from GBIF. I invited myself. But rather than standing outside the silo, waiting for it to magically open for us, we need to knock politely but loudly on the silo door with a smile on our faces and maybe a fruit basket and walk right in when the door opens. I mean, my sense from the ESOL crowd and the interactions I had with them is that you don't really need the fruit basket. They're welcome to let you in, but you have to knock loudly enough so that they hear you over all the other conversation. And, a silo is bound to have a lot of echo that makes it hard to hear. My facile analogy aside, it is difficult. I recognize it's difficult to form new relationships, but we could go into it better informed and be more impactful. For example, before, instead of just putting data out there, why not find out what ecological initiatives are in your area or are relevant to you, how they work, how they might use your data, what parts of your data set or your collection would be particularly pertinent to one of their questions, one or more of their questions, and then also make analysis of what it would take to either clean up or otherwise transform those data into a format that could be used. And then, we could, reach out and form more meaningful partnerships, maybe starting with something very small. And maybe if you do get a foot in the door, then you think about your other collections that you know of in your area, in your discipline, whatever, who might also be useful. And maybe we could accrue enough experience that this would become kind of the normal procedure to involve our kinds of data in these larger initiatives. The main difference between this approach and what we do now and what I'm suggesting is that we play an active role in seeking out partners to use our data, and in return, we receive credit and recognition as members of a team, rather than just words of thanks in the acknowledgement section of a paper. I was struck by the sentence quoted here, actually, apologize for the typo, from a paper a few years back by Colella et al. On the proposed open specimen movement. The sentence is, we propose a paradigm shift from specimen ownership to specimen stewardship. This paper was specifically talking about what we've come to think of as, dark data, dark collections. That is, those that are generated by a research project but haven't or maybe never will find their way into a public collection. But I think the proposal has much broader applicability. What if we thought of ourselves as stewards of a national resource that belongs to everyone, rather than a set of independently owned collections? I am not proposing some sort of giant financial model here, or even removing agency of individual collections to carry out their work, but rather a change in philosophy and a more overt recognition of our interdependence and collective responsibility to support all parts of our specimen heritage. I think this could be an early step towards away from a colonial approach to sort of own things and keep them to ourselves, to a recognition that these organisms belong to everyone, and we have collective responsibility to care for them and help derive as much knowledge as possible from them. With a one collection mindset, we could more easily move forward with a number of initiatives, some of which we've been talking about for years, beginning with articulating our common values, missions, and goals, so that we can both protect existing collections and have a roadmap to guide future collecting. If we can move forward with a common purpose, we can be a much more effective team within a team in team science. So to act collectively and manage our collection heritage will not be easy and will move us from our comfort zones in a number of ways. And the hardest part may be to re-examine and rethink our traditional practices to prioritize team-oriented efforts. I am not, I repeat, not suggesting that we do this work by just adding on a few more hours of work to a community of professionals who already do far too much for too little compensation. Rather, I suggest that we be open to re-examining all of our practices and perhaps reallocate our time and effort. Now, it may seem like an impossible challenge to rethink our national collections objectives, but if we're open to learning from other fields of study, there are tools that can help. What's showing here is the title and a graphic from a classic article from the Harvard Business Review, which gives guidance for articulating and implementing a vision for a business. But in many ways, it's completely adaptable to the collections community. It's a very good roadmap for that. I never thought I would stand in front of you and reference an article from the Harvard Business Review. However, it's a wealth of knowledge. And if you manage a collection in some way, I advise you to have a look through the table of contents. And if you don't find at least one article that's pertinent to what you do, I'll buy you a beer at the next Spinach meeting. Another thing that could help is that Beacon has recently received some funding from the National Science Foundation to hold a series of workshops that explore how we might engage a variety of other biological data initiatives and to create a comprehensive network of biological data that follows the FAIR principles. Hopefully these conversations over the next couple of years will help to break the ice with some of these other data communities and will lead to a better understanding of what might be needed to form really meaningful and lasting collaborations. We're going to take some training in team science, the Beacon Advisory Committee, and we can kind of try to keep everyone informed of how this develops. And if you please let us know if you'd like to be more actively involved. And also, as Anna mentioned in her plenary talk, a National Collections Action Center has been highlighted as a recommendation in the CHIPS Act that was passed by Congress last year. And in March, iDigBio started a series of conversations that is continuing about what this center might do. And such a center might indeed be the place that organizes the type of effort I'm talking about. However, I don't think we should wait until such a center is established to begin to consider how we might work collectively to increase our impact on saving biodiversity. Ideally, early in the establishment of such a center, if indeed we get to that point, those in charge will canvass the community to find out what kinds of initiatives are already underway, and then they will underpin those as a way of getting started. This both gives them a jump start, but also ensures that they put their efforts into initiatives that already have community support and leads us in the right direction. So I want to acknowledge and thank the members of my museum administration class at CU Boulder this past semester for a lot of really great discussions that were not directly about the subject of this presentation, but certainly provide the background for my thinking. And one of my students, a woman who's building a collection of mid-century wooden handbags, brought this article to my attention. So you never know what you're going to learn from whom. But part of the reason I think we can do more in the future is because if our next generation of collections professionals has even half the talent, insight, and wisdom of these 9 individuals, I think great things can ensue. They won't come cheap, though. They're not going to work 100 hours a week for $35,000 a year. So that's something we're going to have to figure out. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, huge thank you to the speakers who traveled from near and far to be with us today. Thank you for sharing your perspectives. And thank you for joining us in this discussion. If you didn't hear it at the beginning, this symposium was put together by the Biodiversity Crisis Response Committee. So if you're interested in continuing that discussion and joining us on our monthly meetings, please find Yuta or myself, and we could tell you more about that. I also wanted to put a plug in for a direct continuation of this discussion or this symposium in on the agenda for tomorrow, which is listed as a conservation conversation cafe. Say that 5 times fast. Tomorrow afternoon in the 3:30 to 5 o'clock session in Franciscan Avian Sea. And during that time, so today we were able to hear from 6 folks representing some different corners of the world, different projects. And so we'd love to hear from more of you about the types of work you're doing, the different hats you're wearing in this realm of collections and conservation, and to be able to learn more from each other about all of that. So hopefully I'll see some of you tomorrow as well. Good. Yeah, great. Thank you. And I feel like I know that person. I think she's in the audience here multiple times. Thank you so much.
Okay, so can I first ask you to turn off your phones, put your phones away, please? And also thank our sponsors, especially Diamond Sponsors, Picture A and Delta. I'm going to ask the speakers to introduce themselves to save time so we can keep on time as they come up. And yeah, if there are any questions at the end, you can make your way to the microphone so the people online can hear clearly. If there are no time for questions at the end, if you can pose your questions via the Oxford abstracts, you can send your questions directly to the speakers. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, John?
Ready? No. Also, thanks to sponsors. Don't know who they are, but they're obviously nice people. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Jan Friedman, the geologist for the Royal Commission of Alula. And it's a pleasure to talk about the work we're doing in Alula to develop best practices for natural history collections and conservation. So Alula, some of you may know, or possibly not, it's in the northwest of Saudi Arabia, about 200 kilometers from the Red Sea, east of the Red Sea. And it's quite a beautiful place. So it's not how you imagine it. It's a desert environment, but not how you'd imagine a desert. Quite a lot of different types of environments, different types of ecosystems, and as you'll see, different species as well. And it does get quite hot in summer, goes up to about 50 degrees. American 120 for Americans, 50 for the rest of the world, for normal people. And it's about the size of Belgium, so it's quite a large area. And it's beautiful, beautiful place, lots of heritage, which I'll get into as well. The Saudi Vision 2030 was announced in 2016 with the aim to improve healthcare, education, infrastructure and tourism in Saudi Arabia by 2030. There's some mega projects, including renewable energies, really big renewable energy projects, and others are focusing on tourism and the preservation of internationally important heritage sites. And Alula is one of these areas being developed to be a global tourist destination. And the Royal Commission was established in 2017, so a very new organization. And it's set out to manage Alula and the natural and cultural heritage of the region. So for some of you, this might look familiar. It's similar to Petra in Jordan. So in Alula, there's a site called Hegra, which was built by the same people 2,000 years ago in the beautiful sandstones, incredibly carved precision temples from the sandstones. And they so much archaeology in the region. And this place is over 100 tombs, and it's the first UNESCO site, UNESCO World Heritage Site in Saudi Arabia. And there are hundreds of other archaeological sites, from ancient cities to individual settlements, showing human occupation in the area for over 100,000 years, actually. And this one is Dadan, so an old city, about 3,000 years ago, and archaeologists are still excavating. And the archaeology research has only is really recent, so they've only had researchers in from outside of Saudi in the last 10 years. So the Museum of Alula is very filled with archaeological collections. There's no natural history collections in there. And with our growing wildlife and natural heritage team, there's a big need to review all the museum policies and standards, because it's just focusing on archaeology, which is lovely, but not so much for us. So the wildlife in Alula is as rich as the archaeology. It's very beautiful range of ecosystems. So you've got the desert type environments, you've got lava fields, valleys, loads of different species. And we're wanting to start to develop our collections for Alula, because it's not been done before. We haven't got any natural history collections there. We don't really know, although about 80% of the region is nature reserve, so it's protected, we don't actually know what kind of species we have. So we're doing lots of research to understand more about the flora and fauna of the region. So our wildlife and natural heritage team includes experts in botany, zoology, and one geologist, me. So we're doing quite a lot to get out there and look at what we have. So we have lots of projects sampling in the field, and with the sampling, people are starting to collect. So there's a real strong need to start standard policies, because otherwise some people are collecting one way, another collecting another way, and it's just chaos. And otherwise we'll end up with huge backlogs, which everyone else in the world has. So we're in actually quite a unique position, because we're starting from scratch. So hopefully no backlogs, hopefully. Zoology, quick go through zoology. Zoology, quite a few big mammals. Mostly researchers are looking at the reptiles, so lots of snakes and lizards and the invertebrates as well. And there's quite a lot of, surprisingly, invertebrates in the desert environment, loads of moths as well, which you wouldn't imagine. As well as surveying and collecting specimens, they're also collecting any roadkill, so a few birds and any dead things they find in the desert, skeletal material they're bringing back. Aluna is actually very rich in botany. So we've got over 100 different species of plants in the region, and we're collecting seed bank material, herbaria specimens, and specimens for DNA research. And we're going to start collecting fungi, lichen, and algae next year, which hasn't been done in the region before, so that's like brand new. We've also got several new species identified in the last couple of years in Aluna, so it's quite amazing. And the geology is quite new as well. It's not been studied since the 80s, and it hasn't been studied very well because they found no oil, so they didn't send geologists back. So for me, that's brilliant, because I can go out and look for cool things and collect rocks. Who doesn't like collecting rocks? And there's also a link to lichens, because lichens are living on the rocks. And we also have a few cave sites with lots of faunal material that goes back possibly 10,000 years. So we're going to start research projects on that. So as you can see, there's huge, as we all know, everyone knows because we all work in museums, there's a huge variety of different collection types, plus the environment that we are situated in. It's hot and dry, it gets very cold in the winter, but it's very dry. So we are working, a team of us in Alula are working on policies and procedures, and I'm going to pass over to Chris Collins, who's our conservation manager, who will go through some of the things we're doing. Thanks, Chris. Don't touch anything.
I'm not going to touch anything, I promise. Hi, I'm Chris. So as Jan says, it's quite a unique experience for me, because I'm used to working on very old collections, and this is a new one that we're just starting. So we have very, very small collections that are being developed to enhance the story of Alula. Alula is being developed as an elite tourist centre, so we're desperate to attract you all to Alula so you can enjoy the wonders and beauty of the landscape and the art and the archaeology and the natural history. In terms of natural history in Saudi Arabia, there isn't much there. There's one very small herbaria that was developed in the 80s. Most of it's falling apart. So apart from that, there isn't a lot of natural history expertise around for us to develop. So one of our roles is to actually train more Saudis. Our role is to basically Saudiize the profession and bring more Saudis in so that they can learn about natural history and collections and museums and start to take control of their own natural history. In terms of materials, I heard early on today, somebody said it was easy to get ethanol into a country. No, it's not easy to get ethanol into our country because people tend to drink it. And of course, it's a dry country, so we don't really have it in the country at all. So it's very difficult to get materials in. Conservation materials take maybe 2, 3, 4 months to come into the country. Up to now, most people bring them in suitcases, but we're trying to develop materials frameworks so that we can start to supply the few museums that are there. In terms of facilities, there's one natural history gallery in Hobart, which is on the East Coast. There's one conservation lab. There's one natural history conservator, and unfortunately you're looking at him. He's also the arts conservator and the archaeology conservator. So I get the joys of all that. And we're just about to build new facilities, which I'll come on to in a minute. So as Jan says, we're in the beauty of just starting to collect and trying to work out what we're going to do with the collections. So we're in the process of working out what we're going to do with the material we're going to collect and why we're collecting it. So at the moment, there is no real best practice in KSA, which is why we're here to talk to you about best practice and learn from you all about what current techniques are there. But at the moment, we're collecting through contracts. So we have different contract groups who are collecting material. And they all come with their own practices. So we've got RBG Edinburgh, we've got Biopolis, who are a Portuguese group, and they collect in different ways. And they have different perspectives about how they should store DNA, collect DNA, sample objects. So we're currently trying to bring that all together. So we have a better understanding about what we're trying to do. Earlier this year, we had a lovely workshop in Paris with the archaeologists and the natural historians to start talking about standards and what we were trying to collect and how we're going to try and collect it. So we're currently developing things called service level contracts, so we can work with the different teams so they can understand, 5 minutes, good. So they can start to standardize the way they collect material and develop training for local Saudis. And so they can start to look and see what they're collecting in terms of samples and how we might store those samples. As I repeat, we have no facilities. In terms of environmental conditions, material is only really stable in a very dry environment. The RH in Alula is between 20 and 30%. And if you take anything out and put it into a normal, what you might call Western environment, it falls apart. So we have very different environmental standards that we have to work to. But generally, most of our material, organic and inorganic, is stable at a very different RH and temperature to most stuff you'll come across in America or Europe or wherever you're living. So it presents some unique challenges for us in terms of preservation. So we're working with the botanical groups, the zoologists, the herps people, to develop new wet collection storage and new wet collection standards. And we're building new buildings. We're looking at how we basically preserve stuff. So the Western groups who are coming in are using traditional Western techniques to preserve things in ethanol. And then they come and dump them on my desk and say, this is a dead bat in ethanol. And then we have to do something about it. But we have no storage. We have no -80 freezers. We have -20 freezers. So we're starting to look and see what the best way is of preserving things like DNA, preserving skins, preserving bone, preserving fossils even, because it all deteriorates in a very different way to the way you would normally expect it to do. So at the moment, I say we're looking at standards, and we're currently working on a new building. This is what it will look like in the top picture. It's a 30,000 square meter footprint. I have no idea what that means in feet, sorry. With 5,000 meters squared of storage space and 2,000 square meters of conservation labs. We're going to be putting in DNA suites into that. We're going to be putting in new herbaria storage. We're going to be putting in osteology storage. We've already got human remains collections that's going to go into a unique storage environment. But the whole point about this building is it's low energy, low carbon, very sustainable. It's built to Saudi green building codes, which equate to LEED gold. We are very restricted in terms of how much energy we have in the county. So we're having to look at new ways of approaching the collection storage, looking at ambient storage for DNA, looking at ambient storage for most materials, so we can really reduce our carbon footprint and have a much more sustainable building. So I'd say that's bringing some unique challenges in terms of how we collect and how we preserve. And I'm very interested to hear from you all about how we might go about that and what your thoughts are about ambient storage, particularly DNA. We looked originally at liquid nitrogen, but we've thrown that one out because getting liquid nitrogen storage into Alula is practically impossible on a weekly basis or even a daily basis or even a yearly basis. It's not going to happen. So we probably don't have enough power in the region to keep a bulk group of -80 freezers going. So again, we have to really start to think about what we're trying to do in terms of DNA storage. Just to add, there's very few DNA stores across KSA. There's 2 I know of, one in KAUST and one in King Saud University, and they're basically 2 -40 freezers. So again, the resources are not there. So I say we're just starting from scratch. We're really interested to know what you think about how we might develop it in this unique environment and help us build a new facility. Thank you. Questions? 30 seconds.
Yeah, one question.
You can answer this.
You said it was difficult to get ethanol in the country, and there's issues with like -80 storage, -80-degree storage. What about liquid nitrogen for your DNA storage?
Yeah, we looked at liquid nitrogen, and it's very difficult. We live 1,000 kilometers west of Riyadh.
So pretty much everything's hard to get.
Everything's hard to get. It's just difficult to get resources into the country. Okay. I mean, ethanol is a really good example of that. So we looked at bringing weekly liquid nitrogen trucks into Alula. That's a 12-hour drive from Riyadh. And supplying liquid nitrogen to a facility like this is almost practically impossible. So we really need to look at different ways of preserving DNA, skins, tissues, et cetera, and how we approach it. But good question. Okay.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Yes, the joys of being tiny. So, hello everyone. So my name is Megan Toner, and I'm from the Department of Botany at the Smithsonian Institution. And today I'm going to be talking about loan management, which is not the most exciting thing, but is kind of important. So the best part of my job really is working with the specimens. In my case, they're herbarium specimens. Most of these are plants that are mounted onto paper. We have a whole team of volunteers who do this. And this also makes them quite portable. So another part of my job is to send them out on loan. This loan program has been going as long as the collections have been at the Smithsonian. So we have a lot of legacy loans, both open and closed. The part of my job I don't like working with is the paperwork. So this, and don't worry if you can't read it, because I wish I could read half of these, but this is a loan dunning letter where we've tried to get these specimens back. It's dated from 1983. I also have vague invoices. Sometimes this is the only documentation I have. In this case, it lists 114 algae specimens sent out on loan. I don't know collector number, sheet number. There's apparently types in there, have no idea what those are. So when an institution asks me, there's nothing I can do. Finally, I have other types of correspondence. Some of this is quite enlightening. Some of this is terrifying, and some of this is frustrating. So in 2016, our loan officer left the for my department, left the Smithsonian. So I inherited all of outgoing loans. At this time, we had over 2,000 open loans. These stretched out over 687 institutions and individuals. We had over 200,000 outstanding specimens. And the oldest loan that was open was from February 1948. So how was I able to pull this data? Well, we use KE-EMU, which is from Axial, and all of this data is in our transaction module. This data was also put into an earlier database in the 1980s. And so sometimes I have a lot of information, such as this loan was sent in 1960. I have the institution, no idea who the borrower is, and I know their mosses. So in this case, I would have to go back to the original paperwork. Sometimes this information exists there, and the original database just didn't have the different characters. It was, I think, limited at 40 to be able to capture the data. So the physical records are still critically important. Also in this transaction module, I have a place to put items. Unfortunately, this loan, it's the same one. It's bryophytes, 25 from Alaska. Once again, I have no other data about these specimens. Moving forward, you can see there's a whole lot more information. This is a recent loan I did. And since the US National Herbarium has been completely inventoried and imaged, I can associate each sheet with a transaction. So if in the future someone argues with me about a sheet, I can tell them what to look for. Or if a curator comes to me and panics about trying to find something, I can point to exactly who has it. So we have a management of all of our specimens. I also use the notes field. So my colleague in the first part, who has unfortunately retired and has nothing to do with us anymore, she is completely gone, but she left fantastic notes. She basically said that 4 lichens were returned through a weird way back to our institution. The next note, OC 116, I have no idea what that means. I don't know if that's a number of a specimen or an invoice or anything. So it's really critical to put notes. I know sometimes it feels like you're writing a whole essay, but future generations will thank you. So then we also have a multimedia tab. Here I can put emails that I've scanned. Sometimes I have to put obituaries because the person has passed away. So I can document that I tried to find them or their errors. So I have all of the due diligence in one place. So from this data, I can start to pull interesting larger pictures. So in this case, our open loans, the most were from 1981 to 1990. This is probably due to the fact that this is when the database started for the open loans, and we started cracking down on rogue individuals, who I will come back to later, since that's probably why we have so many from this time period. Also in 1990, we had a large turnover of staff, so things just kind of were put to the side and never returned to. I can look at open loans by country. In this case, United States makes sense since we're a United States institution. So we have a lot of loans going out and coming in. And there's always been a fear that if we start loan dunning, it'll be like tit for tat, because we are not, we have a lot due as well. We have many researchers who have passed away, who are still with us, that still have loans from other institutions here. Mexico and Argentina are issues not because they want to, but because they require funds to get through their customs. So I'm working with our registrar to try to figure out how to find funds to get our specimens back. Brazil, that's MTAs. I know we all love those. And that's why there are still open loans there. The United Kingdom was a bit of a surprise, but I think once again, we've had a strong relationship with these institutions in the past. So the first step when I'm trying to figure out who to contact is to go to Index Herbariorum. This is a website out of New York Botanic Gardens, and Barbara Tears is in the audience. So thank you so much for helping with this and spearheading this, since I can go to this website and find the present collection manager and work with them. Or if the collection has been orphaned and given to another institution, I can figure out where those specimens have gone to. So then the next step is to reach out. In the past, we would send letters, but there's no way to know if that letter reached the individual. So now I've started emailing people. And I know if you're in the herbaria world, you probably have gotten an email from me asking about a status of a loan, and you'll probably get one again at some point. And this is another way for me to track who I contact, what has been decided. So then the final basically tool I have is the closed unbalanced. This is another option to open and close, and is a way to resolve loans that have issues that I just cannot resolve and the other institution cannot resolve. We've tried our due diligence, and as long as I document everything, I close it as unbalanced because I can never verify if we got the specimens back or if they're still at the other institution or if they got lost in the mail or what happened to them. I can change these loans in the future. An example of a open or a closed and balanced is this loan. Our lichen loans are a huge issue since Dr. Mason Hale is one of those rogue researchers. He had a habit of sending out specimens, getting them back to his personal address, just filing them without telling anyone. In this case, he sent out specimens to Dr. Cole, an individual, not a herbarium, which is really irritating to me since I can't find Dr. Cole. She stopped publishing in 2008. There's no information on how to find her. So I have to basically write everything up and then I close it unbalanced. So in 2020, I was slowly working along, but as we all know, COVID-19 happened. And at this point, I was given special permission to take home boxes of paperwork. Since we don't have time to always go through the paperwork of our colleagues, so they end up being boxed and shoved into our attic. So I was able to take them home and sort them. So I was working on legacy paperwork, and I organized 997 pieces of various things. So that showed the personality of some of our previous staff. Some have very funny, dry humor, I must say, in the letters. I closed 270 records based off of this paperwork that was never entered. Also, through our database, if there was randomly a cheat number, I could check to see if it was imaged, and I could basically be pretty sure it was in our collection in 2015 when our conveyor belt started. So this is how we stand today. So I've been able to get back 831 loans. 268 have been closed unbalanced, and 1,275 remain open, and this is a continuous project, which means I do have job security. So in conclusion, emails work a lot better than letters. They're also a way to start a correspondence that isn't such harsh language, since probably both me and the other person weren't even born when most of these were sent out. So it's not anyone's fault that they haven't been done up to this point or resolved. Unbalanced is a great alternative so that I'm not continuously bothering someone if we've already figured out we can't solve the issue. And there is a value in a digital loan management system. Even if it's an Access database or Excel spreadsheet, any way to keep this data in a digital format is fantastic. But documentation by any means is good practice. Even if it's a note or a memo in the loan files, those are great because then I can come through and figure out what was happening and try to come up with a solution. So thank you.
Hi, Megan. I wonder if you've ever had any success with sort of a punitive approach. So saying to somebody who asks for a loan, sorry, but your institution has X number of unresolved loans. So until those are resolved, we're not going to send you any. Have you tried that and did it work?
So we are actually in the process of trying that with a unnamed institution abroad. And we're not sending them loans, but it sounds like they're still having issues with the actual researcher. So I'm going to start working with our registrar to figure out other approaches. Most people are really nice about this though. But there are the certain individuals that just do not want to return their loans. And I think we may need to, as a community, start talking about blacklisting. I hate to say it, or some other way to figure out how to put pressure to get specimens returned?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Young-Ha Seo, and I'm the Ornithology Collections Manager at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. And today I'll be talking about, my talk is titled, Taking Off from a Solid Foundation, Current Practices at the Ornithology Collection at the NHM LAC. So just to provide a brief background of the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles, we opened in 1913, first starting as the Natural History and Art Museum of Los Angeles County. And ever since then, the Art Museum has left, and now it's just the Natural History Museum. It's one of the largest natural history museum collections in the Western U.S. with over 35 million specimens and artifacts. And I just want to point out that we have a pretty deep history in ornithology, with 4 of the previous directors of the museum being trained in ornithology or avian paleontology. The current ornithology department consists of me, obviously, and I started last July, so feeling fairly new still. But we have the curator, Dr. Allison Schultz, whose main focus is on avian color and feather morphology, which has sort of shaped our current trajectory and what types of collections that or specimens that we're trying to collect and manage. And Kimball Garrett, who was the collections manager for 40 years before he retired last year. And his focus was on non-native species introduced in Southern California, hence our pretty large collection in such species. And sort of as a new incoming collections manager, I've been sort of trying to integrate both these sides. So trying to continue this collection of non-native species in Southern California, which is really important in us thinking about urban ecology, but also really thinking about how are we going to collect more samples in regards to avian color and feather from our specimens. Also want to give a shout out to our mammalogy department. So Doctors Casey Bell and Shannon Robeson, who not only share our workspace, but have been incredibly kind and generous in sharing their knowledge and experience in the collection world. So yeah, I'm really grateful to have them as part of our team. So a little bit about our collection. We now have over 124,000 specimens. The vast majority being these study skins that you see in the middle, the California quail there. They're like these tube-shaped specimens where everything's taken out and it's just the skin that's dried. But we also have a fairly large skeletal collection. I think it's one of the largest in North America, owing to the La Brea tar pits that's part of our museum family. And then we also have various alcoholic specimens or wet specimens, as well as flat skins, and of course, tissue samples that are fairly new. Most of our specimens come from the 1960s and 70s, when there were these large collecting expeditions to fill up the dioramas. And as you can see on this chart here, that's where most of our study skins come from. Our skeletons are a little bit later on in the game. And of course, tissues are a fairly modern, more recent addition, but a pretty essential part of every single specimen that now comes in. And this is just a distribution map of where all our specimens come from. And as you can see, we have a pretty good global distribution of specimens, especially from South America and Africa, again, owing to these expedition trips that happened in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. So with the majority of our specimens being study skins, we utilize this compactor system where we stacked these cabinets 3 stories high, which are filled with these wooden drawers, and they're all jam-packed with different study skins. And they are arranged by taxonomic order. Ours is a little bit outdated, and that's something that we will continue to work on, but I just wanted to show you what it looked like. Like I said in the title, I feel pretty blessed to start working on this collection. So all of our database is fully digitized. It was digitized in various databases throughout the years, but now everything's in EMU, and they're shared on most large aggregators with the LACM numbers. And our collection's used quite regularly. So on average, we have about 13.2 loans per year. And I like to think this number is increasing since Allison started working, and she's really expanded her network of collaborators and students. So despite this interruption with COVID, you're getting more and more loans each year, which is really exciting. And in addition to these loans, we have a ton of visitors that come in to study or measure the specimens, but we also have a lot of artists that come in and take photos or do sketches with our collection. So that's always really exciting to see. So ever since I started, Alice and I have been trying to make some new updates to our collection, and one of them is making a new preparation sheet. So whenever we get specimens, forgot to point out here, but all the recent additions have been salvage material. So we work really closely with local wildlife rehabilitators, zoos, close members of the zoo that find dead birds, they'll donate it to us. So for each specimen, they get assigned a prep sheet. And for each specimen, they get assigned an LAF number, which used to stand for LA frozen tissue samples. But since every new specimen gets a tissue sample collected, that's sort of our main identifier for the whole process until it gets cataloged. And we came up with this prep sheet by combining various preparation sheets that both Allison and I have used throughout the years at different institutions, and also was heavily inspired by the mammalogy prep sheet, which they've pioneered. And the most exciting part is that we have a whole section just for parts, and these are sort of derived parts from the specimen that are often stored separately from the actual study skin, but still really valuable when it comes to using the each specimen. So like I said before, tissues are now essential for every specimen, but depending on how the specimen gets prepared, we'll either collect feathers or spread wing. Here you can see only one side of the wing gets taken off of the body and gets stored separately. For some specimens, we'll collect parasites or stomach content. Again, it all really depends on the sort of status of the specimen and how they look like. But so basically when we, thaw a bird and then start going through the preparation process, we'll try to get as much data as possible. So in addition to the locality info, date, we'll try to measure, like for instance, the gonads, or if you're collecting specific parts. So for instance, we have this project going on with Princeton University where they're collecting hummingbird eyes and storing them in RNA later. So we'll store those separately and also indicate within our prep sheet that those have been collected earlier on. And so again, each specimen will get an LAF number first, and that's how we're able to sort of track it as it goes through this process of being prepared, going through IPM freezer cycle, and then it becomes cataloged into our main database and then installed into our collection. So I just wanted to show you, so these are the specimen tags that we use, and the tissue vials that also get the LAF number, and eventually how everything gets cataloged into our EMU database. Another thing that we've been implementing is barcodes. So we use these 2D barcode readable labels, which has two main benefits. So the first one is allows location tracking. Specifically for these tissue vials, we're tracking the actual containers rather than the content itself, in case we're using parts of the tissue but keeping the rest. So it helps us keep track of how much of these parts we're going through, basically. And on the more sort of paperwork side of things, it really helps us reduce time and typing errors, especially when I'm filling out really large loans. I can just use a barcode reader and just go beep, 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 and it just fills out the forms really easily, and it can be used directly with EMU or any spreadsheet. So it's been incredibly helpful with that. So we use, for the tissue samples, cryo labels that can withstand -80-degree storage. And we use randomized identifiers, so random string of letters and numbers, so we don't feel like you're compelled to like put everything in order, although it really helps when we're retrieving it later. And our stickers have this like clear side in the middle, which is super helpful because it'll wrap around the frosted part where we write in Sharpie, so it'll preserve that Sharpie bit, but also goes over the barcode one more time in case, you know, with continued like thaw, freezing cycle, things get sort of eroded over time. So we're hoping this will help with that. And we also started using barcodes for the LACM numbers, so the catalog numbers that we use. And I've started with the spread wings and the skeleton boxes, as you see over here. So these barcodes are just basically those same readouts of the LACM numbers, and you can even use your phone to read this. And these were made thanks to our database manager, Bill Mertz, who's created all these reports and using crystal reports on EMU. And of course, these are printed on archival quality labels, which keeps them well maintained. I forgot to mention, but we also retroactively have been labeling the old vials. So since we have, you know, tissue samples going way back, we've been using the same stickers to sort of wrap around the old tissue vials. And it's been helping a lot since the really old tissue vials, like all the Sharpie is starting to fade. It's really good to have another layer to make sure it's preserved for much long-term storage. Another thing I've been working on is moving away from the paper ledger. So ever since the ornithology department started, everything's been recorded with hand, which takes a really long time. So I've been trying to use Google Sheets as sort of the intermediate between when the specimen gets prepared and then filling out all the data from the prep sheet before it becomes cataloged. But I'm really curious to hear how other people sort of walk through that process, because I've been using Google Sheets as that sort of bulk loader for EMU, but yeah, I'm curious if there are any other options out there. Some of the issues I've been encountering as a relatively new collections manager is dealing with accessions. There are just a lot of old accessions that are haven't really been resolved. There are definitely quite a few where the people involved have conveniently forgotten how the specimens got to the museum, and this includes old curators, so I'm not putting blame on anyone. Especially, there's a lot of specimens where like the key personnel has changed, especially for university. So it's really unclear like who acquired this, why they gave it to us. So for instance, I found a batch of specimens prepared by Joseph Grinnell that, you know, no one really knows. There's no field notes for this because it predates the MVZ scan. So yeah, it would take a while to figure out like what was going on here. Of course, just the overall lack of documentation is always an issue. So I've been really trying hard to accession specimens as they come in. Some other ways I've been trying to make our database more readily usable for people that aren't really familiar with these aggregators or databases. So I wrote this really basic script that, if you type in the species name, you can basically get a really rough summary of how many specimen types we have of that, what year they were collected in, you know, where they were collected in. And this, for me as a collections manager, helps me decide really quickly if I get a specimen, like, oh, do I want to make a study scan or do I need a skeleton? Like just to get a basic idea of what we have. Also, I mentioned spread wings earlier, but since this is such a new specimen type that we're having, I'm really trying to figure out ways to organize this a lot better. And people at the Cornell Museum of Vertebrates and the Burke Museum at University of Washington have been really helpful by sharing what they've been doing. But basically, these get stored separately from the main study skins. Because most people that are using them, they only use one type or the other. So that's sort of what we're thinking. Of course, digitization is a huge process that I've been working on. So digitizing the catalog cards, field notes, specimen tags. It's really great to hear that sort of everyone is working on this together. So it's not just me struggling. So I'm hoping to get more insight and figure out ways to work on this. And then sort of in relation to this is making more printable tags. So I mentioned I write out all the tags, but notice that a lot of institutions are now printing tags. Like, I don't know if you all saw it at the California Academy of Sciences, but that's something that I really want to work on moving forward. So that's definitely number one on my to-do list once I get home. And then last is using locations maybe throughout the entire collection. So Right now, we're only using it for tissue vials, but perhaps adding it for each cabinet for study skins. We also have skeleton and fluid room that stores those specimen types separately. And of course, our flat skin collection, which is on a different floor, it's on our mezzanine. So yeah, figuring all that out. And then last, we're working on a grant to replace all our cabinets that are really old, and that will involve a lot of reorganization. I also hope to add pictures to provide a more visual insight of like what's inside these cabinets, especially for tours or people who aren't really familiar with bird taxonomy. With that, thank you so much for coming. And yeah.
Thank you, Young. There's not much time for questions, so if you have any questions for Young, can you send them directly to her through Oxford Abstracts? Okay, now, Julian.
I thought you pressed the control button on it.
No.
Okay, my name's Jules Carter. I work at Amgueddfa Cymru National Museum Wales. I'm also the president of this esteemed society, and it's great to see so many people and welcome. It's fantastic. This talk is really an excuse to blazonly mention this book. If you haven't seen it, it's rather good. Okay, especially for fluid people. Oh, see, brilliant. One in the audience there, and signed. We all sign them. Some of the authors are here. Okay. So this is a brazen selling point. University Products, one of our sponsors, don't forget. Okay, let's get into this. Okay, as you gather, this is about fluid collections, and it stems around this. As we all know, because I'm talking to the converted here, these collections are really important. We're a massive collection all around the world. When we put all these collections together across institutes across the world, the huge amount of data, information, cultural heritage in these collections is massive. I could stole this from Molly Phillips with permission. I think it's a lovely diagram because I think that's something that's forgotten. We're always talking about the hard science in these collections, but also they are heritage science. They are cultural. They span so many things. Our cultures are much bigger than just being things stuck in a jar in a collection area in the stores. We all know what fluid preservation is. It's still a highly important technique because it's probably the only method we've got effectively three-dimensional preservation of many things. And just basically it's there to stop things going too smelly. And, well, they go smelly in a different way, don't they? They're still smelly, but there you go, you know what I mean. The history of this goes back, and I'm going to do another blatant book plug for one of our co-authors, John Simmons, on his book on fluid preservation. So if you haven't got it, that's another title I urge people to buy and help, you know, his retirement fund. But basically, as John puts it very much more eloquently than I do, the history of these things goes back. So this is another plug for June the 4th, because that's Croon Day. And on Croon Day in 1662, two puppies in spirit of wine were presented to the Royal Society, and that was kind of the birth of fluid preservation as we use it today. And so we encourage you to imbibe in a drink of your choice on 4th of June for Croon Day, okay? Also, going back, and you know, another ubiquitous material in our collections, formaldehyde. Well, it's much more modern. It's around about the sort of 1900s that came into use. And where that takes us is the methods we still use as standards today are pretty old. Ideally, we want to preserve things in a really nice way, but there's lots of hazards to it, as we all know with the collections we work with. There's lots of sort of conservation issues, various issues about trying to preserve things properly. And it's more complicated than that. You've got a dead thing in a jar. The jar is important. Your whole storage environment is important. That micro relationship, that bigger relationship. So it's quite complex, more complex than you realize sometimes. The conservation of these collections gives us all sorts of challenges. I'm not going to read all of this out, but and that's something we've been working on as a community, trying to get better and better in how we can look after and bring these collections together. And this sort of led, oh yeah, all sides. And the complexity of this as we go into the modern world is our collections are coming from many different directions now and many different more demands. You know, biomolecular research is going apace. We can look at many other materials in these collections, not just the DNA in our collections, but proteomics and all sorts of other things. And their value to science just gets bigger and bigger as the technology to explore them gets bigger. It also makes looking after them even more challenging because people want them for more and more things and they want bits of them, or they might want to CT scan them, or they might want to do this. There's all sorts of challenges coming from many directions. This wonderful book, I don't know if you know this is a book, right? It's a good book. Was an attempt to sort of bring all that stuff together. And now there's a character in the audience here, Chris Collins, you saw him earlier. He actually initiated this project. I have to give him some credit sometimes. And this eventually led to this book. And this book is just a brain dump. It's trying to put together what we know, but there's also a lot of things we don't know and we don't have evidence to support. And let's go ahead. One of the projects that came out of this, unfortunately, this was a genuine research project. Some of the questions that came out of putting this book together before it's published, working with the Paris crew and some other bodies across Europe and the States, we actually put in a £300,000 European funded bid, and it almost got there. We got beaten by fine art. Fuck off. But anyway, some of the questions there are still there, and it helped define some of the research questions. And of course, they're also in the audience here. We have to give a heads up to Project Liquor. Yay! So some of these questions are also being answered from other directions. So we've got defined research coming out of fluid collections, and it's starting to focus where we're thinking. So this talk is really a brain dump, because what is the next steps of fluid collections? There's major problems. I mean, you know, Chris highlighted it earlier, really. You know, they can't get ethanol into where he's working. There's other challenges. Are there better ways of doing this as we move forward? And I think the last few years also highlighted to me, you know, glassware that cost me about £30 pre-epidemic is now costing me 75. It's not financially viable for an institution like mine. A drum of alcohol, which we could buy duty-free, was about £40, is now over £100. The cost of looking after these collections are going up and up, and the staff looking after these collections are not going up. And it's a very real thing. We have to make how we look after these collections more sustainable on many different fronts. Not only the fact that we're using volatile, flammable fluids, which are drinkable in a native form, but there you go. Maybe not formaldehyde. And this is not a new question. Some of you might have come across this title before. This is quite an interesting book from the 1970s. It was initiated because they were trying to feed the world population, probably by preserving krill and plankton as a protein source. And out of that are there different ways you can preserve it? So ideas that came out at that time was the Stegmann solution, for example, which you might have come across, which is a sort of pharmaceutical preservative. And it's still in collections today, and some of the commercial recipes use it, all the rest of it. Going back a bit further back, then you've got Kaisens and Wentworths, which were attempts to colour preservation. All these things have limitations in various ways. But can we sort of take it forward? So these are just some of the alternatives that are currently out there. They're lower toxicity. You know, this isn't a cost-benefit analysis. This is just chucking ideas out there. I thought Te Papa in New Zealand took a really interesting stance, and they put the colossal squid on display because they're using propylene glycol. You know, I've explored this material for quite a while. I think it has benefits of potential use, but because of the public display environment this thing goes on, they actually took the brave note of putting it into propylene glycol, and it looks to be in a lot better nick than a lot of the giant squids in formaldehyde and the traditional techniques that are sitting there. Perth, there's a dodgy Dutchman, some of you might know, Dries, who advised on this, and they've been putting some of their big sharks into glycerol solutions, again, trying to make a more cost-effective way of preserving it. Going back to pharmaceutical replacements for formaldehyde and stuff, you get things, a lot of materials like this is an example, formaldehyde releasers. Again, these are things going into shampoos and stuff that are replacing formaldehyde. I have been working with this because if I put something on public display, I want to keep it in an aqueous solution, then I don't put it into formaldehyde, because if we get a spill on gallery, well, those of us who work for formaldehyde know it's not a pleasant thing dealing with it, is it really? It's pretty horrible. But we don't know the long-term effects of these sort of materials. And so that's some of the questions. So, you know, those are broad solvents. Can we take them forward? They're just some ideas. But can we make the solutions that we're actually working with smarter? There were some great talks earlier, for example, that gave some of the best evidence I've seen about the effects of advantages of using UTTA for biomolecular work, for example. But that's not necessarily something we can apply to a whole collection and trying to preserve a whole collection. And that's how we've got to think about it. So can we make some of these fluids more intelligent? Can additives do something? So there's been a number of ideas over the years. Osmoprotectants are an interesting category of chemicals. Osmolality, osmopressures, the changes and stuff are not properly understood in the way we handle our collections, and probably need some concrete research. And some of these sort of osmoprotectants, which are also cryoprotectant materials, could play a value in enhancing the preservation of, say, a water-based solution. Buffers and salts we all know about. This is quite an interesting area. We're all probably familiar with buffering formaldehydes and stuff. Buffering alcohols is a bugbear of me. I don't know why you are, because it's a weakly ionizable solution. pH doesn't behave the same way in alcohols. That's something we're trying to get across, really. And so, we need to understand this more and how we can sort of make better and more effective solutions. And this has come up time and time again over the years, you know, scavengers, antioxidants. I'm not saying that any of these are answers. These are just thoughts. This is a brain dump. Again, can we use these? And again, we have to be a bit careful, because antioxidants, you put too much of it in a solution, it can actually be a pro-oxidant, so maybe it wouldn't work. Chelators like EDTA, for example, which we talked about earlier, and the rest of it. So that sort of takes me really to the closing sort of thoughts on this, really, is, you know, what are the next steps? As a community, can we bring these ideas together? Can we structure across the board, all our institutions, some sort of approach to this? Obviously, replicating time, that's why we still use alcohol, that's why we still use formaldehyde, because they've got history, we know what they do. And going forward, how do we replicate that information? How can we put something together and say, here's a new idea, this is how it preserves proteins, this is how it preserves DNA, this is how the whole morphology of it's preserved. Are there markers we can put together as a community? And probably it's a good time to do it, because technology is getting better and better. And, you know, infrared spectrometers, for example, other bits of kit are out there now in more and more institutions, and the ability to use those bits of kit is getting wider and more available to people. So there's no answers here. It's just the thoughts. It's just the next steps, really, trying to make fluid collections more sustainable in the future. Thank you for listening. Oh, 5 minutes left. Oh, dear, sorry. Oh, nice book, okay? University products. Help repay Spinach's costs of getting it printed, and thank you for Spinach for printing it.
Does anyone have any questions for Julian? Stumbling to silence.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Right. We've got a few minutes before the next presenter, so could I ask Randy to come?
And the next talk is quite appropriate to following on this one.
Question?
I have a question for our esteemed president. How much is this fine book, and do you save on shipping if you purchase it here?
Talk to me nicely, I'll give you a spare copy. Oh, poo. Well, it's only because where you are is just a ridiculous end of nowhere, isn't it? And we can't get anything to you. So, yeah, we can make one exception, can't we? Yeah, author's copy. Yeah. No, it's $40 or £40. It's literally just to get the costs back. As an author, I get nothing. It's been 10 years in the making, but it's a great bit of work. And I think that's something to put across, that, you know, if you've got something like this, a project in mind, there is an experience with this site. Well, got the experience now of it, which is quite an interesting thing, trying to publish a book. But the society is out there to actually support such projects as well. And so please do remember that.
I mean, well, I wonder if the spinach booth and the university product booth. I mean, there's one on display in each of those. So I wonder if they'd be willing to sell their display copy to the first people who come to it. So just saying, people might want to ask.
Thank you.
The copy of the spinach booth is actually part of a raffle tomorrow. So if you've got your name down on the list, we're going to pick a number and you might be able to win it. Actually, it's not tomorrow, is it? It's on Friday. Friday, yes.
Oh, I forgot there's a raffle. That's exciting.
Good now to invite Randy Singer from Michigan.
All right, so yeah, me and Jules definitely did not plan this, but it's pretty amazing. I feel like that we're right after each other. And it's also incredibly important because, as I will say to you if I meet you, that we all need to bow to the master of wet collections. Everybody's going to be doing wet collections in the future. Birds, mammals. We got CT scanning now, so let's keep them in jars, right? And what's the best way to do that? Maybe we don't necessarily have the best way of doing that. So I'm going to go over a little bit about some of the following things, talk about a historical perspective, kind of like skipping over some of the stuff that Jules so eloquently talked about. What are our fixation methods now, pros, cons, are there other options, and then show you some of the wild and wacky stuff we've been doing at Michigan with wet specimens. So what is fixation? Like, close your eyes and just imagine. How do you know something's fixed? What does that even mean, right? Like, some people say it's explicitly the formation of cross-links, right? Like, so when you put it in formaldehyde, it's cross-linking proteins. Some people say it's just a stabilization that minimizes autolysis, right? Like, so it's something, it's not going to degrade it. We've stopped cellular decay in some way. Or it just feels hard, right? Let's be honest. You touch it, you're like, yeah, that's probably fixed, right? That was close to 10% formalin, right? So it's one of those three things. All right, so a brief history of how we fix things. Believe it or not, I was surprised to find out that rum actually was the first spirit used to preserve specimens. Not much record of it. I don't even know if there are actually specimens in museums because, yeah, the spirits of wine, which is an ethyl alcohol mixture of about 60 to 65%, was the first recorded things, and then moved to ethanol. And then we discovered formalin because it worked so great in embalming. Why not use it on specimens too? And then, as we all know, nowadays we do 10% formalin, but then we store it in alcohol. And I know some of you in the audience are still thinking, why is the rum gone? I mean, let's be honest. Maybe we could try it, who knows? Throw it in the rum, see how it works. So why have we used formalin in the past, right? It's inexpensive. It's easy to find. You can purchase it at any pharmacy almost internationally. It's easy to use, as in put animal or whatever in jar of liquid. It's tried and true. It's what we were taught, and it's tradition, right? Did he just make a Fiddler on the Roof joke? Yeah, I did. Okay. But, there's some pros and cons to formalin, right? It's antibacterial and antipathogenic, which for some of you in the room, don't worry, I haven't forgot about the burn mammal folks. You got to neutralize those pathogens, right? And formalin has been documented as a antipathogenic substance, right? Not alcohol, not enough. It's cheap, easy to find, like I already said. Another good part is that it does have fast diffusion into specimens, right? Like sometimes your scaly things like fishes and herps and things like that, you got to do some injecting. But most of the time it just goes right through the skin just fine. But there's a lot of cons, right? It's carcinogenic. It is actually documented now as an allergen. The more you touch formalin, the more it will hate you. So you can't, at least in general, right? This is a hotly debated topic. I don't want any tomatoes thrown at me. That DNA extraction is both difficult and or impossible, depending on who you talk to post fixation. Even if you do extract DNA from it or store DNA from tissues that you've extracted from a formalin fixed specimen, they degrade super fast, way faster than if they were just put directly into ethanol. Specimens are hard to work with, right? Like, have you ever tried to peel back a delicate fin of a fish after it's been fixed in formalin? It's pretty dang hard. And of course, you have to use buffers. It's poisonous. It's flammable. You name it. Why is this in our collections? God. And, you know, you talk to the godfather of wet collections, and from his very words, from his very mouth, you know, almost any fixative is better than formaldehyde, you know, because it's snipping protein chains into short lengths. What the heck? What's wrong with us? Why are we using it? Well, that's because we don't really talk about alternatives that much. Some of the things that some collections do is, you know, you just throw it 95% ethanol. Well, it turns it into a crispy cracker, which for my other area of research is actually pretty cool. And then you get more specimens to rehydrate. But people have talked about using just methanol. Bad diffusion as well. You could leave it in there. It takes like a week to fix the specimen. Some deterioration and brittling. A new paper came out a couple years ago by Tim's et al. I don't know if any of you guys know these guys. They did some cool work where they're just like, yo, just throw it in 70% ethanol, and it seems to do okay. I don't know. And then, you know, obviously you could just do something else with it, right? Like you can make a skeleton or clearance stain, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're more thinking about how can we fix a specimen and not use formalin. And so one thing that kind of you hear about in and out of some of our literature, but actually a lot in other disciplines literature, is the use of methanol. And so, believe it or not, I didn't know this, but methanol is actually used to make formalin. You just pass the gas vapors over copper, and then, you know, yada yada, it becomes formalin. You know, so it's like one's the evil version of the other one, right? And so where you see the use of methanol derivatives and things like that in fixation of tissues is actually in the medical field. And they do cancer tissues, tumors, things like that. And they have natural history collections just like us, right? Like, or medical history collections, whatever. So, you know, they extract the tumor from somebody with their permission. They then store that tumor in a jar on a shelf. It's cataloged. They have all the same sophisticated stuff we do, except they're just like, yeah, well, cancer's bad, and we don't really want to be exposed to formalin on a regular basis. So let's use this other stuff. A lot of people have been using, like I said, these methanol derivatives, and we should trust them because they're a doctor, you know? So again, yeah, these pathologists, they've been using, it was kind of like almost like a Sherlock Holmes type mystery to figure out what they were actually using, right? Because most of the material they're using is proprietary. Like, oh yeah, you could pay all this money and have this stuff that fixes the material. But I found one obscure bit of literature that talked about using this product from a company called Fix or Tissue Tech. And they talked about how they fixed the specimens using this Fix, Tissue Tech, whatever that means. And then they store their specimens in 70% ethanol, just like us, right? Except they touted that they were able to, for up to 10 years, serially sample DNA from the specimen and extract it and amplify it and look at anything they wanted to look at for up to 10 years, with little to no change in the specimen that they had in their facility. And this like totally shocked me, you know, because that's crazy. What? How do we not know about this, right? Like, aren't we like the best and brightest like curatorial people in the world? Maybe not. Okay. So what is tissue tech, right? So I went on this grand adventure. I found out it's made by this very strange company called Sakura Corporation, which strangely enough looks like the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. But after looking through the MDS sheets for tissue tech, it turns out it's just propylene glycol and methanol in some mixture. Okay, cool. So it has a US patent. It was published on. That's what they did, right? So I formed the dream team. So there's a undergraduate chemistry student that approached me about volunteering in the collection because she wanted to go to med school. Okay, whatever. But she wanted to do something a little different. And so I said, hey, how about this? You know, there's this whole medical study about tumors and extracting DNA. Do you want to help try to come up with a formalin or a formalin alternative? She's like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. Is that going to get me into med school? And we're like, yeah, sure. So she's on the project. And then Cody Thompson, mammologist, is helping with DNA extraction when we get there. All right, so our objectives. Test if tissue tech can fix stuff, whatever that means, right? I'll tell you about that in a minute. Find out what the minimum concentration of tissue tech is required, right? Because that's, I mean, we want to save money. Test the specimens could feasibly be shipped in moist tissue tech, similar to the way that sometimes we send specimens that are like just out of formalin into water and send them in the mail. And then see if we can extract DNA. So how do we start? Okay, I took a bunch of gobies that are an invasive species in the Great Lakes. We got thousands of them with no data, and they're all the same size. So it's really perfect to just really get nuts. And so we started doing things like just putting them directly into ethanol, just putting them in tissue tech, not putting them in water, you know, just to have a baseline. By the way, if you throw something just into 70% ethanol, that's what'll happen, or not 70% ethanol, into low concentration ethanol, it just liquefies. So if you ever think that everything's hanging on by a thread, it really is. Okay, so we used fresh specimens. We went to the pet store. We bought 100 of the most beautiful fish that you could ever see, the goldfish. I let my kids keep some as pets, and then we fixed the rest of them using tissue tech. And we moved them into 70% ethanol. And then in order to prove fixation, we conducted histology experiments with them. So like actually doing histology. Started at 100% tissue tech, all the way down to no fixation, which was the blob you saw. Left them for about 24 hours just to see what the lowest amount of time, you know, just one day, not even 2 days. And then we kept one specimen for histology. I don't know if you've ever done histology. It's bizarre. They literally take the fish and they micro slice it into little slices and give them back to you. So I have like 100 goldfish slices sitting in my office. And then they rate fixation on a scale. They have an actual scale for telling you how fixed something is. It goes from excellent to poor. Okay, it's really cool. And so here's our first test comparing formalin to 100% propylene glycol methanol mixture, aka tissue tech. And it appears that given 1 day, you get good fixation, both internally, moderate, externally, moderate internally, but this is without injecting. This is with like literally minimum effort, right? So formalin's a little bit better at permeating through muscle tissue. Then what we wanted to do is find our minimum concentration. So we just tried to get it as low as we could. Oh, another aside, a lot of people think that formalin is really dirt cheap, but actually this tissue tech stuff per liter is pretty much the same price. So you can also think about it's not that much more expensive too. So we set up our fixation experiments, and then this is the results because I am running out of time. I want to make sure I get to the end. So 30% tissue tech proved to be the lowest concentration of the fixative to achieve enough fixation to be fixed, right? 10% was still poor, but I bet you if we left it for 3 or 4 days, we would have achieved moderate because like it hits a limit after about just under a week with that concentration. So I feel comfortable saying 30% could be the industry standard for this substance, right? It does have good penetration, even though it was only a day, 30%. It is also reusable, unlike formalin. We took the same fish and our same size species of fish and refixed several of them using the same solution with the same results. So number of times that you can use it, I don't know, but you can set up a bath of it and keep using it. And we kept specimens wrapped in cheesecloth on my desk for over a week with little to no change in fixation, in specimen malleability or anything. So it's pretty awesome. No buffering needed, no skin irritation, all the stuff you see here. Some of the cons are if you leave it in a too high of concentration, you get whiting of the eyes in some of the specimens. Also, you lose a little bit of color, but not any more than it being an ethanol. And it's poisonous, so don't drink it, but it's only mildly flammable instead of really flammable. So, and we're still, the next steps are going to be testing if we can extract tissue, if we can extract usable DNA. We're going to definitely figure out the ratio of methanol to propylene glycol because it doesn't say it on the MDS. It just says it has them in it. We're going to see how many times you can reuse the solution. We're going to keep doing log term. Wow, look at that, a spelling error. So what happens when you submit it a month ahead of time or whatever. We're going to look at logs and monitor them in 70% ethanol. And then we're going to test if this is actually antipathogenic. We have a new director of a biorepository at UM, and we're going to check it out and get back to you on that. And then I want to say, you know, maybe transition instead of tradition. You know, we could think about doing other things. All All right.
Hi, I love fluid preservation. So you can get DNA from ethanol solutions now, just from the solution itself. So are you you're gonna test that solution, the tissue tech, to see if you can get the DNA from that solution from previous specimens?
Yeah, so that's the goal. Like, we're going to show that we can still fix it, like using a fixative that will show, pure fixation on a measurable level, and then we'll put it, and it'll all end up going to ethanol for permanent storage, like long-term storage.
Okay, cool. And then you should like do the look at things change over time on like a decade scale, like a really long time. I mean, you can't, but try.
Yeah.
Hey, which medium did you use for sectioning the fish? So did you embed in resin or in wax?
Paraffin, yeah.
Paraffin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and did you look at other tissue than muscles or only muscle tissue for your evaluation?
Muscle and intestinal tissue.
Okay, and intestinal worked just as fine? Or?
It is not as fine because it requires longer time to permutate. So what we wanted to do is show bare minimum, can we get any fixation? So what would happen is, to use this, you would do the same methods you do now with formalin. You don't just take a big like tuna and throw it in formalin. You have to inject it to actually get that fixative into the internal organs. So theoretically, you would have to do the same for large specimens, is inject tissue tech.
Okay, thank you very much. Working with glutaraldehyde, that sounds very less cancerous. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm all about less cancer. Okay, we'll talk later. Anybody have your thoughts?
Hey. Hi, everyone. My name is Jayatri Tyagaraja. You can call me Ja for short. I am from the Lee Kong Chen Natural History Museum in Singapore. Before I start, maybe can I have a show of hands? How many of you have heard of us before? Okay, that's quite cool. Okay, so we are one of the largest and the oldest natural history collections in Southeast Asia. And so actually my day job is that I'm from the outreach and education team at the museum, but my other leg is actually in a bit of like research stuff. So today what I'm going to present is on spatial temporal patterns in Singapore biodiversity data through analysis of the zoological reference collections. So it's a long title, but let me just go through some of the abbreviations that I'll use. So the name of our collections is called the Zoological Reference Collections, ZRC for short, and it's housed within the Lee Kong Chen Natural History Museum. So we're part of a university, the University of Singapore, and we are the successor of the Raffles Museum of Biodiversity and Research, called the RMBR, and previously it was from the Raffles Museum. So I'm saying all these terms because I think for some of you, RMBR and Raffles Museum might be a bit more familiar. And how we manage our data at the moment is through the collections management system called the CMS, which is a digital platform that we internally use to consolidate all our records, since we've been doing quite a bit of digitization since the 2020s. So at the moment, our collections stand at about like 1.5 million lots from Singapore and Southeast Asia, and it's continuing to grow. So I'm talking to the converted here, so I don't think I need to convince all of you that natural history specimens are all very, very important. But the thing is that they've been heavily used for specimen-based research, like systematics, taxonomy, and ecology, but not so much for like conservation management decisions, at least not much in Singapore. So, and this is inherently because natural history collections are all very, very biased. I think we all know that. It's very uneven, taxonomically, temporally, and spatially as well. So just because you know something is uneven, I think it'd be good if we stop and take stock of what exactly this unevenness is. And that's what exactly I did. So how does it look like for the material in Singapore? I'm not going to go through this in detail, but basically I was working with about 61,000 records after cleaning it all up. So everything's on the collections management system, but it's all very, very dirty, of course. So some has coordinates, some don't have coordinates. So after consolidating everything, it's about 60,000 odd specimens. And these are what's currently on the system. So there's a lot that's not on the system, and it's so definitely this is way more than 60,000 records. So taxonomically, of course, it's uneven because invertebrate records make up the bulk of the ZRC. And I think this is very much expected in a lot of other collections around the world as well. And this is because collecting efforts in Singapore and in other countries as well is unsystematic because of many, many factors. So lesser vertebrate records could reflect the laws that protect Singapore's flora and fauna. So in the 1960s, we had this law called the Wildlife Animals and Bird Act. So this made collecting vertebrate specimens really difficult. And of course, it's influenced by ethical standards as well. You didn't have to collect invertebrates anymore. You can just do like observational studies. And the sheer number of invertebrates, 97% of biodiversity, it makes a single collecting effort record more invertebrates than vertebrates by default. So this is expected. And for temporal evenness, we only had 5.5% of the records that were dated before 1960. So most of it was actually after the 1980s, and that was about 85% of the records. And why was this the case? So this is a heavily annotated graph to show what happened here. So basically, there is a gap in Singapore's earliest historical records, and not because we didn't collect them, but because they're just not physically here in our collections. And if you look at this graph over here, it's a choropleth map, and it was very little specimens before the 1960s. And currently, we have an ongoing digitization project called Signify, whereby we have some of our researchers go to global museums to digitally repatriate some of our specimens. And of course, we have the war year. So that was like the 1940s. And we had, it was quite a tumultuous times. Not a lot of specimen collecting was happening at that time. And we had a very tricky transition period in the 1970s as well. And most of the collections were after the 1980s because we did very large-scale national biodiversity survey efforts. So as you can see from these maps, we had lots of records after the 1980s. So this was for temporal unevenness, right? So this was pretty much expected as well. But what's the one that had a little bit more tricky discussion was the spatial unevenness. So I plotted everything on this map over here, as you can see. And the largest number of records were from Singapore's nature reserves and offshore islands, as you can see over there. And certain spots in the central and in the east had very large specimen records. So you can see there's like patches of very high records and some parts that were pretty sparse. So most specimen records came from the central, north, and west, and that's where Singapore has our remaining natural spaces. And most of our nature areas, so nature areas are designated by the government, and most of these nature areas fall within the areas of high ZRC records. But it's kind of like a chicken and egg thing. Like, is it because these areas have high biodiversity, so therefore we have high specimen records from there? Or is it because there's higher accessibility to these areas, and therefore we just keep on going and collecting over there? So if we look at this screenshot, you can clearly see that the nature areas that we have in Singapore is between the central, north, and western areas. And anyway, nature areas, they were only designated like after the 1990s. So it's more likely the former, that it's because we have all these nature areas in the central, north, and west, and therefore there are higher specimen records over here. So this could probably mean that we could use specimen records as a proxy to support like designation of nature areas. So now that we know all this unevenness that is documented, how can this uneven information be used? Because we're not trying to make it even, but what can we do with whatever that's uneven? So are there any applications and insights? So as what I hinted 2 slides ago, we can support designation of nature areas. So there were no nature areas designated within the West, which is the red box over there, even though we had a very high record of specimens over there. So based on this, we could even have a second marine park in the Western Islands. And in Singapore, at the moment, we only have 1 marine park, and that's in the south. And of course, because it's so uneven, right? So this makes it very easy for us to identify biodiversity data gaps and guide survey efforts as well. So I mentioned that the West had a lot of specimen records, but you can clearly see that it's for the westernmost part of the forest is actually much, much lesser. And that's because that's the military areas in Singapore, and it's very difficult to go to these areas to do biodiversity efforts, survey efforts. And of course, we have fewer records in the East, and there are also lower nature areas in the East as well. So this could mean if, let's say, we were to direct survey efforts in the East, this could better document biodiversity in that area as well. So as an extension to this study, this could also mean that because most of the specimens were recorded from the nature reserves, we could have a database just for the nature reserves in Singapore. So if you're going to conduct a larger scale studies on these nature areas, this would give you a baseline for you to compare in the future. So a couple of take-home messages is that beyond specific specimen-based research that all of us do on systematics, taxonomy, ecology, and everything, specimen records can actually be used to convince the decision makers. So stopping to stock take is a good practice because it allows for calibration. It's kind of like to know what you don't know, and with what you don't know, what can you do about it? So specimen data, even if it's incomplete or uneven, it has the potential to guide biodiversity research and possibly influence the people who make decisions. Yeah, so, thank you. Yeah, so if you have any questions about the museum, feel free to ask me. And tomorrow at 11:45, my colleague from the education team is going to present. So drop by for that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks again to all the speakers this afternoon. It's been a really interesting afternoon. We finished a few minutes early, so enjoy your evening.